Hello and welcome to day 2 of Beltway Battles, live from #Arena in Chantilly, Virginia. Thanks to everybody watching online, and thanks to all of our friends who joined us at the arena today. We very much appreciate you watching. If you were watching yesterday, you saw a lot of action-packed matches, a lot of rampages, a mix of experience, and a lot of new teams finding their footing. Later on today, we're going to have our final match between George Mason University and Virginia Tech, but first, we have a very exciting match with Team BATL, who only formed about 5 or 6 days ago, who will be competing against Nova. Let's see what will happen. We have our fantastic League of Legends caster who is going to help us follow all of the action, all of the rampages, everything in between. King for Yoshi.
Hello guys, how are you guys doing tonight? I'm here accompanied by...
The best man.
How are you doing today, man?
Doing fantastic. How about you?
I'm doing all right. So you were here with me for most of these matches yesterday. How are you feeling coming into today?
I'm very interested to see what happens with these teams. We had some really good matches, and I would like to see how these teams come back and change what they did last time, because obviously these teams are the two teams that lost their series. They've got to make some changes, improve themselves for this series.
Absolutely. So both these teams very scrappy. I'm interested to see how these guys will play against each other early on. I'm interested to see the type of developments that we're going to see between the two, whether they're going to opt to go like back and forth, whether they're going to opt to be like, all right, I want to play later game, let's see, or try and rush through things and get it in the early game and then try and snowball out of control.
At least Nova was very aggressive, especially in the early game, especially with those ganks early game. I wonder if they're going to come out with that same kind of strategy or play a little more passive and hope to, play it differently than how they did yesterday.
Yes, both these teams, we've seen them getting ganked. Junglers seem like something that kind of throws them off against one another. I'm interested to see how they compete with who's gonna try and throw the jungler this way, throw the jungler that way. Interesting things like that.
Yeah, definitely should be something to definitely keep an eye on. I think the pick ban phase will definitely be what decides today's first game. I think you need to have your strategy coming in and be able to go with that going forward.
Absolutely. I've heard both the teams. They're coming in. They all have their mindsets. They all know what they want to do. They know what they're going to aim for. So it's a matter of who's going to be able to execute it cleanly and who's going to be able to execute what they want to do more dominantly, more oppressively, and who can really do it first.
And also, if the other team catches wind of what kind of strategy they're trying to put into action, maybe we'll have a couple good bans coming out from either side.
Well, if they catch wind of it, they didn't hear it from me. But all right. So with that being said, we will get into this match coming up. But today, because it's a special day, let's call out the players with their tags and names. Coming to you very shortly. All right, cool. All right, so calling the Nova team in first, we have Pan or Jay coming up first. I like the animal. All right, for their jungle, they have Magical Kuyo. For their mid laner, Venom Hazard. For their ADC, let's bring in Optimal. And last but not least, their support, Chaser. And switching over to Team BATL, their top lane will be played by Battle P. The jungle will be played by I Am Royalty. Mid by Battle Apollo. ADC by Woo 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 Woo. And support by Battle Duck. All right, man, we got the teams up. They're all charged, ready to go.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of energy in here. I can't wait to see what they what goes on in here. This crowd is great, really. This crowd is really great.
I'm interested to see. I don't want to pick sides, but I'm interested to see who's really going to take it, who's going to oppress the other person, and who's going to really get the game that they want to play.
Well, Battle yesterday was kind of on the ropes with GMU. But then again, I'm not sure it's really the fact that they played bad, but just that GMU was really a very skilled team yesterday. But we'll see how they can rebound from that, because they had some good moments. But you know, if you're going to come out with the same situation that happened yesterday, it's not going to be pretty.
Very fair. Like we said before, Battle is rather new, and you know, coming back from summer, Nova may not have had time to play together as much. I know talking with them yesterday, they said they hadn't. So with that being said, we've seen these teams, they got a decent amount of time to play yesterday. They've both developed throughout the time that they've played together, so I'm interested to see if they've really been able to hone in on that craft or talk on it more and be able to capitalize on the things that they found strengths in each other, or capitalize on the things that they found faults in one another.
Yeah, because that camaraderie and team component cannot be understated. You need to be able to talk with your teammates and understand what they plan on doing at any given moment. So, you know, not being together for that long is really going to be a detriment to both of these teams, and hopefully they're able to overcome that with the time they spent together yesterday and just a little bit more time to experiment with each other.
That is true. Oh, and to be noted, the top laner for Battle side will actually be Battle PD, and yesterday we had Call Me Chia playing top lane.
Indeed.
So I'm interested to see whether that'll be a big component. Will it help them or will it hurt them?
Yeah, definitely something we haven't seen yet. So be interested to see what he decides to pull out today. I heard while I was getting ready, I heard somebody talking about some pocket picks.
Okay.
We'll see if they go off meta. Like Battle went a little off meta yesterday, but definitely some talks for both teams about going way different than normal.
That is fair. One thing that I'm interested to see is, will they go for the counter picks and just try and like pick apart their team in counterplay, or will they just be like, all right, I don't care, I'm gonna go with my strat. You can try and do your strat. I think mine's superior. We'll see who gets there first.
See, that's the kind of thinking I like. I play Cho'Gath in about 95% of my games, and see, it doesn't matter if they're a complete counter to me. It doesn't matter. You still pick your main.
I'm gonna get you a Cho'Gath shirt by the end of the day.
I need one.
All the times you play him and you still don't have one?
I haven't gotten around to it. I really feel like I should, but.
Hey man, you're preaching the Cho'Gath gospel. All right. So, look at the teams looking a little excited over there. Look at that happy smile coming out from Apollo. Happiest man alive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, why would you not be happy? You're about to jump into a league tournament. Some really nice matches here, and league, you don't play to not have fun. You play to have fun because you love the game.
This is absolutely true. Or you just play to learn. Hey man, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. But
somebody's new.
wow, did I detect some haterade that I see?
What? Huh?
That's some hating?
No.
No?
You're good.
Okay.
Totally fine.
Okay, Cho'Gath, chill out. Is there anyone else you like?
I play a little bit of Garen. I play some Ivern.
You said Garen.
Look.
Beef. You just like beefy people, huh?
Yeah, I'm a tank. I'm an absolute unit, okay?
The big chungus.
That's what we like to see. I like to see
beef. I like beef. It's always nice to just see someone just kind of chunky sitting in the top lane, just kind of just eating all them hits like,
Yeah, we're here to peel. We're here to peel for the ADC. I do my job. ADC stays alive. I probably stay alive. That's less important.
It is much less important.
But
that is some things we'll see today. We'll see if they're going to go for like an over-oppressive nuke base, or they're going to try and have multiple people just kind of tank more hits and try and sustain for the later fights rather than just sitting in, popping in and out, weaving through the match. So we'll find out.
Yeah. I saw a kill lane come out of Tech yesterday with Sejuani and Pantheon bot lane. It ended up working out very well for them. I wonder if anybody has taken note of that and will try it. I wonder if they went home yesterday and spammed like 5 games of Pantheon and figure out exactly what they want to do there.
To be fair, I think everyone was a little burnt toast yesterday.
Yeah.
We were here for a lot of time.
Yeah.
Hours.
I don't think anyone's really going home and going, no, I want a couple more hours of the league. No, they're getting well rested, getting ready for some really good matches this morning.
Absolutely. The teams got the chance to talk with one another, sit back, collab. I'm sure they didn't actually want to play, but, sometimes if you just play enough together, you guys can then go back and talk about it. So we'll see if they're able to capitalize on that or actually, expand upon the things that they learned from yesterday.
Definitely. Both of these teams, I think, have a really good shot at this. I actually believe they played against each other yesterday earlier. I did not actually see that game. But both having lost to GMU and VTech respectively, they're a little bit on the hot seat. Nobody wants to go down going forth. Everybody wants to pull out some kind of victory here. Nobody wants to go home empty-handed. So they're both going to pull out their full effort here.
Understood. Is there anything that you saw that really, I don't want to give out too much right before they make their picks or plays, but is there anything that you saw that either team did exceedingly well in yesterday?
I like Vagar. I like the Vagar pick. Now, I did get a little talking to from my friends back home saying, oh, Vagar doesn't scale as hard enough against Rise and whoever else. I think they can go away. Vagar, strong pick. Strong pick.
You are a fan of that cage, huh?
Yes, I like the cage. Just throw it in the Rumble. Just absolutely go at it.
But, okay, so with Vagar pick, there's plenty of ways to get at it. I mean, you have a flash, you have other moves that can move you out of it without getting stunned. So to that, what do you have to say?
Vagar. There's just not much more you need to say. I think I believe they can hear me now. I would love a Cho'Gath pick from any one of you guys. It would make me very happy. Or an invade. We've talked about it all day yesterday. There were no invades.
We did talk exceedingly high about invades. Honestly, I don't think we'll see one. Everyone's been playing pretty safe I think at one point one team did attempt to it, and they got called out for it, so they just kind of poke and prod. But really, they don't want to invade because that's that overextension possibility, that counterplay or them losing off on something. So I think they really just want to kind of get the feel for each other rather than actually go and make such a early game extension.
And here we go, getting ready to see. Is this in? Are we going blind pick?
Okay, so today we'll actually be going blind pick. Oh, okay. So they did a draft prior on stage, and now they're going to pick the picks that they did a draft. Okay, so we did not get the opportunity to see the draft picks before, so they did that prior, and now they're just picking who they'd already.
Oh, and the Teemo pick. I'm not a big fan of that pick.
All right.
I guess it certainly is a pick.
What's wrong with Teemo, Mr. Cho'Gath?
You just hit me with the blind, and then I can't. I'm not a fan of Teemo. Teemo's not a good buddy of mine.
What's wrong? I need you to expand a little bit more on that.
He just puts the mushrooms everywhere, and you think you've gotten away. You're on a sliver of health, and you're just walking away. Then the mushroom hits, and then you just got to sit there as the poison takes its toll, and you just die. It's not fun to play against.
Hold on, you mean when you said when the mushroom hits?
Yeah, when you hit on the mushroom. Yeah, you walk over the mushroom. The Pantheon mid, looking like a bold pick. Love to see it.
So we're actually going to see Silas. We were talking a bit about Silas earlier yesterday.
Banned out of a couple games.
Multiple games, actually. Yeah. Yes. With his ability to steal people's ults, I'm interested to see if that'll be a huge problem for the other team for a battle.
Yeah.
I know that he can also scale the ult as well, so he can use your ult better than you can, or so
Yeah.
I've been told. So I'm interested to see if that's really gonna affect battle in a heavily negative way.
So I must say, there is, although there's no Veigar on the map, there is a cage. You got Thresh with his cage, his ultimate. We love to see it.
So you just have a thing for cages.
It's nice. You know, when you put a cage around them and then they just, if they have no flesh, they're just standing there and they must just stand there and I just get beaten up by your whole team. It's a great feeling.
Okay, so I understand the sentiments behind the cage now.
Yeah, it's great. You know, Veigar puts down a cage and then, you know, as a Cho'Gath, just can land all my abilities, no worries about anybody dodging anything. Come on.
I didn't say anything.
No, your face said everything.
It didn't say a word. It said these words right now.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that. If you want a cage to secure your combos, that's A-okay, my man. But
Are you saying I can't hit my combos outside of a cage?
I didn't say. I said none of that. You
Okay.
implied that you need the cage. I didn't say you did. I didn't say you didn't. You simply implied it. I'm just working with what you're giving me, dog.
We'll put this to the side. I'm very interested to see that neither of the ADCs here brought teleport. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday. We saw a lot of ADC teleports. Also, the Ignite out of Teemo and the teleport out of Syndra. Of course, you don't need to teleport on Pantheon because you have his ult, allowing you to transfer across the map. So, definitely some interesting things for me to see here. Teemo's looking for an early kill with that Ignite. Apparently, Syndra does not believe in herself, thinks she's going to need to back off and TP back in.
I wouldn't go that far.
Maybe looking for some TP ganks on various lanes.
I wouldn't even necessarily go there. I mean, just because you use the TP back doesn't mean you don't have faith in yourself. It's overall, like I said yesterday, if you're going with the heal and you're using it in a pinch situation, you're probably going to die. So there's really no point in having it unless you really, really think it's going to benefit you. Otherwise...
That's a lot of shade against both of these ADCs here who both brought heal.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and unabashedly as well.
Oh, no, not at all. What? Yeah, you shouldn't have gone here. You should have gone TP. TP is just fundamentally stronger because you can get back into the game like you never even left. But all right, and with that, we will get into these games.
I like the Thresh pick. I like the Nautilus pick. Both two hook champions looking at the supports, looking to go in.
Oh, they got
The
the,
bot lane
Dragon
should
Slayer
be
Pantheon.
interesting.
That's what's up.
Well, everybody knows it's about the skins, not about the actual champion.
And with that being said, we will get into game one of today.
Are we going to get an invade? Please. Please an invade.
Can I get out of base first?
Invade now.
I respect that. A man knows what he wants.
They look like they're spreading out. They do not look like they're going in.
No, like I said earlier, I think they really are just... They played together. They've learned each other's strengths. They learn each other's weaknesses. They're excited to play. Why squander it? Why overstep those bounds?
Silas stepping in, just looking to put down a ward and back off. There's nothing special going on.
Silas actually TPing back.
He might just be chilling. Oh, no, he actually goes back. Oh, gets Oracle Lens. That's a very nice play. I do enjoy that. Everybody's just going to be a little conservative here at the start, just not looking to do anything too crazy, risk an early first blood to the enemy team.
Understandable.
It's respectable, but in order to be also respectable, an invade be great, but...
Invade's not respectable.
Very
That's a statement. That's a
It
power play.
is.
That's a move.
It is indeed a power move. And we love to see big power moves here.
All right. So we see the junglers getting set up at their buffs. No one's going for an invade. No one's going for anything too risky. We see this mid. Gonna go ahead and exchange some blows. Everyone's just trying to assert their dominance at this point. Just kind of get the feel for what are you gonna let me get away with? What are you gonna let me do? Can I do this, or will you punish me for it?
Well, let's see if Pantheon, asserts his dominance early. Wants to get some early kills off if he can. Can even tower dive if he needs to secure a kill. Kaisa able to pick up all 3 of those minions right there. It's definitely good news for her.
I'm very interested to see how this bot lane will go. Whether it'll be just bot v bot, or where the jungle be heavily will they be heavily reliant on their jungle to change the tide of this bot lane?
Gragas going straight for red buff after his blue buff.
And we have top. You saw the Teemo pick. You saw we weren't happy. You weren't happy.
All
right, Venom Hazard coming in.
Oh, the flash! Oh,
And we
does not
see-
accomplish what they want to.
And we see the
Oh.
Nova flashing
Ooh.
in. Their jungler flashing in, but just completely missing his Q.
There was a lot of damage put out though. Hopefully they can. Hopefully Pantheon can take care of that. And now there's a fight in the jungle. Gragas versus Silas.
I think Silas is just not even going to really try and fight him, just going to go ahead and take some of that CS.
I mean, that's a perfectly respectable move. Silas is just doing what he needs to do right now. Now he does not have his flash, which is not necessarily what you need to do, but also in that Syndra burn her flash. So Pantheon has his flash while Syndra does not. That's definitely an opportunity to get a kill there for Pantheon in the future.
That is true, but we also have to remember their Nova's jungler just blew their flash.
And Gragas looking to go in, but Pantheon sees it. He's not going to be fooled. Oh, goes in. He thinks he can get that kill right here with the ignite down.
All right,
First blood to Pantheon. Now, can he stay alive? I believe he will.
All right, yeah, a level 3 Gragas not able to take down the Pantheon, and Pantheon will get first blood for free.
Very nice. See, I think that gank really worked out well for Nova there because they were able to burn that flash, get the Syndra to back off. Now, Syndra has teleported back into lane. The question is, will Pantheon back? Pantheon is staying in, at least for now. He's on very low health. I wonder if the Syndra will be able to finish him off.
All right, we see some poking and prodding down bot, but nothing too serious. You're going to see Apollo looking like he might try and rotate bot, but I think he's just going to circle back around, straight back to mid. See Silas kind of sitting there, is taking some CS.
Gragas now in the river near bot lane, probably going for Scuttle, I do believe. Pantheon backing off. He'll be back, hopefully, for another kill if you're rooting for him.
We actually see Teemo getting pushed in quite a bit.
Yeah, I think Camille can do some real good here. Silas going for topside Scuttle. Gragas did indeed get bot side jungle. Going in for the fight now. Oh, the missed hook by Thresh. Thresh got a lot of damage off onto him. Oh, the Camille just poking and prodding against that Teemo.
We see that Pan is really
And the hook from the Nautilus. Oh, and the flash out. Oh, and the missed hook on the way back.
All right, so Duck trying to get the immediate clap back, just barely missing that hook. That could have been a kill.
Yeah, that could have secured a kill right there, but sadly does not get that right there.
And as we see, Nautilus not dead yet.
Gragas moving in. Oh, but they're going in.
So Nautilus jumping in.
They
But Gragas on the move.
They picked up the kill with the ignite. Gragas had to back off. Did not have enough to finish it there.
Gragas completely backing off. Not even a right click, nothing. No type of interaction at all.
Yep, and he's backing as well. So the thing there was the heal of Ezreal, the flash and the ignite of Thresh were all burned there, and only the ignite of Nautilus was burned, and they got the kill. So that's definitely very, very beneficial for Nova in that exchange. Now Camille is on low health top lane. We'll see if Teemo decides to go aggressive and see if he can pick up a kill here. Ooh, the Syndra play, very nice.
Well, now looking at the CS, we see that despite Teemo seeming like he was being pushed in quite heavily earlier, the CS between the two is almost night and day. Teemo almost has double Camille's CS right now.
Yeah. And he's pushing the wave in, hoping to maybe get rid of some of those minions by the turret. Pantheon roaming top, seeing if he can disrupt that domination by the Teemo here. Doesn't really accomplish anything, is now heading back bottom. Teemo backs, and he will be top once again soon. to hopefully pick up a kill for him.
So we see Duck just throwing out Lantern, seeing what he can get off of it. Syndra possibly roaming bot, not sitting mid. I don't know if that's really the play they're going to look for. Pantheon is doing rather well. Silas is coming down. We see that Battle's bot lane is backing off, so Silas is going to go ahead and D-ward and move right back on out.
So that control word from Syndra will make sure that Silas is not really able to pick up a efficient gank here. Syndra's already backing off. And they're just going to have to D-ward here and then continue on.
We see in this mid lane, Apollo versus Pantheon, and Apollo is having a bit of a tough time. That one death really just kind of changed the tide of the mid.
Silas going to steal blue buff. Does indeed get it. Gragas is not very happy about that one. Now we're going to have a bit of a fight in the jungle.
And Nova does have the numbers to deal with this, so I really don't think that Battle has the opportunity to really chase this down the way they
Syndra
would
coming
like.
in, but she is on that side 1v4. And it seems like nobody is really going to engage here. They're going for Dragon.
All right, so from that, no real engage comes in from that. So
Oh, and the
everyone
stun.
just back off.
Has to back off here.
So with that, and then Battle will try and go back in. So now we've got Nova jumping in on Battle. Battle doing a decent job of bursting him down, but Apollo will be the first to fall. I am Royalty just trying to get out, but they are hunting him down, and Pan is going to go ahead and pick up that kill.
And another one.
And with
to
that,
the
Duck will go
Kaisa. Very
down.
nice. Oh, and he's stunned. Oh,
All right, so we've got the Ezreal flashing out, but
the
they're all
Ignite's down.
hunting. They're still
They will
looking to
not be
secure
able
that
to
kill.
finish that, I don't believe.
All right, all 5 of them on Nova side are bot, and they definitely took that advantage and won that fight.
It's 5-0 right now. It's really not looking so good for Battle in this one. Hopefully they can turn things around, but they are really going to need to do something. The one good thing they do have going is the Teemo has been really pushing in that top lane. The Camille is coming top, but I don't know if it'll be in time to stop another tower plating from falling.
Understood. We really haven't seen too much coming out from Battle's jungler this side of the map. I really think he needs to help out to release some of that pressure. Like we saw bot, whether it was a lack of vision or a lack of wards, they really didn't have the positioning or the amount of people that they should to have taken that fight. We see that Nova's ahead. They really need to go for those picks and set some of the Nova players back rather than trying to take a team fight knowing that they're already ahead of them.
Yeah. And Teemo is going to back here after getting 3 tower platings. He has a Leandri's Torment right now. He should be looking pretty good at top lane. He's really gonna, and he has some mushrooms down, so he should be able to, maintain vision and not have to worry about getting ganked here. And hopefully he can pick up the first turret for Battle. Going into a fight now. Thresh pulling the hook. Ezreal is backing off. Pantheon coming in.
And Duck is just going to go down immediately. Duck looking for that hook, immediately missing, and Chaser just responding with a hook of his own and getting Duck killed.
That is indeed very sad for Duck, but what are you going to do? See, the Camille here is playing very far back. She knows she can't really deal with the Teemo here. Now, Nova here is going to also try to pick up some tower damage in bot lane. But Ezreal's going to be here to try to defend that.
We do see that there were 3 bots, so there's really not too much they can do unless they try and attempt to get a team up.
Oh, very low. Yeah, and that is a kill for Teemo.
All right, so PD will get that kill on Pan. Chaser taking down I Am Royalty,
That's
and they'll drop
2
Duck
kills.
once again. Duck, they've got Duck's number, and Nova side will just go ahead and walk right on out.
Optimal's been looking very good for Nova. Oh, and that's a spear, but just spears do not do quite enough damage for the Pantheon here for Venom.
This Pantheon has been using that pier, honestly, just to completely oppress everything that they have. Apollo really can't get too close. The moment that he does, if he eats any of that spear, he then just gets stunned and jumped. And then just kind of has to force with Pantheon's shield And generally when that does happen, he does have a ganker ready to finish off the job. So it's really just been a tough lane or a tough matchup for Apollo to deal with.
Yeah, Ezreal, his score looks like he hasn't been doing too bad, but Duck has died 4 times, meaning the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus both have a lot of gold, a lot of items being built, meaning the Ezreal here, woo 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 woo, will not be having such a great time.
Yeah, and just looking at CS alone, once again, that top lane, CS is night and day between the two. But everywhere else, Nova or Battle's CS just really is lacking, and will show as the game progresses if they aren't able to pick it up.
Yeah, indeed. Battle PD, who did not play yesterday, is really the only one for Battle who's doing something great here, and he's going to need to press his advantage against the Camille if he wants his team to win here. There's only one tower plating left in top lane, and I think he will be able to get that. And that would be first turret gold.
I do believe that would help significantly, giving that team that opportunity to continue push and force Nova to realize that there's pressure on this top lane, or completely just pull out and be able to transition into another spot to actually help his team more.
Yeah, and there is Silas is going for Rift Herald right now. We'll see if he gets it. It looks like nobody from Battle knows really what's going on. Silas is just sitting there without anybody taking a look at him. That is definitely good for him. Battle PD might go check on it right now. No, he is not. He is just hanging out.
So with that, it looks like Silas will completely be able to get the Rift Herald solo. And with that, he'll transition onto the Thresh and try and make a play, probably.
And here's Nautilus. No. It looks like a fight mid lane was looking to happen and then just did not. Teemo backing off once again to purchase just more and more. He really would love to kill the Camille, but the Camille is playing very passive, knowing he does not have to get the kills. He just has to stay alive. You know, deny Battle PD any kills in order to have his team win.
This is true, but on the other hand, PD does have the level advantage. He was up by 2 levels. He is now just up by 1, but still, that means so much.
And he is up in CS, meaning he, while he does not have as much gold from getting kills off, he still does have a lot of gold from just the CS. And going in here, Pantheon picks up the kill. Nautilus taking another tower hit,
Nova
but he manages to get out.
Under tower and just able to walk right back on out. And Duck getting popped once again. This is not looking good for Duck.
Duck has been having a hard time. He's really just trying to save woo 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 woo, but he doesn't have as much mobility himself. So it's been a little hard on him, especially with them just diving him under turret, and there's not all that much he can do. Battle PD looking to try to take first tower gold right here, and he will indeed be able to get that.
It looks like he's going to try and follow it up and apply some pressure to Pan before backing off.
Blue team Rift Herald bot lane going in.
Now, I like how Nova, they won mid, they're losing top, they're winning bot, and they're winning bot more and more every time. They are completely keeping their advantage and capitalizing on it, and they just keep beating the dead horse.
Yeah, they're playing to their strengths here, and they're getting Dragon, which is just going to put them even further ahead here.
So that will be the second Cloud Drake that they have taken today.
That's a mistook by Nautilus, but I don't know if it'll do all that much. Gragas going for a kill here, but is not able to get it. Must flash over the wall.
See Battle just trying to...
Oh, Silas stealing Gragas' ult and hitting them with it. Will not be enough to secure any kills for Nova, but did apply significant pressure.
All right, so we see the Silas trying to get out, but now Teemo has come bot. This is the first time we've seen Teemo just not on the top side of the map, so now we'll see if Teemo is able to really apply that pressure, help give his team some relief, and really just kind of rally the team back together to get into this game.
If I were Teemo right now, I'd be working to try to split push a different lane. You've already gotten your turret top lane. Maybe you're looking for now a split push bot lane. At the same time, you want to allow Woo 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 to pick up a lot of CS because he needs to get back into this game, but I don't really know if that's the best course of action right now.
Very fair. With these 16 minutes in, Nova side is already up on Battle about 3K, and looks like they're just gonna jump on the Chemo and pop him. Venom is on a rampage, and the poison will still kill Pan.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier with the mushrooms, which happen to be beehives because, you know, skins. Oh, and the Silas going in. Oh, Duck flashes away, but will not be enough because Silas flashes as well.
And Silas will get popped, or Duck will get popped once again.
That's 6 deaths. That's rough to hear. No even assists for Duck. I mean, it's very hard to secure assists when you only have 2 kills as a team.
Very true.
The goal difference of 3.4 is not as big as I would have thought at this point. Still significant, but not as insane as one would think at at 11-2 score.
This is true. They haven't killed too many other teams or too much other team. Obviously, their ADC on battle side is still unkilled. However, we haven't seen too much CS side. It's still 20 CS below Nova's ADC. So it's really just something he's got to pick up on.
Yeah, and we just saw Pantheon looking to push out top lane. Looks like there will be a fight between Teemo and Pantheon now. Oh.
And they're both just going to sit there and just hash it out. You see the Nautilus getting cooked, getting caught under tower. He's going to try to hook out, but will get popped. Duck will go down again, but...
That's to be expected at this point.
That is the life of a lowly support.
He did his job. He secured a kill for his ADC, but
Nova looking like they still want to pressure this tower. Not ready to disengage quite yet. Looking to try and get the pick on PD. That tower looking dangerously low. The moment that tower gets killed, it seems like there's nothing stopping Nova from steamrolling over battle.
The floodgates will indeed open. Oh. And they're looking for a kill here on the Camille. Oh.
Pan solo, not looking like it's going to do so hot. Ooh. Getting caught out and will die by woo. Their ADC finally picking up a kill and able to shut down the Silas. That is huge gold going towards the sides of battle. Right in the right place that they need.
Yeah, and that's all on your ADC. That's exactly what you want to see right there.
And with that, I do think that'll be enough to change the tide of this match. I don't think they should focus on getting everyone back into the game, but capitalize on who's already big. Like we do have this PD chasing down Optimal. Optimal will be forced to back off, and so will PD, but he's exuding that pressure. Ezreal is now a threat. He has that gold. He did get that shutdown. He's gonna back now, and there's no telling what he'll come back with.
Yeah, and the Teemo, I've throughout this game said that the Teemo is what you need to be playing around, but now you also have the Ezreal to play around. And then you have some pretty decent CC with your Gragas and your Thresh and your Syndra. So if you're able to control the enemy team and then allow Teemo and Ezreal to do your damage, I think you really have something going here.
Absolutely. So despite the gold difference and the tower taking difference, battle is still very much in this game.
Yeah, they're far from out of it. They've done well to turn it from something that was a real dire situation to something that was not where you want to be. Oh, but PD is getting jumped on here. I don't think we will be able to get out of here. That was rough.
And PD will get popped, but Nova's still looking to pick up some more, but they'll go ahead and just get right on out.
That is rough to see if you're rooting for PD here, because there's no real way to know that they had 4 people in a bush right there.
There is a way. It's called wards. But Nova is doing a good job at trying to control the vision on the map, going in, de-warding regularly.
Yeah, they're just really dominating the vision game. Although Battle has established some vision in their own jungle, especially their topside jungle. Nova has established a lot of vision in Battle's bot side jungle, so you're gonna, when you don't have the vision, you run the risk of getting absolutely dunked on, like PD was right there.
This is true. And despite this early game, Syndra is 0-2-2, but Syndra is still very much in this match.
She now has lasagnas, which should hopefully help her not get bursted quite as easily. When the burst comes in, she can just pop that and save herself for a little while and then be prepared to come back and help her team win a team fight.
We do see Nova setting up top, and the first one there is Timo, so we just got to look out for that. But Nautilus may get caught for overextending. They're sitting around the... All right. Timo trying to follow it up.
Gragas going in.
Gragas getting him with the barrel, and they will
Very
be able
nice
to
ult.
pop
Very
Chaser.
nice ult. And Syndra picks that one up. Ultimately, you'd like to see that go to either your ADC or Timo. But still, a kill is a kill, and you cannot really complain so much about that.
All right, Woo just taking his time, poking where he can, poking at Nova. And Nova's still just a little afraid to get aggressive.
And that Iceborne Gauntlet from Woo is doing nice to slow them down. I think Timo wins this fight here. I could be wrong, but Timo... I think I am wrong. No!
And
Timo pulls it out, but he has the Ignite on him? No, he's able to get out just barely. Wow. That was very well played by him.
Timo will go ahead, take that Pantheon, and just walk away. Woo, looking for this Magic Kuyo kill. Not quite able to capitalize on it. And absolutely will capitalize on it.
Yeah, the dash over
on a rampage.
The dash over the wall right there, incredibly key. Oh, they're going for... Battle is trying to press their advantage now. They're looking to maybe either take Baron or take a fight here up a man.
Now, Battle is starting to completely shift the tide of this match.
Yes, and the goal difference is shrunk. Timo's now going top to go pick up even more CS to get himself even more ahead. This is, if you're rooting for Battle here, this is what the turnaround you needed to see.
This is exactly what they need to do. They're all grouped up. Timo's still doing Timo's thing top, but they are grouped up around Ezreal. Ezreal is getting these kills. He is making these plays. He's making these big callouts. The team is there for him, and with Thresher's Lantern, he really can afford to just kind of sit back while the team sits a little bit farther. So no one's getting caught out. He can get pulled, and everything will be okay.
So interesting here, Timo went invisible for a little bit, and then walked away when he realized there was no fighting coming. Now, it looks like both teams are setting up for Baron here. Oh, and that's rough by Pantheon. He meant to just hit the ward, but he accidentally, with the AoE attack, also hit Baron itself.
All right, so we see both teams trying to do
The
what
flash
happened.
from away from the Nautilus hook. Very, very nice.
Good reaction time coming out from Duck. Duck probably a little tired of getting killed.
No, yeah, you've been hit by that Nautilus hook far enough.
All right, and we do see Nova sitting in that top push, looking for something. PD looking like he's going to get caught out. Nautilus getting caught by that first honeycomb, and we'll just actually back off.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to chase a Timo. That wouldn't be so much fun.
All right, Chaser looking like he's going to get caught out, but Venom Hazard is just sitting in the bushes. Apollo is going to get jumped. Nautilus jumping.
There's the lasagnas I talked about earlier. It helps Syndra get out of this.
Will they be able to get the counter game? Magic Kuyo having to back off, looking like he's going to get popped.
Duck here to die for his team once again. He does what he needs to do. Apollo wants to get out of there, but just can't. The ultimate holds him there. PD overextending. PD, that's not what you want to do there.
So PD,
but does get the kill on Panicus.
This PD is rude.
Yeah.
No matter when he dies, Pan is coming with him.
Yep.
Every step of the way.
I feel bad for Pan. He's 1-4. He's had to suffer at the hands of Timo. And now Dragon will be coming up soon. I expect both teams to try to maintain vision over that, make it so that only they are able to take it. Now Baron is also up, but I haven't seen any real attempts from either team to try to take that. A back from both Woo and I Am Royal.
Battle was starting to make a comeback now with all those kills that they just suffered.
About a 3K gold deficit, 3.5. That's not optimal. That's not really what you want. But if you can, if Timo's able to split push and pick up a kill or two, that'd be good. Now taking Dragon, Nova's able to secure that nice and easily.
All right, we are hearing some excitement, so I'm looking forward to something. All right, so we do see Nova setting up against Battle.
The hook
Will
landed.
get hooked on Apollo, and Apollo's just going to get popped. We do see Ezreal still trying to look to see if he can get some pokes. Teemo doing Teemo's thing down bot, but Nova will get a kill and just walk away. Looks like they're going to try and transition onto Baron, actually.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision for them here. That's really what you want to do. Now you have to look out because Battle's jungler is not dead. You have to look out for the steal here from him.
And Battle is doing a fantastic job at setting up. Nova's going to try and seal it out.
Is not able to, but is able to get the lantern back out. So no death here from Battle, but also no Baron.
And Battle will look to see if they can engage, but Nova's just going to go ahead and back off and disengage. Going to go ahead back to base, heal up, and get ready for the next push.
And here's something interesting from Nova. Nova has 4 dragons. They also have Baron buff. They're looking real good in terms of buffs, but they are able to burst down this tower. Battle is. So now I think they'll back up, reset, and be prepared to deal with any big pushes that Nova will use Baron buff to start.
Absolutely. So with that, despite losing Baron to Nova, they still managed to make a play. They still managed to take a tower, push a bit, get some gold, and really just kind of capitalize on the space that they were given.
So after that, they only lost about 1,000 gold on that exchange. Their wave clear is pretty decent here. Battle's turret was destroyed bot lane, but I don't know if they'll be able to push this mid lane turret. Teemo's setting up to defend the bot lane turret once again.
Yes, Pantheon is bot, trying to push in that T3, trying to do something with that Baron buff. And the rest of the team is just going to go ahead and try and push mid, try and get something. They will be able to take the turret mid. And now they're going to seek to try and take that T3.
Battle needs to have a big team fight win, like a 5 kills to nothing team fight win if they hope to turn this around at this point.
They are spread a bit thin, but it does seem like Nova's going to get caught out. They are trying to crash down on this event, and they're just going to go ahead and pop him.
But here's the worry. The mid turret is under attack.
They all have decently speedy characters. They will try and capitalize on the Silas, but Nautilus will be there to help the team.
Now that's
Apollo will get popped. Nova looking for more, trying to seal out whatever they can against Battle, getting hooks here and there. Nautilus looking like he's going to get burst down. Chaser will be the first to fall. Teemo getting popped in the back by Pan.
And they're able to pick up the Kaisa. Will they?
Silas able to get another kill.
Battle wins this team fight. That's fantastic. That's 5 kills to 3, and they now have the only 2 members on the team. That's an ace. That's fantastic to see. Now they're going to be trying to push down mid lane, see if they can get 1 turret off of this.
And did they just ace? Lose 3 of their teammates? And Duck wasn't one of them?
Duck didn't die?
Things starting to finally look up for Duck.
And you see that 7-0-4 out of Woo 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 Woo. He's really started picking it up out here in the late game.
But yes, with that fight was fantastic. All of that gold, all of that help went exactly where it needed to. Battle really needs to capitalize on the heroes that they are winning with. And Woo 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 was really just doing all he can for them.
And Teemo here with the Luden's Echo. That's a lot of AP you got right here from Teemo. He's looking to make those mushrooms just amazing and also awful, depending on which side you're looking at.
All right, understood. So we will see Teemo going ahead, trying to deal with all these dewarding top. They are being heavily dominant on dewarding. They're trying to take away as much vision. They're trying to deal with those beehives. They don't want to get popped trying to run away.
I mean, yeah, because that's the last thing you want. You want, you're on low health, you're about to get away, aka you're Camille, and then you get a mushroom hit, and you just have to sit there as you die a very painful death. Silas is gonna try to steal red buff, but no, it goes on to Woo 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 Woo, which is exactly what you want from Battle.
Absolutely.
Now you're down about 4K gold, but this lead has not been extending for Nova.
And we do see Pan trying to take bot inhibitor, but he will just go ahead and back off. Teemo still chasing. And Battle looking for Nova top, but they will just go ahead and disengage and back
Looks
off.
like there's a fight coming here. Nautilus perhaps looking for a hook. They're a little spread out here. I don't know if they want to engage on that.
And that Venom just doing massive damage to Woo Woo Woo, getting him with one hook and doing about a fourth of his, about a sixth of his health. Alright, they are trying to fight under this tower, you know, trying to get them to overextend, force a little something out, and make a play off of it. But they will just go ahead and disengage.
Now see, Dragon is back up again. Nova, I believe, is going for their 5th Dragon, because 4 just wasn't enough for them.
Now that's something that they're gonna have to look out for. I do believe the Elder Dragon comes out at the 35-minute mark. So if they do are able to secure the Elder Dragon, that'll be a huge buff Nova side.
Yes, and that's really not what you want to see from Battle. So you're really gonna have to defend against that Elder Dragon when it comes up.
Absolutely, and all these dragons or all these drakes that they have taken, they've all stacked. So if they are able to secure the Elder Dragon, it will be massive.
PD is really going for the kill here. Oh!
And Silas getting sniped by Woo Woo Woo. Woo 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 just adding to his lead. 7-0-5, really putting in all of the work on
Here's
Battle.
the problem though. Nova's picked up an inhibitor and a turret from that, so I don't really think it was that great of a trade there from Battle, but they're really trying to stave off the victory from Nova here.
Well, here's the thing. In this game, inhibitors respawn. Towers don't respawn, but inhibitors respawn. So as long as you can keep the tower lane kind of okay-ish, back, not doing too much, you really can't afford to kind of lose those things in this late game where it's less the tower's death that means a whole lot and more the ADC's death who means a lot.
Yeah.
The top whose death means a lot. The jungler whose top death means a lot. So they can kind of afford to extend. At the same time, they do have an 8-second recall, so they still need to be mindful that they are trying to backdoor them, but they can afford it.
So it looks like there's a fight gonna happen around Baron here. Nobody wants to lose it. Everybody has a little bit of vision on it. And it looks like everybody's just going to prepare for a fight here. Syndra is not with them for Battle. Looking to likely join them and then take a fight around Baron. This will probably be the pivotal fight in today's match.
Nova looking like they're just kind of trying to back them off. They don't really want to go in with this setup, but they do want them completely off so they can take this Baron. We do see Venom kind of out by himself, looking like he might get caught, but he will get caught by Tracer. Duck getting caught in and will just get popped.
Like normal.
PD getting popped by Magic Kuyo. Nova completely winning this fight, taking out 2 of them with no deaths on their side. Taking
That's
the
three.
Syndra, trying
That's
to move on, trying to seal out this.
The Nautilus with an amazing hook there. Pantheon coming in with his ultimate.
And Gragas actually able to pop the Nautilus. Woo 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 looking to pick off any of the stragglers. Venom looking real low. Silas looking real low.
Oh.
Able to flash out. And Optimal trying to seal out Ezreal, and he will pop him. And that will be the ADC on Battleside. Battleside looking in dire need.
Gragas is the only one left. Let's see if he has the power to stop anyone. Duck is coming back in 4 seconds. But will he? I don't think he'll be able to do very much. And yes, that will be it. That is the first game over to Nova.
Wow. That was something.
That was really just the pivotal team fight there at the end.
Absolutely.
They weren't, although Nova was winning, they weren't dominant. That one team fight, it was all done.
That endgame team fight was, as we just saw, the deciding factor in the game. But I think there was a bit more to that. It wasn't really optimal for Battle to go for that fight. PD wasn't set up properly, as we saw. Duck got hooked. That's fine. If they would have just engaged from there, that would have been an entirely different interaction. But instead, Duck got hooked. PD decided to follow in. So the moment that Duck died, the rest of the team just snapped right onto PD. PD's not tanky. He can't afford to be in that position, in that situation.
And I think if you're PD, you really need to establish that you're fighting in an area where you have plenty of your mushrooms, that you are able to deal damage with your mushrooms without having to, and you can afford to run away and kite. And they didn't have that setup. They weren't prepared for this fight as well as Nova was.
Absolutely. The team fight that they had was just so strong. They couldn't really deal with it. That Nautilus was really just handing it to Duck. Duck was missing his hooks here and there, understandable, but at the same time, Nautilus was there to capitalize every time he missed a hook. The moment that he missed the hook, he would
Counter
retaliate with a counter hook, and that would change the tide of the match.
Yeah, I would love to have the stats on the Nautilus's hooks because it had to be like upwards of 80%. Like he just kept going in, and that's how Duck ended up 0-9. Sad to see, but it's also the support line. You know, you're
Yes.
here to die for your ADC.
All right, and with that, we will cut over to our host.
Thank you, King Fuyoshi. This is Captain Ali, and I have the pleasure of being here with some of our Nova players here. I have Jay, and I have the Nova captain, Jordan. So, Jay, tell me a little bit about how you guys were preparing for today, because I noticed this morning you guys had a very secret meeting in the #Arena parking lot, interesting location. How do you think the strategy that you guys were developing was executed?
Yeah, so this morning we just wanted to gather ourselves, make sure we were in the right mindset coming into today. And what we wanted to do mainly was get our focus on our mid laner and on top side, because we focused a lot on getting jungle bot last time. So we got to execute. They didn't actually ban like we thought they would. So the draft was pretty easy for us, and then as we went into the game, it just panned out pretty nicely.
Okay, I'm really glad it worked out for you guys. So Jordan, I wanted to ask you what words of advice you were giving to your players this morning, and do you think that it was effective?
Yeah, absolutely. The team had a really solid outing yesterday. Obviously, we've had only about a week to practice as a team. So what we really wanted to do coming in today was build on that cohesion and the lessons that we learned from yesterday. Play with a lot more comfort picks, play with a lot of confidence, play around each other, and work as a team more. And we really got to see in this game that our lanes had agency and were able to go and help the jungler and roam and really turn out effectively for objectives.
I was in the arena, there was a lot of chatter going on, and sometimes players are very quiet. Was communication a key component that you wanted to convey to Nova?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Today was all about shot calling and a lot more teamwork and communication. And you could kind of see as the game evolved that players were kind of reading off each other better, communicating timers for things and what they had and what they had to work with. And that's something that we want to continue to improving going forward.
Absolutely. Now, this is a best of 3 match. Do you think that you're going to be able to continue the success that you've been having, Jay, and it's going to be 2 games?
Yeah, I mean, I just got to not feed in the top lane. That's all it really comes down to. Do my job perfectly, and I'll be fine. We'll be fine. I believe in the rest of the guys, too.
I would be remiss if I did not ask about the elephant in the room, or the plushie in the room as it is. Care to introduce this little guy?
This is our team mascot, the Nova Nighthawk. You know, I got him shades earlier, too. So you just walk around with him, just for a little bit of morale boost.
Yeah, I was Nova Nighthawk has a position of honor right in front of our stage here in #Arena. Do you think that's your good luck charm?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I did a lot better today. I felt comfortable today. I just had to look over. Hey, I felt good.
Well, I'm really glad that it's your good luck charm, and maybe your luck will continue in the next match. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you, Jay, Nighthawk, and Jordan for joining me. This is Captain Ali. We'll be right back with our next match, with our next round. See you soon.
Psych, it works. Anyway. All right, so we have changed over. I am here with.
Fish. We're here. I've been up on the stage for the most of the day, but now it's time to get behind the scenes a little bit and cast with you guys, give you a little more insight. Plus, King Fiyoshi's been running the game, so I gotta tag in with this, man. Somebody this good. How often do you get to sit next to King Fiyoshi and cast? It's not often. For me, it's this one time.
Wow, I feel so honored. But with that honor, I also get the honor of watching all these great players play today. Speaking of great players, we are going to get into this game too. And what are you looking forward to? Like, Nova played very strong, very dominantly, but BATL, their ADC played a near flawless game.
It was, so one great thing about that game was that EZ scaled so late, and they knew it, and they played that early game to a T, knowing that they were going to play for that post-15, post-20-minute game. And they were on top of it, and they went into it with that game plan. And just the steady scaling of the EZ, you could see how much they manhandled that later game. Unfortunately, they had one bad team fight, which turned it, and that's kind of how the late game plays out. But I think if they just stay on top of that and stay on top of their vision, they're going to easily take this second game.
Absolutely. I'm also interested to see if having Duck on a different character or possibly just having a better early game, he didn't do bad. He did exactly what he had to do. He took those deaths for his carry. We saw every single time in all of those interactions, Duck would go down, but Azriel was able to stay tried and true every single time.
I think if they can put Duck on a more beefier character, such as a Braum or a Nautilus, somebody that, or maybe even a Leona, somebody that can kind of hold out in the fight a little bit longer, they'll see big turns in these.
Absolutely.
Or maybe even a mid CC-esque character, so quite possibly a Nami or a Zyra would be another great pick into these. Just somebody that can kind of do a little bit more other than fights, other than the initiate, because they have the initiation. They're good on that point.
Agreed. One thing that I'm also interested in, do you think Gragas was the right pick there? Did they need someone beefier? Did they need someone more heavily dependent on?
So I think
popping
Gragas
people?
was fine against the Silas because they were able to trade the jungles early on. He was able to hold his own. He wasn't falling behind, which is what they needed for their composition, for that Syndra, for that EZ. But I wasn't opposed to the pick. There probably could have been something a little bit beefier, a little bit more engage heavy early on. But I think it was a perfectly fine pick. Maybe a Sejuani would be a great pick for this time around if they're going for it.
Very true. We have seen the Sejuani a lot yesterday, and was a great pick. Very beefy and still able to make those plays.
Next question is, are they going to let Teemo through? Are they going to ban it? I talked to a couple of guys, so I know the answer. What's your thoughts on this, Fiyoshi?
All right, so my thought behind it is, will they ban it? If they're smart, probably. The Teemo was putting in a lot of work top. They may feel comfortable with just kind of throwing away top because they did win mid. They did win bot. Jungler did have a very successful time, but at the same time, do they want to take the risk of that spiraling out of control again? Because they did see that they had the potential to get to late game. Like you said, that one bad team fight changed the tide of the game and unfortunately ended it for BATL. But they could, if they don't have that, if they win those team fights, if they get that good positioning, they could easily spiral out of control. And I'm sure, if nothing else, Pan's going to ask them to ban it.
So let me play devil's advocate here just for a second.
Oh, that's
What if
fun.
they
Let's go.
what if they let Teemo through and they go beefy tank CC up top? Somebody that doesn't need the items, doesn't need the CS. What do you think about that? And they just let the Teemo through because the Teemo held the mid game and the early game, but Teemo doesn't scale like the rest of the team.
Now, is that... I don't see that being a good idea strictly off the basis of you let them through, you deal with top by putting beef up top. Now, you're not going to have beef all over the map, so you're risking that likelihood of if I go in for a gank, I can't because I'm squishy. Or Teemo's just going to ignore top, not really look to go for kills, just kind of poke and prod, and the moment that someone else needs a gank or needs a rotation, Teemo can come down and just kind of pop him. So really, that's...
Yeah, I think that's the conversation that Spicy and Bishop are having with his boys now. What can you guys hold up against that Teemo if we don't ban it out?
Yeah, and at that point, it's unless their top laner is comfortable with that, you're kind of just putting him in a situation where you just kind of
Yeah.
take this sandbag, don't ban this, and we'll just deal with
So
it.
now, if they do ban out Timo, what would you like to see PD on? Because obviously Timo is such a unique pick in of itself. You can't really replicate him with any other champions. But so Timo gets banned out. What do you want?
Honestly, I haven't seen one today, and I'm really eager to see it. I want to see an Aatrox. Aatrox has
Okay, all
dominated
right.
the meta. He's viable in 3 different lanes.
All right. So you want to see an early flex Aatrox.
It flex hard.
Okay, all right.
Beast mode.
I think this pick ban is going to be fun.
Demon
and
mode,
it
question mark?
It's going to be a fun one to get into, and that was a super close game. So I think Battle's going to stick with generally the same strategy. They might change up 1 or 2 characters, but I think keeping easy in the bottom is going to be one of the biggest things that's going to be key to victory on this one. Because I don't know what else they can flex in there. We didn't see too much out of Woo 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 yesterday, but he also didn't get that easy pick that he needed today. So
This is true. We saw they do have, as we said earlier, we do have Battle PD as their top, and they had a different top laner yesterday. I'm interested to see who else he can play to that degree. Like, we saw him play Timo very well. I'm interested to see if he can play someone that does scale late game or does scale harder or better.
So you think Battle's key is going to be playing that late game? You think that's what they're gonna be pick banning for this time around?
Absolutely. We saw Nova playing yesterday. I can't remember who they played against, but I remember them playing, and they were just punishing whiffed attempts.
Yep.
So
They were
coming out for that.
finding those holes early game and really getting on top of you.
Yeah, they weren't really trying to capitalize on people. They were just capitalizing on the moment. So you go in there and you miss.
All right, looks like we're getting into pick ban here, and the first ban out is going to be Yuumi and a Poppy over on Nova's side. So let's see how this plays out.
We did see that Lucy and Yuumi combo yesterday, so understandable. And
Another Viger. We saw Apollo play that very well yesterday.
banning another Jin Zhao, and we've seen quite a bit of Jaya, so understandable why she is getting banned.
Yeah. And a Tam Kench. That's an interesting one, only because I haven't seen Battle play Tam Kench all tournament.
I do believe they played him yesterday.
Did they play him once?
Top lane.
Well, they have their different top laner in
Yes,
today,
they do.
so it does. The Urgot with the opening pick.
And Nova actually picking up the Timo.
Nova with the BM Timo to start things off in a Shaco. Okay. That's going to be a lot of pressure in the game to start things off here. What do you think? What do you think Battle's answer is to a Timo Shaco first pick?
Well, if they got Urgot top, that's the answer.
There we go.
You did say someone beefy to kind of deal with that poison, deal with the sustain, and
They
that
backed out
doesn't-
of the game. What happened? I think there was a misclick. Did somebody fat finger lock in a Timo? Is that what I saw?
I think that might have been the case.
Oh,
I think they might have asked.
I think we're going to have to go to the refs on this one. Refs, is that one going to hold up, or are they going to be allowed to reset that? Are they going to have to set that Timo?
I do believe the ref will allow it. I think
Oh,
Battle's
man.
going to be good
Oh,
sports.
man.
I think the ref and Battle are
Okay.
going to be good sports. Let them make the reset and see what they're going to pick at
Okay.
round this time.
All right. That's the refs' call. We got to respect those.
Although I'm not exactly sure who was the BM. Was it Timo or Shaco?
It was the Timo because Nova picked the Timo.
Yeah, but then they picked someone right after.
They had the two picks. All right, so we're getting right back into it. We see it looks like the band should be identical. We're going to see a Yuumi opening pick here. We've seen Yuumi just absolutely dominate this tournament. I don't think anybody has lost with a Yuumi on their team yet, have they?
Yeah.
They did? Oh, because it was a Tech Mason game. I forgot that.
Yes.
Yeah, because I remember now. I'm just thinking of Mason whenever they play Yuumi.
Yeah.
I guess. Just picturing all the good things. All right, so we're going to see the same bands here. First pick is going to be a Urgot still. All right. So here's the next question. Shows the Timo.
Oh, I see. Look at the smiles coming out
Okay,
from
so the
Battle.
Urgot
Showing the
goes
Timo,
lock in.
But we'll let you
Are they
have
going to run Urgot top or Urgot jungle? What's your think?
it. It's a good question. I think got top.
Or got top. All right.
Yeah, I mean, he's okay, but he seems slow.
He's slow, but he's beefy, and he's got a good cannon coming off of him. So he's got big, strong arms to put the team onto his back later on. We see the Echo out mid with the Shaco in the jungle.
Are we still contemplating that Timo pickup?
Ooh, if that Timo goes in, then we know this Urgot's going to most likely go into the jungle. Oh, Gragas. So Gragas jungle.
right.
Everybody's showing Timo a lot here. So the question is anybody going to actually pick it? We see that Syndra back. I think that's a great pick, especially with the scaling that Battle was playing with earlier.
All right, so from this alone, that tells me Battle feels comfortable. They feel like they may have lost, but they don't feel bad about the loss. They don't really feel like they did anything too terrible, so they're just going to go ahead and pick slightly different.
So we see a Timo ban coming out for Nova. We also see them picking up that Talon. So that Talon Shaco is going to be running around the map, just trying to wreak havoc all they can. Then we also see a Silas ban and a Rek'Sai. Ooh.
Completely understandable. We've seen Rek'Sai yesterday completely dominated in jungle and did unspeakable things to the other team.
We also see the Donger ban up top. Thoughts on the Donger ban? We saw Chia play it yesterday, and he played it to a good extent, but could Petey have possibly played that Donger? I think to the extent. We see the easy pickup, exactly what we wanted out of Battle there with a Morgana pick. Okay. Morgana with that spell shield is going to be...
I think Duck will have a bit funner of a time.
But Duck's timing was pretty on point, so we'll see how this plays out. And then it looks like we're going to have a Draven Thresh?
Question mark?
Thresh locked in. There we go.
All
All right. So
Question mark,
we have
exclamation
we have a Morgana easy against a Draven Thresh bottom. What are your thoughts on this?
I think... Oh, and they go and heal again. I talked badly of it, dog. You can't do it again to me like that. Anyway.
So we see Ignite Flash out of both the supports. So that's a good pick because they already have the built-in CC that they need through both of them, especially with the hook and the stun on Morgana. But I think that spell shield, if you can land that with an easy flash going in, that's going to be a lot of poke heavy onto the Thresh Raven.
I'm really curious about Shaco. Why exhaust?
I think that's where they're going to be pulling out their CC because Shaco doesn't have a dive. So once he gets out of the bush, he's gonna get a bunch of damage onto you, and then he's got to try to keep you within the fight, especially if he's going to be rolling with Talon.
Why wouldn't he go for Flash?
Because he doesn't necessarily need Flash, because your Shaco is going to be more of a dive, ton of damage, and then get out of the fight real quick, because he doesn't have a whole lot of sustain throughout a fight. He's got a little bit longer cooldowns on him, but he's got a lot of good burst damage. And the goal is to also troll people through your through your jackboxes. So
Understood. So that will be a big factor if he is gonna focus on nuking them down. But we do see in this lineup their best bet is probably just Syndra and Ezreal.
I'm agreeing with that. It's going to be a late game scale again. They're going to try to stall out that early game. I think if they can keep Nova under a 3K gold lead by 15 minutes, they'll be setting themselves up pretty, because last time we saw Nova get a really good handle on that early game, they were up 12-3, I think, by 20 minutes.
I do believe.
And then Battle turned it around
Absolutely.
Real quick.
Now,
And started running the map.
I'm interested to see this lineup. What is their team fight looking like on Team Nova? Doesn't
Team
seem
Nova,
to-
you're looking real scrappy. so there's not too much of beef. Your beef is probably going to be coming out through your Thresh, but you're going to be looking to dive and pick out different characters and really punish mistakes around the map and play off of those punishments. So you're really looking to catch people off guard a lot with this. With this one, you're going to have to be very vision heavy and then trying to control different portions of the map and keep them pushed back through that. Because you've got a lot of great dive out of your Echo, out of your Shaco, out of your Talon. Draven can be tons of consistent damage throughout, but they don't have too much beef in the team fight. So the second you lose somebody, it's going to be a slippery slope after that for the rest of it.
I honestly am really worried. I really don't agree with this comp. If I'm being 100% honest with you. They've got the Gragas. The Gragas we saw that could initiate and then while someone's trying to run away, just pop them back in. They aren't going to have that escape that they're looking for. Gragos will be able to pull him in. Urgot will be able to pull him in. We saw Ezreal with his fantastic movement. They're going to be able to pick them out if they try to run. So really, they're going to have to capitalize on this early game.
Also,
and run
don't
away
forget
with
about
lead.
that Morgana stun. If she lands that early, she can pick somebody out of a fight for up to 3 seconds later on. So
I'm really interested to see the level 6 spike battle side.
yeah.
I feel like at that point, that'll be the determining factor. If Nova's up, if Nova's had the lead, if Nova's continue to play their game and pick them off where they can, they'll be fine.
Exactly.
If not, at that level 6 point where everyone gets ult, Nova will be in huge trouble.
I completely agree. So Nova's got to get a big early game lead on here. We'll see if they can come out hot. We'll see if we'll see how they play their level 1 too, because are they going to be looking for that level 1 gank? Are they going to play standard and then just try to control lanes and move around with the Shaco Talon all around the map? Because as we know, Talon has that ability to jump over walls. So the second he leaves lane, the Syndra won't be able to keep up if she wants to. So he'll be able to move wherever he wants at a quick clip.
Very true. So we will see if that ability to pick everyone off will
Play
will
out.
actually
We'll
help them.
see. They're gonna. I expect them moving bottom lane a lot early on.
Yes.
Just because if EZ doesn't get that flash too quick, he's gonna be slow to be moving around. So
Absolutely.
we'll see how things play out. Looks like we're gonna be getting into the game here. We're hearing some game noise.
And we will be transitioning into this match. They have started it. They're just running in.
They're just moving. They're getting that level 1. Everybody's getting that basic buy. Here we go. We're moving into things. It seems like you got exactly that standard level 1 out of Nova there, just trying to hold, get a good feel for where they are. Shaco start. Are we going to see that Shaco start red or blue, or is he just holding that position right now? What do you think?
I think he's going to start red. I'm not sure which one would be the better pickup for Shaco.
I don't really know against this composition. You obviously get the extra damage buff out of red. You get a little bit of lifesteal as well, but blue gives you that extra little bit of damage buff through his jackboxes as well, and also that mana regen, so he can run the map a little bit longer. So I'm guessing if he's going with that red start, he's going to be looking for an early game gank.
Yes, as you were expecting earlier, you did say you wanted to see that early pressure. So maybe he will just be able to take that red buff.
I'm expecting a red buff to maybe red buff to Raptors to mid, if I had to guess. Pushing this one to see if they can catch that Syndra off guard. They're probably gonna let the Talon drop back a little bit in CS, and we'll see how this one plays out.
This is very true. So I'm interested to see what will Gragas be able to do for them. How relevant and how quick will he come in, and how quick will he be to capitalize on things.
The Gragas is going to be a good counter gank to Shaco if they can stay on top of their vision. That's going to be the big thing, because as we know, Shaco can disappear and he can move through those wards. So if you don't have those pink wards in the optimal spots, you're going to miss them a few times. And so we'll see if this Gragas gets. Looks like most likely he's going to go for an early cleanup in their jungle, a quick back, and then probably go out there with some wards and see if he can start roaming and catch this Shaco.
Very true. So we already see Nova side pushing in battles bot lane hard.
Yep, we do see that. So we'll see how this plays out. I'm really intrigued about this top lane matchup here with this Echo. We haven't seen a top Echo in a long time. Is he going to go blue Echo? He kind of has to. Or is he going to be a little CC heavy?
I'm not sure. It does definitely. We saw PD1 top last game. He starting off right now only up by 4 CS, but I'm still expecting him to win this lane.
Okay, cool. Good pickup. We also see the regen pot out of Echo, so Echo's probably going to be hanging out in that top lane for a while. He's probably just looking to sustain and hold out through this, but I see this a pretty even in-lane matchup. I think where these two are going to really shine. Echo probably has a little bit more of a poke than the Urgot will, but Urgot's got the beef to hold on to it, so we'll see how that one plays out. It looks like we got that Shaco early roam down. He's getting the scuttle, get a little bit of vision down bottom, so It looks like, if I had to guess, these guys are going to start letting off the gas here. There we go. He's making that move to mid. Let's see what's going to come out of this.
We do see the ping. He is going to try and set up Apollo, looking like he's out of position.
They collapse on in the Syndra with the early flash. That's a big pull out of them. So we have, explain flash to us. Explain that, why that was such a big play, even though it didn't look like too much went down.
So with that being used, he's out of flash for 5 minutes, at which point Shako can really just come in and do whatever he wants for those 5 minutes. So if Apollo decides to push lane, if Apollo wants to roam, if Apollo wants to go help, he doesn't have that escape route. If he goes bot, his best opportunity is Morgana throwing up a shield for him while he tries to get out. But other than that, he doesn't have that immediate escape that he needs.
So with that early flash out, we're probably not going to be seeing too much out of Syndra for a while, probably just safely farming under tower. If I had to guess, we may not see him roam. If he does roam, it's going to be way back through his jungle to make sure things are safe and he has time to get to where he's going.
That is true, but we're okay with that.
We see an early hook come out bottom here, and the mist. Oh, okay. Easy with the flash out the back. They're going to get another stun off the top side there on the Draven. It looks like a good trade here, I think, wise, but we also have a little bit more mana over on the Thresh and Draven, so they're probably going to hang out in lane. We might be seeing a back here out of the bottom.
All right, and we see the gank on top. PD looking a little rough. Will use his flash to get out, and will just walk away from this. Looking like he still wants to go in, doesn't want to lose that CS. Has been losing or winning top.
And then we get Shaco with the first blood out the top. That's 400 gold. Actually, excuse me, sorry, that was on Echo. So 400 gold over to Echo on that for your first blood.
And that is rather surprising. Pan getting that first blood. Pan seemingly changing the tide of top lane, possibly even going to win it overall.
We're going to see Urgot come back with that TP with a ton of CS stacked up for him. We saw that Echo trying to clear out as much as he possibly could, shoving it under tower, trying to get rid of all that free gold there for Urgot. But it looks like Urgot's going to catch back up here, but that 400 gold is going to go a long way. We see a Sheen opening by with some boots and a pink ward. Okay.
And we did see that little gank down bot by AIM Royalty, and it will get the Draven out of lane. Looking like Thresh is even going to back. So this will be a good time for Woo to really stack up on that farm, stack up on those items, and kind of freely just secure that late game.
Yeah, now what do you think about the Doran's pick for EZ to open things up as the Doran shield as opposed to Blade?
We saw that they're going for that late game. They're trying to get that sustain. They're trying to make it to the end. So it's a defensive pick, and it makes sense why, seeing as how they're not trying to be too early game. They're not trying to go for those kills. They're more so trying to retaliate than they are trying to initiate. So
yeah, BATL very much playing their style of game right now and really just trying to sustain things out, but also having a really, really even laning phase. You know, we're not seeing anything fancy out of Nova, which we saw them last game really take a hold of that early game and just kind of own it up until 15 minutes. But as we know, this Syndra and this EZ are going to scale super late, so we'll see how this Tau and Shaco combo is going to play out. I have a feeling we're going to see them diving the backline a lot, really trying to take out that EZ, that Syndra, and we'll see how that one plays out. We got another fight here in that top jungle. Talon under, he ults, and he's gone absolutely out by that Gragas. Are they going to pick up one more here on the Echo? They're kind of flirting with it. The Echo ult to come back, and it looks like they're just going to disengage. They're going to leave Scuttle there. So most likely that Scuttle going over to Nova after this one. We got to fight down bottom.
Draven poking and prodding. Woo trying to get those pokes here and there, but will overall just kind of back up, sit under tower, sit close to it. Doesn't want to take too much of that damage. Draven does hit hard.
Battle that getting out of there, and a huge hook pulls in the easy. Is he going to get out with Draven with the pickup onto here? That's going to be big money over to Draven for this one.
Absolutely. They are capitalizing on last game. They saw that the Ezreal will create a huge problem for them. So we see them being much more aggressive in this bot lane, even without the gank.
Very much so. And we also saw Thresh being on top of those hooks, though, really timing out that EZ flash, knowing when he has it, when he doesn't have it, which is a big thing over on when you're playing against an EZ. You really have to time out his flash ability because you can control the lane a lot more just knowing how to play around that 5 seconds of time.
Absolutely. And we did get the flash out from Nova's side, so Draven won't be able to make another cheeky play like that. But that one time may just be enough.
Well, we see that there's a Cloud Drake out here. With the bot lane pushed back, I expect to see Nova making their way over to that Cloud Drake within the next minute or here. They're looking at that. There's the slow onto the Syndra, and they're going to do some poke damage coming under tower. Let's see what happens. The Talon comes in and gets the cleanup and bails out as quick as he can to get off of that one. So as we talked before, we see Nova trying to get those early game picks, getting into this one.
Absolutely, and that is a huge play, being able to pop Apollo. Now, before they were getting those picks on Duck, they were getting a few kills here and there, but they weren't killing the big problem characters. We see this kill on mid, we see the previous kill on bot, so they're really not focusing on getting kills, but killing the important people and slowing down their attempt and or game plan.
You're correct. That specific kills is the big thing. Putting those characters that you know that are going to scale late, putting them behind as far as you possibly can. We see the EZ is down by almost 20 CS here, about 15, and then we also see the Syndra is down by a kill, but she's got that assist, so a few gold coming out of that, and then down by also about 13 CS going into this. So the question is, how quickly can those guys make that back?
Now, we did see that Syndra died earlier last game and was getting picked off, and we will see Duck get picked off once again.
We'll see Duck get picked off here, but will EZ make this play to go in? He looks like he's going to be aggressive. He's got the minions for it. He's going to push him back a little bit, but not going to make a big thing. As we know, Thresh does have that pull with him, so he's leaving that back there so Draven can kind of poke, and if he does get into trouble, he's going to just toss that back and pull him out. Draven dives in. We get a pink clear ward up top. And then it seems like we're going to go back to CSing for a little bit. We also do see that Rift Herald coming out.
I don't really see anyone going for that. We see that Nova is commanding the map, but they aren't commanding anything actually on the map. They're just going for the hero, or going for the champion. They haven't attempted to really try and grab a bunch of buffs, get this Baron, or get this Herald. And
Ooh, they pop that stopwatch up top. That's a big play now, knowing that Echo doesn't have that anymore. We also see Nova making a lot of vision efforts down bottom. Thoughts?
They were able to kind of stuff out Battle's options by kind of canceling out all the vision that they had. And we do see this jump mid, and they are just going to be able to pop Apollo again. So once again, just going for those significant picks on those key players that they need for this late game plan that they have set up.
We see a dragon ping down bottom, so let's see if we're going to set up for it. We got Gragas roaming through, Urgot coming down to mid. We also have the EZ and the Ezreal and Morgana moving around down bottom. It looks like they're just going to back up a little bit here, which we're going to have a reset in waves. We should be seeing a tower here shortly at any point whenever Nova starts to make a roam towards it.
We will see. I'm not liking Gragas.
What aren't you liking about Gragas right now? I'm cool with him because he's going to be that CC in later fights. He's not going to let those assassins get away if they do get some good damage onto him. He's also going to be able to really split up and protect the backline as well because he's got that dive stun. He's also got his ult where he can really split things out. So if they do get onto that Syndra or that Ezreal early on, and if he's really on top of it, he can break up that fight.
Absolutely, but we will see him trying to get some farm here, and they're just roaming for him, so they will go ahead and attempt to pop him, but Apollo will help out. But that lingering
It seems like he cleans one up there.
Now, I'm not liking the Gragas strictly from the... their team is focusing on getting to the late game, but they have their eggs in one basket. And
they do.
They're getting poked and prodded for it.
They do, but Battle does know... They're getting poked and prodded, but we also know Battle knows what they're good at. They're that 5K deficit, so we're right around in that same play as last time, which we saw at 15 minutes. Even though Nova was up last game, Battle had a real turn and controlled most of the map. And we also see a lot of good map pressure, but nobody's really putting pressure on turrets as of late.
This is true. I would say the key difference in this match between last match and this one is that Nova is not... They're not letting them do what they want. So they are specifically poking and prodding at those key players, getting that pick.
Oh, it misclick. But we do see a Draven trade for that. That is a decent trade there because we know that Draven can't bring up anymore, but he's also got a hefty lead right now. He's up by about 40 CS and 2 kills on that.
And Ezreal not having the TP, going with the heal, so won't even be able to get back in the lane quickly to reaffirm some of that CS.
We see Syndra pushing the Talon off a little bit. She's going to get some farm. Talon's going to roam. Again, still so vision heavy down in the bottom for Nova. It looks like that's the target of the map so far, because we do have an 0-2 EZ, 0-1 Morgana, and then an 0-3 Syndra. So I think it's fair to say that Nova has really turned this game sideways and kind of cut the map in half. Instead of river, they cut it through the middle and are just taking over that whole bottom side of the map.
Absolutely. Now, all the pressure that they're scared of or don't want to deal with late game is coming from that mid and bot lane. So they're going to go ahead and just kind of let Top do what Top needs to do, kind of let him just do what he can. They know the Gragas isn't being overly aggressive. They know he's focusing on getting to the late game, getting that farm, and being able to level out with the team and not get behind. So that's the main reason why I don't like the Gragas. Like I said, they have all their eggs in this late game basket, and if they can't even have someone come in and
it looks like we got a
get them
ping
out early.
there on Syndra Shoebreeds as she drops back on this.
And we see this Draven poking and prodding at Duck. Duck down to half HP already.
Duck really has been living in that lower HP zone today, as we can see. And it looks like Easy is going to get a little bit of poke onto that Draven. Now, what do you think about the Draven Easy late game matchup?
If Easy can cue all his abilities perfectly, sure. Other than that, I have seen late game Draven, and it is a terrifying thing to behold.
It's a monster. It's a monster. But it's a very dive heavy comp we see out of this. So again, any decent pick and the tide will turn. So we've got Urgot putting a little bit of pressure over onto the Echo through the top, but nothing of significance. It looks like we're just going even trades there in health. And it looks like we're getting another fight down bottom side. The Shaco drops in. The Greg is there to come and try to save the day. He gets hooked. Hold back. Is he going to get out of this? With the knockback, we see the Shaco go bottom, but it is one of his clones throughout this, so it doesn't seem like they're going to get anything with that. And Nova picking up. We got Talon up on the top side, and there he is getting in there. We got another kill top side. Is this how we predicted things to go?
Not at all. And we just see Nova completely just pinpointed Battle's game plan and are executing their execution perfectly.
They are, and again, we see them starting to get those items there on Battle, but Nova seems to be completely just manhandling this right now. They take their second tower on this, and it looks like they're going to be moving to that mid shortly because it's got that low tower. What's the timer on Dragon right now? We got Cloud Drake coming up next, which is going to really benefit Nova because it's got that speed boost on it.
Absolutely. And then if we also look at this gold deficit, Battle's down 8K.
They are, and they're not even pushing it. It looks like onto their key heroes, their key champions either, because as we know, we really need to funnel that gold into the Ezreal and the Syndra into this.
Absolutely, and we've seen Nova just pinpointing those heroes and picking them off. Even if they exchange a hero or a champion here and there, they have no problem with going for that character, going for those
There's
kills.
the hook onto Urgot. Urgot gets pulled out throughout this, but then they start to hold on to it fine. We're going to see them start to set up in that top side. Could we see? There's a few picks here. Urgot goes in with the knockback, and there's a swap. There's pushing him back under tower here. Are they going to make this play? Draven with the rollback and nothing off of that one. So we're going to come up with an even trade here with the Thresh and Morgana in this fight. It looks like we got Talon moving through the bottom. He's going to go for that CS. Could we see him setting up for their next Cloud Drake here?
Absolutely, and on top of that, this is the fights that they need to win. Despite them being behind so much, we see that from that battle, they were still able to kind of trade and poke and prod and deal that damage that they needed to. Nova really doesn't have anything to deal with that tank, so if they don't burst him down immediately, they're just going to kind of look at him while he just has his way.
That's true. We also see them moving around here. What we are going to see next is now, oh, they got a Mountain Drake. My apologies on that one. So with the Mountain Drake, it's going to make them a little bit more beefier, as we know, with a little bit of health regen coming off of that. They seem to clear up that Shaco trash. Anything coming off of that clone? Not really. Now they're moving up towards that top objective over in Rift Herald for this one.
All right, so now we see that instead of opting to focus on their own game, we do see them sitting mid, giving Woo 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 all that CS, but still trying to just support him and get him to that late game that they want him. They want him to catch up. They want him to get those items. He's about 30 CS behind the Nova ADC, so we'll see if he's able to catch up and really capitalize on that lead that he needs.
So we see them clean up that Rift Herald there. Also, another big thing to note is that Shaco vision score, 23 over to the Gragas' 18. But we also see a little bit more out of the Syndra with her vision score as well. So it seems like the Thresh and the Shaco doing a lot of the hard vision work over on the team for Nova. And then they get another pick and clean up there.
Just getting popped, absolutely deleted. Getting caught out when really he can't afford to be out that deep. Doesn't have the escape and doesn't have anything to get out.
Getting pushed back to that tier 2 on this one. And yes, again, that Syndra. Both her summoners are down. It looks like we got another 2.5 minutes here, roughly, on that flash. So are we going to see Nova really press the attack in this time frame, knowing how immobile they are? But you do have Easy with the skill flash and his flash up. Morgana, again, down with both of hers as well.
Now we see that Battle's trying to contest against Nova, but at the same time, Nova is commanding the map. They are getting that CS. They are taking the CS away from Battle, and Battle is already down a significant amount. They really need something to. They need to take a team fight, win a team fight, and clear Nova out so that way they can get back some of this dominance over the map, be able to get some CS, and put them back into the game.
We do see Nova up 10k gold right now. There's a little bit of poke, trying to clear out some vision, but it looks like they're going to be going through for that tier 3 tower down bottom here. Or maybe a tactical back.
We also see Nova giving them the runaround, just showing their face in jungle, showing their face in mid, showing their face in bot, and kind of forcing them to decide. They know they can't go in 1v1 because they have those nukers, so they're trying to go in as a team, and when you take that much pressure and put it in one lane, you completely leave everything else free. And Nova's just capitalizing on it. As we saw, they were in the jungle. Battle kind of looked for it, and they lost bot tower for it.
Now we're seeing a ping out here for Red to Baron. If you're Battle here, do you contest that Baron, or do you just kind of let them have it? I mean, you are into tier 3 towers, both bottom and mid.
You absolutely contest it. You don't have a choice. Your setup is for late game and for team fights. You know that they're able to burst. Honestly, you just kind of go in and hope you can get a pick.
So we see here that Baron is going ahead and get cleaned up real easily by Nova onto that. And then Nova is going to probably make their way to take that top tower. It looks like they're going to push that CS up a little bit and then maybe push towards mid for that tier 3 and inhib, which is going to be a big tide changer on this one. But again, great job at stunting the growth of that Battle team. But we do see Battle starting to get their items now. So will they be able to just defend under house for a while and farm up until they can get in? Or do you just see them going in deep and not coming out?
I don't see them coming out on the good end of this one. We see that Nova's already taken 5 towers. Battle hasn't taken a single one. They're pushing them onto the back foot. Their next play is to, or seemingly move top. They've already taken all the towers outside of their base, excluding top.
We need Battle to have it one good team fight here to get back into it, but it looks like it's not going to happen.
Especially with that Baron buff up.
Especially with that Baron. And a 7-0 Talon can absolutely delete anybody he wants at almost any given moment. And it looks like he's going to solo take that top tier 2, as we can see, as Echo is split pushing down bottom, which is a great play with this Baron, because as we know, Baron beats up those minions and really starts to push them in a little bit.
Absolutely. So we see that Battle is forced to go and go and deal with this pressure mid. And as we see that, we see Echo down bot, just having all the space he wants. And then we see Urgot top trying to defend against the Talon. So we see that Nova is really capitalizing on the fact that they do have nukers out. And they're just spreading that pressure all over. And Battle hasn't had the time to farm, so really can't deal with it individually.
Yeah, we see them, they kind of, it's a little game of chicken here between PD and Venom. PD with a few, trying to get rid of that. Venom just kind of showing him who's the boss right now. He goes for the dive here with the swap under tower. We're going to see the jump, and he gets the pickup there. That is a decent bounty over onto PD for this one. I don't think it'll change the tide of the game, but it'll put PD back into the fight.
I definitely think it'll change the tide of the game.
You think it will?
I think it will, for the fact of when you see games like this and people get leads like this, it starts to seem hopeless and you start to lose your mindset of what do you do in this situation. The moment that you're able to at least secure a kill, and such a big kill at that in a 1v1 with no one present, you took out one of their big players, and as well, you put a chink in their armor. You showed them that they're human. At the end of the day, they're still players sitting across from you, and they're no different than you.
So here's my next question for you. Is that kill giving Battle hope, or is that kill Nova showing that they're getting a little sloppy because they're excited?
I'll go ahead and say a little bit of both. I won't say Nova getting sloppy, maybe a bit too cocky.
Okay.
We did see that Talon, we know what Urgot's about, we know what he's capable of, but Talon's still just, I can go in there and get all this stuff by himself, knowing that tower was there.
So we do see them starting to group up here. It looks like there's going to be a mid contest for that tier 2. If I were Nova, I would split this and try to put pressure and back them up off of this, but we see them coming in here. We get a hook onto Shaco. Shaco's going in deep onto this with the stun, and he gets back out. We see a lot of great poke damage coming out. They're just trying to get that tower. There's a cleanup over and a kill onto Syndra for this, but they also take the tower with that. Are they going to get into on the inhib? They're going to back up off of this fight. It's a 2-0 fight over to Battle.
And that's exactly what I've been saying. Their team fight is the key to this game, and that's exactly what they're going for, and that's exactly what they're winning with. We see the Urgot really low, but we saw that they were poking him the entire time, and he's just taking it.
We see a hook over onto the Thresh. Are they going to get another cleanup here, or are they going to dive for that Draven? Looks like there's a little bit of pressure on the Draven. Easy gets onto him, lets him get away. So that ultimately is a 3-0 battle for a tier 3 tower. I see positives for both teams, because now you can kind of push your way into that and hit. Yes, you don't have your super minions yet, but you can start to try to put pressure on that mid, which means they have to leave a man behind to protect that at all times.
I see this going drastically in favor of Battle. Them able to stuff them out. They are down by a huge amount. They are down by 11k. They have taken 0 towers. Nova's taken 6. And with that, they were still able to contest an entire team fight, despite all the items that Nova has, despite the lead that they have, despite all the CS they have. Battle is still in this, and they're showing that the longer you wait, the worse this is going to get for you.
Exactly. So I think at this point, one good team fight is all Nova's going to need to and close things out. But at the same time, Battle's not going to give it to him. Battle is not going to give him, as we see him picking up a ton of vision. Shaco trying to roam around as if he owns the place. But they pinged him right off of that. They knew exactly where he was. Talon picking up that tier 2 up top. I think this is all bonus for Battle, because now it just forces Battle to play tighter, which is what they need.
Absolutely. Like, losing that tower, they can afford to. And like I was saying earlier, these inhibitors go down, but they do respawn. So it's something that you kind of have to play around just for a bit, but at the same time, you can afford to. Like, they are late game. They are team fight central. They are able to push the lanes with their champion, so they can afford to lose it.
You can. And what I do respect most out of both these teams is knowing what their style is and knowing what they need to do to win. The only question at this point is, can Nova close it out? Because we see we got one inhib down in middle, just wide open, waiting for somebody to go. But as you can see Battle really protecting it. We've got Syndra trying to get some farm up and down bottom on Echo, but we've also got what looks to be something going down up in the top here. Does Battle have the 4v4 fight?
Battle definitely has this 4v4 fight. Echo is down bot with Syndra, so there's some decent team fights sitting left out, but they still do have that Urgot who is dealing massive amounts of damage while still sustaining.
So we know that Nova does have the vision control right now, and they do have the map control, so they're pushing up. They're trying to bait out that Baron fight, as we can see from from Battle trying to get into it. But it looks like they're going to take another Baron, which is going to be a huge turn for them on this one. So with those super minions, it's going to give them that little extra beef that they need in these fights.
Absolutely. I see that these Barons, it is helping them, but we saw that Baron was still able to play around it. Despite them having Baron, they honestly didn't make too much with it. We see that they need to capitalize on these advantages that they're getting, capitalize on these things, but at the same time, Battle's still not giving an inch. The moment that they still go in, it's like, yeah, I'll pop it for it.
So luckily, we see another Stone Drake over onto Nova, which is making him just beefier and beefier. All with passives, too. Not even using gold and giving up item slots to get that beef that they need in these fights. But it looks like we're going to see a ping out top, so they're going to push some top lanes up a little bit, going for those scuttles to try and get every little bit of gold. But we do see that Talon racking up his last few items here. And then also the same thing over onto the Shaco. So they're full build. They're gonna get, they're right around as beefy as they're gonna get and as damage heavy as they're gonna get. And as we see over onto Battle, not close at all to their full items yet. So we haven't even seen them turn into the final boss.
Now, with that being said, Nova reaching their peak, Nova having all these buffs, having all these things, this will decide whether they can win or not. If they can capitalize this next team fight and take it and win, I don't see anything wrong happening. But if they still aren't able to take and capitalize on the things that they need, despite having all these buffs, despite them hitting their peak, they're going to plateau, and Battle's just going to slowly steamroll them.
They get that pick, and they get that kill onto the inhib here. So with that inhib down, I think that's a fair trade, giving up the Shaco for the inhib, because now you have super minions. You don't have to worry about mid anymore and just let them work their way down there, which also gives Battle one more objective that they have to stay on top of. So their macro has to be on point in this later game. We see some contention top, so it looks like they're going to go for that top tier 3 tower going into this. A little bit of poke onto both teams. If they can get that Morgana down, that's going to be a big pickup.
Absolutely. And now we see that Echo just completely going 1v1. Doesn't want to play with the team, completely just trying to backdoor them the best they can. And despite getting those inhibitors, or despite having that strong push with those super minions, it's still something that Battle can farm. So unless they're going to actually push and kill Battle, Battle can afford to just lose these things.
There's a good contention there. We take out the Thresh. They're going to push it back. But are those super minions going to be able to get the inhib? It looks like one shot, and there it is. So 3 inhibs down over to Nova on this with the Baron. It's still that hope start. That tunnel's getting darker and darker.
You say darker and darker. I just see it brighter and brighter. Now the problem, it's fantastic pushing in lane. It provides plenty of pressure. It is a wonderful thing. But at the same time, if you don't do anything with that pressure, they have Baron. They have all these Drakes. They have all this pressure. And they're still not able to get to that final tower. And even in those team fights, they didn't win anything. They won they won objectives. They didn't win any kills. They didn't take anything away from Battle. Battle's main people are still there. You pushing into that and giving them the opportunity to defend right in their base makes it so much easier for them to farm.
I'd completely agree with that one. We'd see some vision, some outside poke here. They get a hook on the Urgot. Nothing's going to really come of that. A little too beefy on those here. We got a little more farm coming in, but again, I see one good team fight out of Battle, and they can turn this game very, very quickly.
Absolutely.
Because all you need to do is push out those lanes. We got super minions stalling out things a little bit here, which forces them to play tight under tower, which is exactly what they need to do. And we've hit that 30-minute mark, so we now know that this EZ is about to scale, that Syndra's about to scale. They're about to turn into some big, scary monsters, especially if they get a stun on it anyway.
And we see Nova sitting inside their base, so the moment that any of them go in is the moment that will decide whether Nova can really bring this back or not. Now we see the hook, but not able to convert onto it, not able to seal out that kill. We still have those beefy characters sitting up in the front, while all that DPS is just sitting in the back, which is fine.
Waiting for something to happen here. It looks like Nova's just trying to starve them of resources at this point. All they're feeding them is minions. There's nothing else coming out of that. They're just putting the chokehold on there and holding it down for as long as they can, but yet somehow Battle's still able to hold their breath underwater.
Nova is trying to poke and prod and seal something out, but Battle's
using that beat to hold everything where they've got. We also
Absolutely.
see no hourglass on that Morgana yet, which is a big holdback on her. Because we know once we get that hourglass, her using her ultimate with those lock on everybody will be a big play for them.
Absolutely. Deleting them, stopping them from being able to get out, and just giving their ADC the chance to just pick up all the kills that he needs and completely turn the tide in this battle.
So we see them there. There's a ping up over to Elder, so we're gonna make a play over to Elder. It looks like, but yet Battle still only holding on to a 10k gold deficit. Actually, 11k. Excuse me on that one. Not too bad. We see and they're moving around, clearing some ward. What do you think Nova's doing here? Just buying time?
Now they've hit the plateau.
They have.
They're starting to look a little panicked. They're starting to realize that they can't just
Close
kill
it
them in
out.
the way that they want to. They're looking for every answer that they can, and they're looking to the map for it. As we see, they're going to the Drake. They're looking for the Baron. They've taken the Baron every chance they've got. They're going to try and get Elder Dragon. And Battle seems unfazed by it. They're like, okay, come on, bring everything you have. I'll blow that up too, take some gold for it, and make it a bigger problem for you. As we see, this Morgana still doesn't have items. We see Ezreal still hasn't completely finished building his items. So the later it gets, like I said, it's just going to get worse and worse for them.
So we see Nova picking up their third Baron of the game for this one. With that, we have an hourglass over onto Morgana, which will be helpful in that team fight. We also see these inhibitors coming back up here over onto Battle. So that mid inhibitor goes up. Then we're going to see that bottom pop. Same thing with the top one here in about a minute and a half. But again, five total dragons and gold. I don't know. We're going to see a big push here out of Nova, and it comes in. Could this be the final battle?
We will quickly find out. I am Royalty popping Magic Tulio already, with the fight just barely beginning. But they did get pop duck. That will help. Won't have that shield anymore. There goes Syndra. Down goes the Syndra. Urgot looking really, really low, and that will be the end for Urgot.
Now Nova did a great job at really spreading out Battle into that fight because they knew that's what they had to do, and it looks like they're going to take those tier 4 towers. They're getting under a little bit of BM coming out of them, and they're going to close out the game here. Big win over onto Nova. That's taking them 2-0 in the series. So Nova's going to take home that third place spot today.
That was scary.
That was scary, but I think it was also exactly what we predicted out of Nova. They wanted that early game lead, and they just wanted to starve them out of resources. And I think it was well played by Battle. They just couldn't hold out long enough. Their mid game wasn't quite there. Nova really did great job at taking that lead on early.
It was completely great play from Battle. You know, they got set back. We saw Nova focus on those pinpoints, focus on those kills, focus on those lanes that were really giving them pressure and problems later on in the previous game. And despite that, Battle still just, okay, didn't lose their composure, didn't look for different answers, didn't try and change up their game plan. They're like, okay, we're set back by however much time based on this death. Let's just let them do what they want, give them the space they want. We'll sit back and farm and do what we can. And they did exactly that.
They did exactly that. I think the only flaw on the Battle was they were afraid to take those, mid-game risks that they needed to, because, you know, you shut down that Shaco, you shut down that Talon right around that 10, 15 minute mark, and you've got a big turn in tide because you've got gold, you've got free farm. You've got room to move around now, get some air and put some vision down throughout these. So I think the biggest flaw was they were a little too scared to take that mid-game risk and force a off-man fight.
I think another flaw that they had is that they were looking to stop them from escaping. They had things that could stop them from getting away. They had the Gragas, they had the barrel, but they didn't have anything to really initiate with. And
That's
with
true.
that point, when they did get late game, they didn't even have the option of going to hunt them down. They just had to wait for them to keep coming to them, which is a great plan because they were able to just kind of tank those hits. But as we saw, when they got to the late game, they couldn't capitalize on the increase in level that they were getting. They couldn't go out and search and kill them. Because late game, if they had any of that, they just would have been able to roam the map, pop who was out there, continue, and just kind of snowball out of control. But because they didn't have that chase down, that initiate, they just kind of had to wait and turtle and hope they would hit them and overextend. And we saw Nova did fantastic job, lost champions here and there, but never really completely overextended their team, getting them wiped. And that's really what helped them win the game.
ultimately in the end. But so Nova taking a very, I wouldn't say a handily lead. It was a 2-0 series, but I don't think it shows how close those games actually were, because we know game one could have very easily been anybody's game. And then game two, I think if Battle had just taken a few more bites at something, just a few more ankle bites and scared them off a little bit, they would have had it. But a 2-0 win over to Nova, taking them to that third place spot. Battle takes fourth. Tell us a little bit about this game afternoon, because it is getting spicy.
All right, so after this, we do have GMU versus Virginia Tech. There's a lot, dog.
There's a lot going into it. So you have GMU, George Mason, who have obviously been the big bullies of the tournament, and in the kindest way possible. But they have also been come around. They climbed off the top of the beanstalk and were just swinging their clubs around ever since things have started. But at the same time, you have Tech just been kind of dominating these lower two things. So they only had one contention yesterday.
Yep.
GMU had a pretty handle win on them. Could it have gone a bad pick ban? Could it have been a little bit of nerves? Do you think Tech's going to have more fight in them in this? Do you think it's going to be a three-game series? What's your thoughts?
I do not think it'll be a 3-game series. And in that endeavor, I think that because Tech may have more, there's nothing saying that GMU may not have more.
Exactly.
They may have just been flexing earlier and just be like, yeah, we can just do that, but with whatever. But with that, we will switch over to our lovely host.
Allie, take it away on this one.
Thank you so much, guys. This is Captain Allie. I have the pleasure of being here with Team Battle. I have Apollo and Royalty with me today. That was a really hard-fought battle, you guys. You did a really great job. I would definitely nominate Team Battle for Most Improved, because when we started this tournament, you guys have been a team for about 5 days, and so now we're at 6 whole days, and tomorrow Team Battle will be a whole week old. Tell me about the journey of Team Battle over your almost week.
We did pretty well. I mean, I think we showed up here, and it was very short notice, of course, and we swapped top laners from yesterday, so it's even less of the synergy we had yesterday going on. But again, like I said yesterday, we're going to go back to the drawing board, and we're going to practice together. We're going to come back. We're going to be better.
Absolutely. Always about improvement, right? So you've been playing League, though, for a very long time, so you have a lot of experience. Does that kind of help you roll with the punches when you have last-minute changes like this?
Not really. I've pretty much been bad the entire time I've been playing League of Legends, so if I didn't learn anything in like the past 5 years I've been playing, I don't know if I'm good enough, but we'll see. We'll see.
I think you are far too modest, but if you missed it yesterday, you should know that not only did they assemble a team in 5 days, they also made t-shirts, and they have a pretty cool logo. BATL stands for Bad at League. Although I beg to differ, it takes a lot of bravery to put yourself out there. So, Royalty, I want to ask you about some of the plays that you guys are particularly proud of, especially not being together as a team. You guys seem to really work well together and fight for every point.
Yeah, we came together in like 5 days. I found out about this like maybe 6 days ago, and we really didn't know each other. We got into a normal game, just started messing around, playing around, and the team wasn't really there. But when I got here, met everybody, I feel like we definitely came together as a team, and we definitely showed improvement from yesterday as well. I definitely had a lot more fun. I feel like these 2 games that we played today, we definitely played more as a team, and it was a lot more enjoyable.
Speaking of having fun and working as a team, I gotta say that even though you're still working on your League of Legends, teamwork and camaraderie since it's a new team, I gotta say you guys have a lot of camaraderie off screen. We had a little bit of a reception last night, and I gotta say Team Battle really tore it down. Good memories, good times.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just being in this environment with a team, people like-minded, we all play video games, we all love League of Legends. This is the best place to be. So shout out to anybody who wants to come and challenge for my throne of Most Improved. I'm calling you out. Get out here.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Royalty. Thank you very much, Apollo, for everything. It's been really fun having you guys on here. And yeah, we have a lot more action to come. You know, it's been a very strange tournament so far, but let's interview our winners. We have our esports Nova jerseys. Here I have Adam and Alejandro with me. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen. Absolutely. So let's talk about the most recent round there. How did you guys feel that turned out?
So the first round, so we were going for more of, well, the best way to describe it was like a solo queue comp. We were going for more comfort picks, high kill pressure, high pressure on objectives, get that early lead. But we didn't really think of the scaling part. Like at the end, we were forced to wait for the second Baron. So that way we could just wait for inhibs to go down and just siege. Other than that, we had no way of sieging.
So I was talking with Jordan earlier, Alejandro, and he was saying that you guys have really only had a chance to practice for about a week or so, right? So tell me about how you think, what's next for Nova? What's next for you guys? Are you going to have an improvement over the season? Is this just the beginning?
Well, of course, there's gonna be like some sort of improvement because right now, since been playing for so long, we still don't have a like set style, and you can see it in the games. First, we go for split push, then we go team fights, so on. So we're basically like defining our style and working on that.
Speaking of finding your style, it's kind of nice in a tournament like this where you can kind of experiment with different moves if you want to go out of the box a little bit. Did we see anything from you that we can maybe see in the future? Any?
Yeah, so I'm a Shaco main, as you may have seen in my profile, maybe. So when they told me like, hey, we need a high kill pressure jungle, I'm like, yeah, let's pick Shaco because I really love the champion. And it's kind of like my pocket pick, I guess. So yeah, I like to play crazy stuff.
Well, it's a lot of fun to watch, and I hope it's just as much fun for you guys to play. We really appreciate you joining us here at Beltway Battles. Thank you very much for your time and for all of your efforts. This is Captain Alley. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will be back before you know it with our grand final, where George Mason University will be battling Virginia Tech for the Beltway's Battle title, the glory, and our really cool trophies. So be sure to stick around for that, and we'll see you soon. Thanks for watching.
Goblins from Mars, Ryan Oaks. We glowed up. We glowed up. We glowed up. Oh man, look this boy. We are the glowed up. Pulled up, tell 'em pull the curtain. Roll 2, no 3. Got a fifth of bourbon. Got foreign bitches that shepherd German. That I want the break from. I need to learn. And they told us all that we'd end up broke. We sucked it up and we did the most. Now we taking over. We want the globe. So it's to the west to go take the coast. Everyone got shit to say. I tell them grow up. When they try to bring us down, we only go up. We tell them that we in their city. Everybody shows up. Oh man, we are the glowed up. We are the glowed up. Boy, we are the glowed up. I hit the whip and I get to swerving. Spit legit, man, I'm sick for certain. I'll fix the shit that y'all bitches hurting. Y'all shit just isn't sick, get to work. And I speak in cursive, my words are slurring. Chasing cheese, man, I've been a vermin. I'm in the cut, but I ain't a surgeon. I'm your favorite rapper, but the sicker version. This shit determines those men from sheep. I've been at work while y'all been asleep. I got $1 million down, it's not shit to me. 500,000's not a hit to me. Them people talking don't get to me. 1K to 2 is not a flip to me. And one day or two, you'll all be hit to me. Cause I keep it hot but flow 6 degrees. Everyone got shit to say, I tell them grow up. When they try to bring us down, we only go up. We tell them that we in their city, everybody shows up. Oh man, we are the glowed up. We are the glowed up. Boy, we are the glowed up. Everyone got shit to say. Man, everyone got shit to say. They told us that we never make it. Now we looking back and we laugh in their faces. I stack up my bags and I left at the Vegas. I'm finally feeling like I went and made it. We are the glowed up.
to be put into orbit around Earth in a flying kick position. This is my dream. My dream. My dream. My dream. My dream. This is my dream.
Hi, I'm Chase. I'm also known as Yader Yade, and I'm the top laner for BT.
Hey, I'm Aaron, Flower Kitty 420, jungler for Virginia Tech. I like to gank.
I'm Justin Tucker, also known as Ace, and I'm the mid laner for Virginia Tech.
Hi, I'm Francis, and I'm the AD and team captain of the Virginia Tech League of Legends team.
Hello, I'm Daniel, also known as Smite Infinity, and I am the support for Virginia Tech.
So this will be my first LAN experience with the league. I actually look forward to playing in front of an audience because I'm used to doing that. I played football for 4 years, and being under the lights and having an audience and all that really brings out the competitive spirit, and so I'm looking forward to messing kids up. So.
This is also my first LAN experience. It's honestly going to be really easy. We already won first place, hands down, honestly. All right, thank you.
This is my third LAN experience. I previously played in the Randolph-Macon LAN. I am the most veteran player on the team, and I think that my experience will help me perform well.
So talking a little about the team dynamic, typically we'll be a lot more serious in-game than we are out of game. We can usually joke around and have fun with each other outside of the game, but once we're actually in-game competing, especially in tournaments, it's a little bit more serious, a little bit more competitive, I guess. Usually Justin, our mid laner, is kind of the central focus of macro and micro for the early parts of the game for the most part, and then as we transition into the later parts of the game, all of us kind of take on a different shot calling role.
East Coast going after him so far. Smite Infinity trying to get a kill here, doesn't get the double slow from Sejuani. There's a quadruple pentakill for Yade or Yade!
Holy moly.
Holy cow!
Alrighty.
Gavin 2 with the clutch double slow from his W.
All right, as the jungler, I try my best to keep the team together. I try to assist where needed, whether it be mid lane with him getting 1v1, or it be my bot lane smashing 2v2, or my top laner who plays Riven. Wherever I'm needed, I'm there.
So my favorite champion in the game would definitely be Riven. I've always liked Riven ever since her release. I've been playing since season 1, but I think I really started to like her around the end of season 3, which is when BoxBox was actually one of the biggest streamers. So I kind of have a lot of inspiration from him, and I was actually silver when I started playing her and got up to Diamond 1, and then Master from there, and then Challenger. I think the reason Riven appealed to me was mostly because I've always liked being 1 versus 1 against somebody, first of all, and I think that's kind of why I like top lane too. But I think showing that you're the better player in a 1v1 scenario kind of requires you to play a more skill-intensive champion, or a champion that can really expose the skill discrepancy between the two players. And I think Riven does that really well. I think you could.
I like to play Evelyn. I win every game on her. She's invisible, and she one-shots you. Best champ in the game.
Alright, so my favorite champion is Yasuo. It's my most played. It's because I feel like when you have a high skill cap champ like that, the more games you put in, the higher the reward is. And so I feel like I've definitely mastered him at this point, and no one's going to beat me 1v1 on him.
My favorite champion is Kaisa because she's like the jack of all trades. She can build AP or AD, and she has a stealth, which gives plenty of room for outplay potential.
My favorite champion is Rakan because he is highly mobile and he has the ability to change the outcome of a team fight.
Welcome back, everybody, to Beltway Battle, streaming live from #Arena in Chantilly, Virginia. I'm your host, Captain Allie, and thank you for joining us. We'd like to say thank you to all of our friends who are watching in the arena with us here, to everyone watching online, and to our friends at Computer Upgrade King. If you're just joining us now, we already had a lot of action-packed League of Legends series earlier where Nova overtook our beloved Team Battle with the win for third place. Now we have our final match, the long-anticipated matchup between George Mason University and Virginia Tech. GMU and BT are going to be a very interesting lineup because both have been very dominating presences in our tournament so far. This will be a best-of-3 match. So what will happen? Who will knows? We're going to have to wait and see. I know I'm really excited to see who's going to come out on top for the Beltway Battles title. Here to help us follow all of the League of Legends action is our fantastic caster, King Fuyoshi. Take it away.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there.
What's up, King? How you doing, man?
Welcome back, my mans. All right, so we've got an exciting match. We've got GMU versus Tech.
I've been waiting for it. I've been waiting for it. Give it to me.
This has been a little pressure between these two teams.
So, just a little bit of background. Mason hasn't dropped a single game. Tech has only dropped one game to Mason.
Yeah.
It was a pretty handled victory, but I've heard some of that had to do with pick ban. They were testing a few things out, but it seems like both teams have done their homework getting into this one.
Yes. Now, one thing to be going into this match is that everyone knows Mason has a challenger on their team, and at that point, that may invoke like, ooh, I got to hit out on him, or it might invoke some fear. So we'll see if that. Do you think that'll have anything to play into this match, or do you think they just want each other?
I don't think Tech's going to be phased by it. I don't think Tech's going to be phased at all. Teamwork-based game, and Mason, I think, may play off a little bit more individual, but Tech is going to be looking to make teamwork happen around it. So, could we see heavy split pushes coming out of them? Could we see very classy team fights? And it's going to be interesting to watch.
I'm interested to see how the back and forth will go because we've seen the matches and they've all been pretty heavy-handed in favor of Mason. So I'm interested to see how they can, if they get put behind, how they're able to handle that or how they're able to reset or capitalize on things and play maybe a longer game.
We'll see how things go. But for now, we're going to be bringing them into the arena. First up, we got George Mason University coming out of the top lane. We got Brandon King coming in through this one. Next up in the jungle, you have Firefly. Following him up in the mid lane, we got Anime Lover. Down bottom ADC, we have Enrique. And last but not least support, we have Rylast.
All right, and coming out on Virginia Tech side, we do have Yade or Yadi. Coming from Virginia Tech, their jungler, Flower Kitty. Their mid laner will be run by Ace. Their ADC will be Fong Francis. Their support will be Smite Infinity. And that will be VT's team. We've got the teams up.
And then we've got Gavin as the coach. Don't forget about that, which is going to be a game changer.
But worried about who's here to play. Worried about who's going to be up on that screen. Those 5v5 people, I'm worried about them. I want to see what they're going to do. I want to see if the jungle's going to be dominant, if it's going to be another jungler that's just going to be like, all right, let's wait till late game. Or it's going to be like, hey, dog, did you want to do something? I'm here now. Let's go.
So you predict a big game of chicken from those two junglers to start things off. A lot of poke, a lot of somebody trying to make a play, and the other one seeing if they're going to do anything back. Or are they just going to both play passive and respect each other to start things off?
I do not see that at all. We've seen that both these teams are charged up, so I think they're both going to be aiming to make a statement, really. I don't think either of them want to make this go late. I think they're both going to be like, all right, let's get it. Who's going to win? Am I going to win first? Am I going to win first?
Now, next question. We know Mason played Tech yesterday. They played him once. Tech lit through this Tryndamere pick for Brandon King. Brandon King then got on that Tryndamere and proceeded to own every bit of the map. If there was a pixel on the map, Brandon put his stamp on it. Is Tech going to let it through, or do you think that's just a permaban from here on out?
Now, this will say if they're arrogant, possibly or not. It may be a call out and maybe them saying, I'm not scared of a Tryndamere. I can deal with that. Why are you going to pick him? All right, go ahead and pick him. Waste a pick. But we saw what they can do with the Tryndamere, so I really don't think it's wise for them to.
Now, if let's say that VT is 2 steps ahead and they let that Tryndamere through last time just to see how deadly it actually was, or if they could just handle him.
Maybe in a best of 5, I would take that risk. But in a best of 3, I wouldn't take such a risk.
All right. So I did also talk to GMU about their pick ban coming up. And they told me that they are very confident in their wide champion pool and are just going to play off of the tech bans getting into this. Thoughts? Do you think GMU should be coming in with a strict plan, or do you believe in that champion pool? Because we did see them with a wide bit of champion plays.
Well, coming from a different game, I have a different background, so I think counter picks are extremely strong.
Yes.
I think one thing that's kind of not seen so much in this game is that you don't have those people that play every single character or every single hero. We do have people that play specific positions, like jungle does play jungle, but they don't play every jungle. I think for GMU having a wide selection, they can say that, but until they show it. But if they have a wide selection, that is something that will be terrifying for Tech, because if they have key players that do very well with this champion or that champion, but need that, if that gets banned out, that person just kind of exists.
Now, next question. What about that Malphite? Do you ban him out? Do you keep him? Because yesterday we saw Route on it. Now we have Anime Lover in the mid. Do you think Anime Lover has the same champion pool, similar champion pool? Are they going to really mix things up? Are they going to pull out some assassins this game? Because they did switch out their mid laner.
Well, as another fellow weeb, a weeb thing to do would go assassin. Because that's what's cool.
Okie dokie, okay. Now, if you're Tech, clearly a heavy puller for you so far has been Ace. Ace has been, I don't want to say putting the team on the back, but has been a catalyst for them this whole tournament so far. As GMU, do you ban out Ace? Do you play into Ace? What do you do in these?
With GMU having their wide pool that they say they have, I'm going to look to see if Ace is going to be able to do anything, because we saw that Mason has that early game. We know they're not afraid to fight early. We know they're not afraid to gank. We know they don't care.
Okay.
They will go after you. So I'm interested to see how Ace will reciprocate to that. Will he be able to kind of pull back and do what he needs to do, or will he get popped for it? And like you said, he didn't exactly carry the team, but came pretty close. If they're able to shut down Ace and spiral out of control, I don't see this going any way that Tech expects it to.
Okay, now next question for you. Mason, big dogs, running the house in every single game they've had so far. They told me they did minimal prep getting into this. They're extremely confident with their play style and the fact that they haven't used all their champions yet that they have. Tech, on the other hand, doing their homework all night long, staying up late, really watching the VODs, really knowing what their pick bans are going to go into this best of 3. Is it going to pay off for them? Is the Mason almost ego, their hubris, going to play out?
I think it really depends on their execution. So you can learn as much as you want, but if you can't execute that plan or strategy, it really doesn't matter what you know. At least in this situation where they actually have to play. You can tell me all you know. I know they don't like this hero. I know they don't like this champion. I know if I do this, I can do that. But can you actually do it? So with that being said, VT is coming into this with a more well-informed knowledge, but will they be able to execute it? GMU, it showed us that whether they're coming in well-informed or not, they are very skilled and can do what they set out to do. So it'll really just be on VT side to execute their game plan.
All right, so we're going into the game. It's best of 3. What's your prediction?
I'm expecting a 2-0.
You're expecting a clean 2-0 out of Mason?
I won't say which team quite yet.
I'm just
expecting it to.
No. This is how this works. You got to put the money down before we get into it. You can't do that and then halfway through change your mind.
Oh no, I wasn't going to change my mind. I believe whoever wins this first game will win. Period.
Okay. All right. I'm thinking a 2-1 over to Mason. I think there's going to be an upset somewhere out of Tech, either in pick ban or in just play style. I think they have the ability for a small upset, which could turn the tides of the game.
Understandable. I don't know. I feel like whoever can win first has a huge lead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they'll have that advantage. They'll have that mental prep. They'll have that cheekiness. And generally it could lead to a downfall, but it generally helps out.
All right, we're getting into pick ban here. We have Mason over on the blue side. They're going to ban that colleague. Good ban, bad ban, first pick. Also with a Nautilus ban over by Tech.
Understandable. We've seen Nautilus in just about every single game, or at least someone with a hook.
We have to some extent, and he's also one of those beefier characters that we have been seeing holding on throughout this tournament.
Nautilus got that beef.
The Yasuo ban and the Tryndamere Tech won't have it. They respect him on this one.
All right, then.
There we go. You called it.
All right, so
the Riven ban sending over to Yade. Okay.
And a Nico ban. Okay. It's first ban we've actually seen on Nico.
We also haven't seen Nico played.
Not at all.
We?
So I would say coming out from VT side, it's less of a ban of them fearing to play that character or having to play against that character, and more of a ban of I want to do this, so I'm just going to ban out all those possible picks that would stop that plan.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I'm a little worried for GMU with that being said, because they're not banning to stop them from playing who they like.
So we see that assassin pick up top with Jax. Jax top, Jax jungle. Thoughts on going into this? I have a good feeling it's going to be Jax top. Whoa, okay. Refs, we're going 0-2 for letting people misclick in games. This is the finals, boys. We should be ready to go at this point, wouldn't you think?
It don't always be like that, but sometimes it do. It do be like that.
I mean, here's what I had to predict. I think somebody had a little too much of their favorite energy drink and getting a little twitchy. I know us here on the desk have had a few of ours, but I think people are getting.
Man, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just over here, just living off life.
I'm getting a tad too itchy into this. So, was Jax the mixed pick? Was the Nico ban misclick?
I don't think I'm not sure. I don't know if it was necessarily a misclick. It could just be connection.
Yeah, we also see the Riven ban, which I think was good respect onto Yade. He didn't get to pull that out at all so far, but he is also very well known for his Riven.
Yeah, that's what happens when you throw out a highlight reel. GMU may not have to do their homework. Their homework was right there in that little 5-minute intro clip that VT has.
So if this Jax stays in, what kind of comp are you expecting?
With that Jax, I am just expecting. It's too early to give an entire comp, but I do see jungle being very active.
Active jungle, heavy split push, quite possibly coming out of them. So
Absolutely. Someone to just overwhelm them.
Yep.
Jump on them and just kind of shut them down.
it looks like the players are going into pro draft for this one, so they're going to do a pre-draft before this game, and they will we will see the draft afterwards. I'm guessing some people don't have all the characters unlocked in that support or role. I know they're just not playing enough. That's my opinion on that.
Well, I don't play a lot, so I completely understand.
100%.
There's a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot
Yeah,
of people.
you coming over from another particular MOBA game in which all your characters are unlocked once you start the game, so you don't have to worry about that at all.
That's what's up.
I'm stoked, man. I'm just itching to watch this game and get things started. And the biggest thing is I'm ready for the macro, because Mason's macro has been so disgusting. I haven't seen them have another team's ward up for more than 30 seconds in a game.
Absolutely. Their map control and overall presence is the reason that they're winning these games.
It's just the macro. I mean, they're obviously their micro as well, but we've just seen them out macro every team they've played so far.
Their fundamentals are spectacular. Super clean. They know every inch of the map. They know every inch of the game. They're using everything to the fullest. Every little advantage they can squeeze out of the game, they are using.
So I talked to Tech also as well about their game plan. Biggest game plan that I heard from them is really playing off of Flower Kitty and Ace, their jungler and mid laner.
Yes.
That synergy they believe is going to be their game-changing combination. They feel like they can go even in other lanes. They feel like it's going to be pretty steady in those other lanes. Nothing real big coming out of both sides. But Flower Kitty and Flower Kitty and Ace are going to be their game changers. Thoughts?
My thought on that is that we saw that in the last two games. You obviously have an ADC, so you kind of put the team on the ADC's back or on the mid if they get ahead. But my problem with that is if you put the game on two players, we saw Nova completely just oppress Battle's main end game champions. So with that, in this game where you kind of have four characters that can end up being the central focus of the team, I think you should focus on whoever gets ahead.
I agree.
I think they need to be able to have that team comp that can adapt and like, okay, well, this person's ahead, so we can switch over to that. This person's ahead, so we can switch over to that. I really think they need that kind of flexibility and versatility.
Now we've also seen both teams play Yuumi. Is there going to be a fight for Yuumi or a Yuumi ban coming out?
I'm going to go ahead and say there won't be a Yuumi ban.
There won't be a Yuumi ban, so we know that first pick is
Correction. There won't be a Yuumi ban from GMU.
So you think there won't be a GMU lets Yuumi go through, and GMU picks Yuumi, or GMU lets it go through to Tech?
Either or.
Okay.
I don't think they're scared of it at all. In the one match they did play, they did go Lucian, Yuumi, and Mason.
We did also see that Yuumi not have TP, which we know how devastating a map presence she can have with that, which we're both going to say impartial to that one. But if we do see that teleport go onto Yuumi, she can really devastate a map.
Absolutely. But we saw that Mason was completely fine with playing around that, didn't care, still deleted who they want, still got around the picks that they want.
All right, so we're getting into it. We see the Akali ban, we see the Nautilus ban. Now, this is where we almost cut off last time, so we're going to see the Yasuo again. I think a great pick after yesterday. The Tryndamere, all the respect over onto Brandon King because they don't want to see that again. Then we see the Riven. Now we get into the picks.
All right, so everything was correct. They meant to ban Nico. Did they mean to ban or pick Jax? They did. Okay.
They did. We see the Shen pick up top. Shen Jax, good matchup, I think. Your Shen's going to be able to have a little bit more sustain. He's going to be a little more beefy. And the Evelyn in the jungle. We did see an aggressive Evelyn, but with the Sejuani. Oh, so soaked. I'm excited.
Oh no! Don't do it to him.
They're showing it.
Oh, okay.
Rumble. Where do you think this Rumble's going to go? Top?
I'd presume mid.
You presume Rumble mid, but we also know Rumble is a very strong top laner, which means I could push that Jax into the jungle.
I did expect Jax to already be in jungle. Let me
There's
get
a
one.
lot of flexing going on here.
Oh, they banned the rec side. Smart.
Smart rec side. We see the Cassidy come in, which we know is going to have a very slow start. Cassidy doesn't come online until about level 6, so maybe that 10-minute. It looks like they're looking to play for the late game here.
Very true. I'm a little sad. They already made their pick, so they know they're gonna pick whoever they already did. But
yep, Zaya
I just
ban.
wanted an Aatrox, dog. Is that too much to ask?
We still haven't been picked yet or banned. The Gragas ban. Okay, so we don't want they don't want any initiation coming out of the jungle, I guess. But why would you ban Gragas when they've already picked their jungler?
You don't have the heart.
Where would you throw Gragas, down support?
I don't have the answer to that.
Okay.
I don't.
That's fine.
You don't have to ask Tech for that one.
We'll go back. We see a Sivir pick come in, so we're going to see a lot of poke coming out of that bottom lane. And also that speed boost into the team fights with a Kaisa and an Alistar. So much CC over onto this Mason team with a
VT
Rakan pick.
is looking for those pokes and those nukes, but GMU has got the team fight.
GMU's got the team fight, but if you look with that Rakan, with that Sivir, with the Cassidy, with the Evelyn, the dash on Shen, they're not afraid to pick you off if you make a mistake.
Oh, not at all.
They're looking to punish Mason on any mistakes that they have. And with this team comp, we're obviously going to see them start to run over that and really carry it. Not quite snowball, but they could push off of each of those mistakes and push into them. As we see Mason, they're slow and CC heavy.
I see this. I need Tech to win the early game.
Okay, I agree.
With this lineup, I need them to be relevant in this match at all. I need them to win the early game.
Yep.
If they get to that late game and they aren't already ahead, GMU is going to snowball out of control. They have that Alistar. They have that Rumble. They have that team fight. They have the Sejuani. They have the tankiness to deal with team fights. They can deal with those prolonged situations. They can poke in and out. Evelyn's fantastic, does great damage, has that ability, has that invis, great power, great scaling at level 6, but till then, she's going to kind of be slow. And with this team lineup that we see trying to be early on, I don't know if that's really the pick.
Next one. We talked about that map control, how they have that heavy map control. 3 DPs over to Tech. 3 TPs. Are we going to possibly see a proxy strat come out of these guys? 3 TPs nowadays. What? The map control is going to be insane out of them.
Hey, man. They just want to always be there.
Okay.
And we saw that in the other matches, they're always exactly where they need to be. And talking to another team that's played against them, they felt like they were always 2 steps ahead. And with those TPs, that gives them that opportunity to back and immediately just be right back where they need to be, or TP in a team fight where they need to be there. So it really just gives them that flexibility to just be everywhere while being where they need to be.
So we see a little bit more beefy of a lineup over out of Mason, but we also see a very mobile comp out of Tech. So
Is that a heal I see on the ADC?
You see a heal flash, you do. That is correct. I'm cool with that. I am A-okay with a heal flash on a Kaisa.
I don't like heal.
What do you have against heal? You don't. You have Alistar.
I don't like heal. I just feel like it's too passive.
It's too passive, but Kaisa's got to survive that early game against a Sivir who's going to poke her down.
I don't like heal. But I'll give you that's a valid. That's
so
a valid point.
you do have plenty of sustain out of the Alistar to kind of help them through that laning phase, but you know the Rakan Sivir are gonna be trying to put that Kaisa back as much as they can in that early phase.
But we have seen GMU, we have seen their playstyle. I'm interested to see how they deal with pressure. I'm interested if they're going to back off and let them apply that pressure and just kind of get the CS where they can, or just kind of be like, all right, go ahead, bait them into a situation and punish them for it over and over again. And if they do that, this aggressive comp will quickly be their downfall.
Next one, a matchup I've never seen. I don't know if you've seen it. Rumble Cassidy. Have you ever once seen this matchup in your life? Do you know how it plays out?
Yeah,
I can,
considering I've seen all these heroes like 6 times, yeah. Nah, I know how this match goes every time. The one hits him with the electric thing, right?
and then the thing where he drops the bombs and they get all fizzy, right? And the other one does the portal thingy to do the thingy on
Yeah,
the thing.
is that the one with the ult that the shark comes up?
Yes, we'll go with that. No. But
I do know that
we
one's
are gonna
fizz.
see both of them playing a little bit slower. I think in lane we're gonna see the Rumble with a little bit more poke. The trying to stay. The biggest thing about that Rumble is can he sustain his energy levels? If he keeps it up, he gets that bonus damage.
He's
so
got a Jax.
Can he sustain it?
He's got a Jax.
We'll see. We'll see. I predict a lot of good split push coming out of Mason right now.
I don't think you heard me. He's got a Jax.
It's not Tryndamere. So we're getting into the game here. We got a cow running down bottom. It looks like a pretty standard safe level 1 out of both teams, setting up that line.
Wow, that
Game of
looks,
chicken?
That looks like a mirror image.
Formation coming out of both of them. I don't know if they talked about this beforehand, but both of them playing very, very safe and slow in this first game here.
Almost a bit of respect coming out from each other. Like, all right, I know I want to beat you. I know I want to dominate, but I also know you have the potential to do the same. So I'm gonna just respect that.
So we see that Jax Sejuani trying to push in a little bit, trying to get a little bit of control. Get that deep ward. Evelyn tries to get some poke on it. Do we see an Evelyn red start? Evelyn blue? Jungle? How's your jungle pathing thoughts?
Evelyn, I played her for a week. All right, start. I know this. All right, this is what I've been training for. Evelyn, blue. Why is she in red? What? Hold on. What?
I thought you played this for a whole week here,
I
King.
did, bruh. I can't even tell you all the YouTube videos I watched. Evelyn, you start blue. Evelyn gets that regen, and then she can just use her Q, and with that first item, she just gets that passive heal and allows her to jungle longer and stay in the lane. So I don't know why red.
So are we gonna see Evelyn to Wolves, to blue to bottom?
I do not know the pathing.
An early
on this.
game.
I do not know the pathing on this starting with red. Like it is. I feel like it is significantly more optimal to start with blue.
Sejuani, pretty standard jungle path out of her, going to the Krugs on this one. Down bottom, we have Jax. A little bit of poke coming out of that top bottom. We do see Rumble bullying early. We knew that was going to happen going into this one. Down through the bottom. It looks to see pretty fair across the game right now.
And like I said, all right, so GMU is doing what I anticipated of when they see that pressure. They're just backing off, knowing that they can't get it right then and right there. So they're going to go ahead and just grab this CS.
Nothing special out of this early game. We're gonna we see things going on here. Sivir up in CS, not shocked by that by the Kai saw early game. She's gonna probably push her back, hold on to her. Rumble with the bully. We see Jax Shen going relatively even. But then are we gonna see early backs out of these jungles? We see a little bit of a fight down bottom.
So like I said, GMU looking to capitalize on that pressure.
Okay.
Smite just overextending a bit too much, and Alistair gonna almost pop him for it.
So they're pushing that first tower here. We see them getting really bullying them down in that bottom lane. They do have a very bully comp into this one. We see a ping over there on Raptors. It looks like Sejuani's going deep into the jungle, which means we're going to give up. Evelyn's going to go for that bottom scuttle on this.
And with this scuttle, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do too much out of it. Like I said, Evelyn doesn't really want to be seen or come online till level 6.
True. So we're going to see a back here. Evelyn's going to go into a Blade, which is pretty standard out of that. Then we also have the Jax. He's going to push this wave up under tower. Are we going to see a roam out of this, or are we going to see a back out of this Jax?
I think we're just going to see him keep up that pressure. I don't see why he would need to back.
Okay,
He's got the lane dominance. Shen really isn't trying to do a whole lot pressure-wise, so
yep.
He's just kind of free to do what he wants.
We're also going to see this Sedge farm up a little bit more. It seems like we're just playing. Everybody's playing that slow game right now. Wait for somebody else to make a move on this. That Kaisa got caught back up in CS. Still Rumble bullying that mid Kassadin. But as we know, Kassadin's not coming online till a bit later. We got good vision control topside out of it looks like we got a deep run here. Is Evelyn going to jump on that Sejuani?
We do see the pinks coming out, so they do know that they're there, but I really think that Evelyn has too much to combat him this early. But we do see both of them setting up for it. And this
We
is
got
gonna
Yade
look like a
Flower
dead
Kitty
fire
onto
fight.
him, and they take the first blood out of that jungle onto Sejuani.
Sejuani just getting a little bit too cheeky.
First blood going onto the Evelyn, though. That means she's going to get a big item out of this.
That's not looking too good, GMU side.
I think it's an A-OK kill to give up. You obviously don't want to give up kills, but I don't think it's going to phase them or slow them down that much. It's obviously going to give some gold onto Evelyn, get her a little bit beefier, some gold onto Shen as well, but I don't think it's going to slow down that Sejuani at all. We got some combat here mid.
We do see this Rumble just completely bullying mid lane. And we see this Brandon King he's now getting pushed back, but he still seems like he's in control of the lane. I see all the CS, he sees everything. He is down by 1 in CS.
We got the knockup. The Kai'Sa takes the clean up here. She tries to put some damage onto Fong Francis. It looks like just a little bit of a trade here. Alistar is going to heal up with them on that. We got a back out of Shen, maybe? Was it a tease? Could we see out of that? We got some pings down bottom, so we're going to see how things come out. Rumble's roaming down. It looks like we're going to either get an early Fire Drake, or they're pushing that Evelyn back onto this. They're going to try and catch her out here, and that's it for that. With the flash out the backside and the ignite, she gets out of there.
So we do see that they're immediately trying to clap back on the loss that they received top. And it does look like top lane is just going to go down.
The 1v1 top lane, he flashes out, and it looks like Shen's going to get out. Sejuani doesn't let that Evelyn go anywhere and takes it home with the clap back on that. So 1-1 in the jungle on this. We got an even scoreline. They're down there. Alistar with the knockup. We're going to see Sedge coming in on this with the back.
And
very
that is
safe
huge.
play.
We see Fongfest using that flash.
It's going to put him passive for a little bit. We know that Kai'Sa is going to start to get a little bit faster, a little bit quicker on these. She's 5 now, so she's going to soon have that Blink ult coming out next.
Absolutely. This is where things are going to get scary for VT. They've had the opportunity to oppress the bot lane and kind of control all the CS, but now that they've had to use that flash, they can't really take the risk of getting too risky. They see Sejuani. He got the kill back. Despite him dying first, giving up first blood, giving up that bonus goal, it's kind of bigger for him to get that clap back on Evelyn.
We see the TP coming in top on this. The Jax drops right back down into the fight. He's going into it. Very even on CS in that top lane. So we do see that Shen going all armor right now, though. And he's going to be clearly your tank later on for this. And then also we see the Kassadin taking out some free CS in the mid lane. Rumble coming back with that mask first buy. Okay.
So we see Sivir just kind of looking around bot, but not even staying next to the CS. We see Kai'Sa just getting all the farm she wants.
So Rumble's going to be clearly our magic damage going into this one. I don't think he's going to get too beefy. I don't know about that Doran start. We're past that point because he very much bullied Kassadin, but we'll see. Kassadin's got that pink ward. We're seeing a lot of pings down Dragon. Are we going to turn something over here? They're pushing the wave up, which is a good call. So they're drifting that way now. Kai'Sa just cleaned up the last little bit. We had a ward come out of the Rakan, very quickly cleared by the cow. Moving into that dragon, let's see what we've got down here. Jax with a small contest. A little bit of trade on damage. They're pushing the wave up. And it looks like they get that dragon over onto GMU.
Now, if we look at the CS coming out from GMU's Kai'Sa, we saw that Sivir was oppressing the bot lane. But despite that, we see the CS in GMU's favor. We even see Alistar with more CS than their other support. So what's going on?
What I want to talk about is the clear disrespect that Brandon is showing onto that Shen right now. He is just pushing him. We got to fight down bottom here, as we can see. The Sivir's getting clapped. We'll see it, and there's the kill going on over into Enrique.
So we look again. No flash. That completely just screwed Sivir over. There was nothing she could do about that fight. She just had to eat that ult, walk away, attempt to get far enough, and just couldn't do anything about it.
Evelyn looking to put pressure on here as she's getting through that. We're going to see the Cassidy just still trying to poke down that Rumble and not seeming to phase him at all.
And right there, when we saw Evelyn come down bot, we see the weakness in Evelyn with her having no real hard stun, no really type of lockdown CC. So they were able to just walk away with that.
Now, what I like so far out of Tech is, let me tell you, these guys have been contesting almost everything except for that dragon. They've been putting pressure on him. They're not afraid to get into Mason's face, which people have been afraid of so far.
It is true. We do see who getting charmed down mid. And this may be it for anime level.
Charm, the ult comes out, and they back off of this fight here.
And I think Ace had to flash out too. So despite using Rumble's flash, GMU almost coming out better for it.
It's a fair trade if flashes onto that. I really would have liked to see the Evelyn hang out and try to clean up what she could. Didn't look like it was going to happen. We have a back here down from the Sejuani. A real slow-paced game going into this. They're turning on it, and it seems like they're going to be able to get into the knocking up into the wall. The Kai'Sa coming in through this with the stun out and the knock up from the Rakan. It looks like they may be able to get out the back. There's another kill over onto Firefly from that Sivir.
And this is exactly what we were worried about. This Sivir was supposed to oppress this lane. This Sivir was supposed to win this lane. I referred earlier to the jungler will be the key to this game, and just like that, we see that this bot lane is completely going in GMU's favor. What can VT do to fix this?
If I were VT at this point, I'd just play it safe. I'd let that Sivir farm up because she has very, very easy wave clear. We're going to see another fight here. It looks like they're just... Brandon is just batting around his food on this one. He's just playing.
It is a little howdy-doody fist bump. You go your way, I go my way. I want this to
yeah. If I was the Sivir, so what I do, we have another fight down here in the jungle. We're going to see the Sejuani come in. They're going to try to bait out that Evelyn. They get it. They also get the kill onto Rumble with this one. Tech with the clapback. We're then going to answer back. Sejuani still hanging in there. Gets the kill onto the Kassadin, and they're chasing away the Shen. As things get out of there, the Rakan helps out the Shen to dive out the back. That's a 2 for 2 even trade over on this.
Now, who do you think that really hurt, though?
I think in the long, I think it's more money over onto Tech in this one. Your CS line isn't going to really change because you got Rumble and Kassadin coming in about the same time on this one. But I think overall with that even trade, most likely I'd give it to Tech because now you're getting more money onto that Kassadin. You're getting him some snowballs here to start to throw at the other team.
All right, and we'll see if they're able to do anything with that advantage. Now we see Sivir back bot. Solo bot not having any contest against Kai'Sa. We don't see Sejuani anywhere near there. Sejuani's top. Sivir, this is the time that VT needs to take that advantage and really just kind of save up.
Here we go. We got two of them ganking onto the Rumble with the easy cleanup. In the mid lane again, we see them starting to pick up steam here a little bit. The Kassadin goes over with the silence, and then they're going to dash out on this one. I need Brandon to get into one of these fights. I need him to roam out of there, but it's hard. I get it. You've got your Shen has a Tiamat, so now he can start cleaning up CS significantly easier, and you can't just give that up to him. So I want to see this Jack start getting into some of these fights. I think he's going to be the game changer.
That is one thing that I find exceedingly different in this game is that top lane seems to not even care about the rest of the game. Even in the late game, they still seem to solo.
They're just giving each other a little howdy-doody on this one. It seems like they're setting up for that dragon down there. We're going to have a... What kind of Drake do we got popping out on this one? Looks like a Mountain Drake into that, so it's going to make... If Tech gets this, they're going to get a little bit beefier, as we can see. And here we got a fight down there on Bush. We're going to see a dive out. There's the knock-up. Rakan trying to get out of this, and absolutely nothing. And they poke it back. That's a 1-0 fight.
That GMU has been winning these big team fights every time they've needed them. Really, even the time that they lost, they really just traded. So I don't see where Tech thrives in these team fights. And as we know, later on in the game, that's a big name of the game. So I don't get the mindset between VT's lineup.
VT is looking to get picks. That's what they've been doing. That's what they've been punishing Mason on. The second that Sejuani has gotten out of line, they lined her back up and put her back in line with that. Same thing with the Rumble. Second the Rumble gets cocky, they've shut him down twice now.
That is true, and that is fair. But then at the same time, the moment that Sejuani got clapped, Sejuani came back in, clapped back, roamed bot, got that kill on Evelyn solo, just about, and got another kill on that bot lane and gave control to Kaiser, who was already in control. So
Sejuani is just a huge bully right now in this meta. If you ask me, that's a insta-ban next time around. Forget the Tryndamere. Let's get rid of Sejuani in this one.
All right, take that back. I think they should just ban both.
So we've got them clearing up some vision here, starting to try and take control of that bottom again. They know that the dragon is taken, so we're not really worried about that. We've got an Infernal Drake coming up next in about 5 minutes, so at that 20-minute mark. Are we going to see anybody start to move their way towards this Rift Herald?
I don't think anyone, at least the VT side, is going to be looking for it. Like you said, they're looking for those picks, those big things. And with that, I think they'll need to unify themselves more so to get this Herald, but we see them honestly rather playing like individuals. Outside of Evelyn's ganks and roaming, they're not really going anywhere.
We see them coming in here. Alistair with the knock-up. The Rumble falls back. Rumble is Evelyn with the shield pop getting out of this one. Shen comes in with that ulti to save the Evelyn on this. It looks like we're starting to have them collapse on as the Kaisa and the Jax still keep pressure on the outside. Sejuani on the Rift Herald, and as we come in, Alistar gets cleaned up and absolutely deleted. Then they're going to stay onto the Rumble for this. Are they going to send him home as well? Tech answers back, evening up this score line for both of them.
That was a fantastic play coming out Tech's side.
Sedge comes in with that ult, doesn't really get anything off of it. We see Jax trying to clean up that Kassadin. Will he get it? The CS is taking him to this. He's moving into the Shen. The Shen gets the stun and the answer from Ace. That's exactly what we talked about. We need Ace to get rolling into this. And it looks like Tech's starting to take a hold of this one. What do you think?
Things were looking a little grim for them, and now this is looking like the game in their favor.
This one's getting spicy, King. I don't know. Oh, baby.
You all right, dog?
I'm zested up because Mason is. We saw Mason.
Zested up?
Oh yeah. Mason is not one of. They're not showing the Titans that they were so far. Or Tech is coming out swinging. But we know this is
zesty, you know what I'm saying?
Spicy. All right.
I need you to pick one.
So we see pretty even scoreline. Mason up one turret on this. Vision looking good across for both teams. We see something going down bottom. Alistair looking for the flash knockup. Kaisa coming in trying to get something, but Tech reads it.
So getting the knockup and really not able to do anything with that. Is the cooldown low enough that they can afford to just expunge that whenever they so choose?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just, the thing is, if you play around it smart, you're good. And you also have that Rakan with great distance as well. So the Rakan can buy time. We then see them coming in, the bait and the kill onto the Rumble for this one. We got an 8-6 scoreline. They're going, Shen's going top. Not going to get a whole lot out of here. Just moving back under tower, not giving up that CS. But that mid tower is going down on this one here shortly, as we can see.
That Jax needs to give up top lane.
We're moving up. That Jax is putting pressure and holding that top side of the map. He's still owning it on clock. He's falling back on CS a little bit. We'd see that Jax now getting into the fight. This is what I want to see. The Rakan flashes out over the back wall. Is he going to be able to get away through this? He's roaming through that jungle. It looks like Mason's just going to let him get back on that, which I think is a good call. Get a little bit more control on that mid lane in this one.
That's absolutely why Jax needed to roam bot or mid. Jax
Jax needs to roam everywhere. Let's be clear.
So with this pressure, I mean, laning against the Shen isn't really laning against anything. The fact that his ult allows him to TP onto a teammate doesn't really matter. when you're trying to do or hold
We
someone
see
down into a
Sedge
lane.
coming on. Tech, everybody getting into this fight here. It's a 3v3. The Sejuani clean up. Here comes the rest of Tech on top of them. They're going to get that Alistar to get out of that and probably turn this into a quick Infernal Drake. More damage onto him, making him really start to clean up. We also see 7 stacks onto that Rod of Ages. Cassidon's getting beefy.
This game is quickly spinning out of control for GMU.
What does GMU need to fight back into this game? Do you think it's going to be that team fights that they need to force to fight? Or do we just need Brandon to come back and get into things?
It depends on how they want to play it. If they want to go for those team fights, they can, but they absolutely cannot take a 5v5. They need to get picks here and there, or if they're going to take a team fight, they need to have the number advantage. If they're going to have Jax come down, they need to roam and get those individual kills and capitalize on those and roam and look for more. They are not going for objectives right now, which is fine, but if they're not going to, they need to get those kills. They need to be able to shut down VT's plan, because as of right now, they're just snowballing out of control.
Very clean up onto both of those towers. The Cassidon, though, snowballing and turning into an absolute monster. As we can see, 6-1-4 on that scoreline. That stack on the Rod of Ages goes up again to 8 on this.
Like you said earlier, Ace just doing a fantastic job of stopping them.
Of making his way through this. And Computer Upgrade Game, thank you again for your kind sponsorship of this event as we get back into things today. Here we go. We're moving down the mid lane on this. We got that blue buff over onto Cassidon. They do take that top tier 1 today. So we have all those tier 1 towers down over onto Tech for this one. Baron going up. Are they going to... Do you think Tech baits this Baron? Do they get that Baron? Do they use it into their advantage and start to starve Mason out of
I think
resources?
Tech needs to back up now. We do see that Sivir and Shen are top. Shen can come back, but, well.
Cassidon with another cleanup onto Brandon.
GMU's fantastic teamwork is just showing many weaknesses in the armor that we haven't seen until today.
Here's what I think we're seeing out of GMU right now. We've seen GMU run everybody laning phase. They have been absolutely face-stomping laning phase. You got a lot of strong individual talent on that team. But I think their immaturity of macro is starting to show a little bit on this.
Absolutely. that's it. That's all there is to say. That's all, folks.
We see another fight going down here. Mason cleaning up a little bit. They get that kick off. They're then going to clean up the Rakan onto this.
Oh, God.
Shen not getting away from that Jax.
Make it stop.
Brandon says, it is absolutely mine. Don't come into my jungle. This is my map, boys.
Ace better get out. So just like that, we said that they needed to make those team fights and pick off people where they could. And they absolutely did that right now.
And turning it into a big objective, too. With that first Baron going down absolutely uncontested, they're going to be able to use this to easily clean up what's left of those tier 1 towers.
Now, I think that's something that we haven't seen in all the previous matches. We've seen once someone gets ahead, they generally snowball out of control. But for the first time, we're seeing someone just, okay, they're snowballing out of control. We understand. We know what we need to do. We know what we need to go against. And they executed it perfectly and was able to pull out a big buff for it.
So now with this Baron, I don't see Tech being able to roam around as much as they've been so far, because we're going to see them push those waves out. We're going to see them start to move up that vision line a little bit. Because as we can see, it's pushed back into those tier 1 towers, and I think this is going to be what Mason needs to get back into the game here. Move some waves up, really get some vision on that forward end of the map.
I see now with that kill and with that team fight turnaround, I'm worrying a lot more for VT than I previously expected I would.
So Mason takes up that tier 1 mid there. As we can see things, they're also grouping up. We got 4. We got the Jax down in the jungle here. It looks like he's looking to find the Shen where he's coming from. Shen is coming into this Tech, looking to make a turnover. Shen running away. They're baiting it out. Jax is moving in with them. We got that 5-man mid here. Shen looking to fall back. with this team. Is he going to ulti into this one? He does have it up if he wants to use it. We then have that Sivir taking away those objectives, owning it. We have Sedge cleaning up any bit of vision that Tech wishes to have in that jungle.
And we just see, this is what we've been seeing from GMU all game, all the other previous games, is complete and utter map control. Even if they're not doing anything in lane, they're taking that opportunity to go ahead, search jungle, and clear it out.
Very much so. So we're going to see Tech here moving up a little bit. They're trying to establish some vision. They know they have to move as 5. We see Sedge with the ult onto this. Alistar trying to clean up whatever we can, but 2 flashes coming out. Or just a flash on from Sivir on that one, getting out of that fight.
And so nothing out of the play, a few wasted summoning spells, but overall, not worse for wear. They still have that pressure applied, they still have those buffs, they're looking to take a Drake now, so not really a bad deal. And they're evening things out, taking the exact same Drakes as VT.
Well, that's GMU up 2 Mountain Drakes and a Flame Drake. They then get onto this Shen here. Is Shen going to be able? He dashes, and they're just going to let him go. They're like, thanks for hanging out, buddy, but this is still my house.
They are showing that they are not afraid of letting them go. They have late game. They feel very comfortable. They feel like you had the ability to poke and prod, and you had the ability to individually nuke us. But we saw in the previous game against GMU, or not GMU, Battle and Nova, where a different comp focused around team fight, they weren't able to execute it as securely, but I think GMU has that potential to do so.
We've got another Infernal Drake coming up after this, which means it's going to be more damage onto whoever gets that. We see Mason playing slow, playing their game into this one.
And look at those pings. They already know that the vision's there, and they're like, all right, dog, let's get rid of that.
They are basically trying to blindfold Tech as much as they can getting into this. The Kassadin goes onto the Jax. We're going to see if he can clean anything up here. We know that's a fight that's going to be in favor of Kassadin. He's getting what he can. The rest of the team comes in onto this. Kassadin says, no way, son. You are mine. With Rakan cleaning up the trash.
If they're able to secure this kill on Sivir, and that is a fantastic trade for GMU. They may have lost their top laner, but VT lost their ADC, lost a T2, and they might even lose a T3 for it. Was that really the trade that they were looking for?
It was not. They were now taking out that inhib on this one, but we do see the Evelynn coming out on this. They don't quite get the inhibitor here. We are then going to see them taken out onto this. The Rumble goes down, no questions asked. Kaisa right after that. Sedge, and then the cow coming home. Tech coming back with the answer on to this fight and running it up mid. Clearly going to get that tier 2 tower out of this. Are they going to push for 3? We have 30-second death timers.
Oh my, that was rough. GMU attempted to try and get that decent trade, but really ended up getting severely punished for it.
Jax knows he can't handle the 4 of Tech right now. As he's pushing in, we've got Sivir running things down towards putting pressure down that bottom for this one. But then going to have Kassadin clean up whatever he can of that Jax, trying to put some pressure on him, saying, no way, buddy, today.
All right, so VT starting to get that stranglehold on GMU and kind of just seal out this match overall. And I don't see what they do to make this better.
I see it going both ways right now. Here's what I think Tech needs to do. Tech needs to slow it down, really start to establish some good vision. As we can see, they got a good control down there on that bottom side of the map. We know Baron's coming up again shortly. We know Dragon's coming up again shortly. Those are your 2 contentions. Those are how you get back into this fight.
Immediately puts down a ward.
Cleaned up.
Get that out of here.
No questions asked. So things are going to be making their way towards that Baron now. Baron's about to come up. Scuttle's about to come up as well. We see Tech working their way into that river, trying to get a hold of this.
But GMU not getting too far away, aware of what they're trying to come up with and ready for the counterplay.
The Sedge saying, no way, this is my house, telling Shen to back it up. No damage between the 2 of them. More just politely shaking hands and saying, how's things going?
Very, very cordial.
Alistar.
You see the Shen by himself almost kind of baiting into something risky. Ace getting caught out by himself. His team is there to follow up, and he will get the kills. This is looking terrible for GMU.
There's the answer with Alistair knocking the Sivir out. We do have a cleanup here on this. Jax is the only one left. Tech making the teamwork happen that we talked about that they needed to do for this. They're going to go. They're going to take that inhib. They also have the wave here. Are they going to be able to take a tower off of this? It looks like they're going to. They got 30-second death timers, 20 seconds to get back into the game on that Kai'Sa. They're going to take that tier there. Are they going to close this out? It looks like it could be it on this.
And just like that, one good team fight, and that'll be the end of game one.
Takes it home on game one. There's that early upset we talked about onto this. Great game out of both people. Now the question is, what does Mason do to answer back? Because Tech seemed to have control through a majority of that game. Other than a few, I'd say between that 5 to 10 minute mark.
I think they might just step back in awe. This is the first time they've been shown human. They haven't lost all tournament. So are they able to adapt? Like I said earlier, I was interested to see how they would play on the back foot, and they played well, but still weren't able to capitalize on it and turn the game around. So I'm really interested to see how they're going to be able to come back and adjust from this beating.
Being down this game, what's your answer to that? Do you go with a safe, slow comp? Because we know Mason has the macro. They do. That's their style. That's their game. So do you play with the late game slow comp, or do you try to go aggressive and answer VT back with their own game?
I think in this meta and the format that the game is played, I think the more aggressive comp shows that it wins more consecutively. The late game is nice, but you're putting a lot of your eggs in one basket. If that one champion that you're trying to get to the late game and get to win gets picked, you're kind of set back, and even then, while the rest of your team may be farming, you may have gotten a kill on the other team, the one person you need isn't getting anywhere. So despite the timer going up, your team play isn't going anywhere.
I don't have the answer. That's why I'm not playing. but
that's
now
why.
here's
That's
the other question. That's it, 100%. Next question. Kassadin handled every bit of that game, held his own. We were both questionable about it going into it. I know neither of us really said that Kassadin's going to be a game changer. Do you respect it?
Ace would be.
We knew Ace was going to be. Do we respect it? Do you give Ace that assassin play that he's been wanting and been loving? We saw him on the Zed the other day. We saw him on the Akali.
I mean, you can't ban everything.
So do you then does Mason answer with a control mage and slow it down? Do you put that Orianna in? Do you put that Zyra in? What are you gonna do to slow things down here?
I mean, they could try and deal with it with a beefy character or someone that can slow them down, or you could attempt to get a more aggressive earlier comp and look for that jungler to try and answer that. Even then, you have the counter ganks to worry about. You've got your flashes. You've got simply better microing and better control of the lane. So there's a lot of variables to account for, and I'm really not sure which one will help in GMU side more so.
Bottom lane, I was very happy with both of those. They played out very well. Top side, Shen, Jax. We know Brandon wants to play these bully champions. What do you keep letting him through on that? Because Mason clearly in the next game, it's going to be your jungle mid synergy. That's going to be the game changer, because I think the other lanes went fine. Shen did his job. He stayed tanky. He stayed in the back line, stayed on top of CS, didn't get too far behind Jax. And really just kind of kept them busy.
I honestly think you can, unless he's going to be more team-oriented, you can let him do whatever he wants. We saw that he came into fights and changed the tide, but he did it so late that it was almost kind of like trying to fight uphill. Had he been more active possibly earlier, it might have changed things, but even then they still had the Shen who could ult in to help out. So I think if he's going to do anything, he needs to be more active, especially if they're going to give him those bully characters that have that ability to change the tide of a fight, or at least initiate and start the fight.
Now, ladies and gentlemen at home, remember this is a best of 3, so we've got at least one more game left. It could go 1-1 and then take us to a 3-game series. We've got one more game. It's going to be coming up here in about 10-15 minutes on this one. Mason's going to be coming back in. They're going to be swapping sides on that band. So also we're going to have Mason with first pick this time around.
I don't really see that changing too much.
You don't think that's going to be changing? Did Nico stay? Go?
I don't think they should worry about me.
Least of their worries on this one. So if you're asking me, we get rid of that Cassim, we take him out. We have some sort of answer for that assassin play on Ace because he's clearly the game changer on that team. So you got to shut down Ace. You've got to take him down. Again,
he is a huge problem.
Catalyst, not the hard carry, but every bit of the catalyst for that team.
Absolutely. So I think with that, they really just need to capitalize on it and try and deal with Ace overall. But with that being said, we'll go ahead and take a break and come back to you guys shortly.
Cut it. Hold on, spin around.
Yeah, man, that sandwich I was eating was delicious. I had so much mayonnaise on it. Ugh. Well, welcome back. How was the wall?
It's fantastic.
Were you
Lots
nice
of
to him?
foam. So,
I know, nice and red.
I talked to both teams. Got some spicy info for us.
Oh,
on this
spicy
one.
info. Don't say too much, man.
Okay, so
Hey, what can you share with me?
Tech said they got exactly what they wanted, and they just mind gamed Mason out of it.
Think it'll work again?
Zero chance. Zero chance.
Zero?
I don't think it'll be the same game. I don't think.
You think we're dealing with new and improved players?
I don't think we're dealing with new and improved players, but I think we're dealing with players that have caught on, right? The reason we play best of 3 is because in this game it's so big, it's so diverse. It's easy to pull out one game to a unique strategy and different in the way you want it to go.
Absolutely.
The real guys are the ones that can read those tendencies, that can grow on. So it's very common to see teams drop one game and then come back.
Yeah, can they adjust? Are they a one-trick pony? Is there anything else they can do that'll really put GMU on edge? And we saw that they could do it in the first game, but will they be able to follow up with it?
Next one, Cassidy and Rakan. Do you let those two through? Because they were pretty run in that game.
Now, so far we've seen Yasuo,
Yep.
Kassadin, and Shen.
Okay.
That's 3 bans.
You got 2 more. We both kind of agree that the Nico.
Yeah, so that's one that you could sub, but at the same time, like, yeah, do you approach it in the way that you go ahead and ban all of his playable characters, or do you approach it in a way that you just shut him down and make him irrelevant?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's something that they're really going to have to focus on. Are they going to use those bans to cancel out Ace, or are they just going to have to cancel Ace? Like, he clearly held the precedence in the match, held the steam. Late game, he went in, got pulled by the entire team, and his team showed up late and still managed to keep him alive every bit and fed him everything.
Don't forget about the Rakan, though. The Rakan over onto Smite. He was in there and holding his own. He was controlling those fights as much as he could. You'd see it. Every knockup he came in, 3, 4 guys. Like, enough to allow Tech the time they need to clean things up.
Absolutely. The team is just completely capitalizing on all of their strengths and really just played to everything that they wanted to and intended to play with.
Mm-hmm. It was solid. We'll see how it goes. I'll tell you more once this pick ban gets going on what people are looking to do and once we get into it, because I think I've got some juicy info for you. I talked to Coach Shadow over on Mason as we had in here earlier, who has some opinions. He has some opinions.
All right, so with that being said, with those hard opinions, are we going to see a comp drastically change? No, you can't say too much, but
I wouldn't expect too many changes.
Okay. So
I would expect a very similar play style.
Okay. Understandable. So they feel comfortable, they know where they messed up, they see where they messed up, and they're ready to fix it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. With that, we're gonna kind of throw it here soon. It looks like the players are doing their pick ban on stage now. So we're getting into things. We're looking around the players. They're having some chats. We've got Coach over there for Tech. Seems to be pre-handed that his team's gonna go and 2-0 this. And with that 2-0, taking home a grand too.
To a team that hasn't lost till now. The great underdog story. But
So we have both teams that are, 6-1 now? Final numbers? 5-1.
5-1.
5-1, both teams. Lifeblood playing out for Mason in here, playing on for that tournament hope. I think we have a 3-game series, boys. That's what I'm predicting.
I know. I think this makes VT 5-1, and it makes GMU 4-1. Math, I think. Is that how math works? Because if VT wins 1 more, they get 6, and if GMU wins 2 more, they get 6. They
So
played the same amount of
that's
matches.
5-1 for Mason, or 4-1.
4-1, yeah.
Then you have Tech, who went 2.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, look at that math. Yes.
Numbers. Oh,
I
man.
knew I went to school for a reason. It wasn't for numbers.
Okay. That one's for all the kids at home.
You're a magic man, and with some, with you being the magic man, tell me what we're about to see.
What we're about to see, pick BAM, they're swapping sides, obviously. I think we're going to see almost identical bands coming out of Tech. They're going to respect that trend of mirror. He ran all over them last time, and basically just a bull in a china shop over them last time. So I predict that Tryndamere band coming out again. We're going into it here, as we can see. We see an Evelyn band, a Riven band, and a Kali with a Nautilus and Tryndamere over onto VT.
Oh, wow. They were not a fan of that Evelyn. And understandably so. Evelyn, every time that she was in danger, would just ult to get out. So that was a huge pick for them. Will that be a problem? And VT still banning the Nico. Why?
I'm cool with it. I'm sure they did some homework on Anime King. Or Anime Lover. I don't know enough about him, but I have a feeling that he is something. He did have that fancy little challenger jacket getting up onto the stage there. So we see the Shen first picked.
From GMU.
I'm cool with it.
They just what?
So as we're moving from pick band, here's what I heard from Mason. So Mason said, very similar pick band. It's going to be almost identical from them, very similar team comp. They're looking to be extremely aggressive early game this time around. They're looking to be in Tech's face.
All I'm saying is they took out Evelyn, and then instead of letting VT getting Shen like he's been playing consistently, they took him as well. And not only did they take him, not even as a band, they took him for their side. So is that going to really mess up their comp coming on VT side?
I don't think so. I think we're going to see a little bit different of a comp from VT. Jarvan, obviously, with the heavy engage, very similar to an Evelyn. Different damage type, obviously going to be a little bit more tanky, a little less sneaky, but can definitely come in with a club. We see a Leona bottom as opposed to the Alistar. So, we're getting more tanks out of GMU. The safe, slow game from Mason on this one.
They clearly did not enjoy getting burst down.
They did not. Though, what I'm curious about is, are we going to see the Kai'Sa pick again? Or do you move it to Illusion? If you're looking for early game aggression, we see Kai'Sa showed, and there she is. She's picked back into it.
I was about to say, I didn't really see too many flaws in Kai'Sa's play overall.
Okay.
Despite her getting pressured out of lane early, she still managed to come out pretty even in lane.
With the Kennen pick, tons of CC up in the top lane. He's going to bully that Shen for a while.
But I feel like Shen, at this point, we've seen Shen enough. Shen just kind of takes everything.
Shen does him in plays to protect and support the team.
Exactly.
Kennen, though. Kennen's going to be huge initiation over from Tech onto this again.
Absolutely.
Those assassins, are we going to see him run top, or are we going to see him run mid on this? Going on over into Ace, or is he going to go up top to Yade?
I guess we'll have to wait and find out. We have seen VT play Kennen already, so this is nothing foreign to them.
We see the Yasuo ban, so I'm guessing that Kennen was probably a flex to wherever they were going to go. Seeing if they were going to actually pick into the Yasuo or not. We're going to see a final ban here any moment. Wow, they're biting all that time out. And the final ban goes on to They skipped it?
Because they took too long.
Ooh, but was it a strategic? Was it a flex? Or did they just run out of time? Was there too much talking in those comms? Do you need a coach to say, look, this is what we're doing? Or do you just let the inmates run the asylum? Cassidon ban, that's what I heard through our tech here. So,
a little birdie.
Exactly what we guessed was going to be a banned out.
Understandable.
Gragas, Sejuani. Who are we going to see in the jungle?
They didn't ban Rek'Sai.
They didn't ban Rek'Sai. So we see the the Sivir pick over in the Silas in the jungle. Gonna be clubbing people with those chains around. But we do know Silas, a very high skill champ, or do we see this Silas mid? Is he gonna be flex right now?
Wherever he is, he will not be liked.
No.
And I'm interested to see why they go Sivir again. Sivir didn't do bad, but Sivir didn't
I think
get to
Sivir is probably a comfort pick for Fong over there.
Fair.
And plus Sivir, as we know right now, isn't going to be. She's very neutral, you know. She's not great, not bad, just kind of doing things as is. We see the Rumble pickup for the final pick over onto GMU. We got about 10 seconds here. Let's see.
Yeah, so like you
what
said,
tech
comp
is
not
gonna
changing
come
up too much entirely.
No, obviously Silas still with that CC in the jungle and Lucian. So we're gonna, if I had to predict, we're gonna see the Lucian here, Lucian mid, Kennen top, or they're gonna run it Kennen mid, Lucian top. It's a flex. So if I had to guess without my mic flying across, Lucian mid, Kennen top.
That is quite the comp. What? Why? Why are we doubling
They're
up?
going damage heavy. They're doing this exact. That comp is going to play the exact same style that they did last time. They're looking for that composition. They're looking for Rakan to do what Rakan did in team fights, run house, which is what he did very well. And then we're also looking to see that Lucian just kind of take over that mid lane, get fed, be the assassin for the team.
Fair, I suppose, but at the same time, they also have the Rumble. The Rumble will just immediately kind of delete whatever, or not delete, harass heavily whatever may think wants to live there.
Yep. We also, you're going to see what I think Mason's going to do is Mason is going to do what Mason does and be very on top of that vision control, because they want that surprise Silas to come out of the jungle and just club people with those chains. We want to see that knock-up. We want to see that clean damage out of Silas, that heavy CC that he does so well, getting into things going on these. So we're going to see, here we go. We got some summoners. We're going to kind of predict where people are going. Kennen top. It's kind of what we guessed on this.
And I haven't seen Jarvan successfully played in this tournament so far. I think we've seen him played once, but the Jarvan was played with many faults. So I'm interested to see how they can use him this time.
We see the
productive.
camera over there onto Mason, pulling on his anime lover, putting on his challenger jacket, showing everybody who's the owner of this map here. Couldn't tell you if it's cold or he's flex, but I had to go flex.
Odd flex, but okay. I mean, it's a flex, but they lost the first match.
They lost the first match, but they, from what I was talking with Coach Shadow, they have the read on tech now. They got the information that they needed. They're hoping to win that game. They were playing it slow, but now they have every bit of the information that they need. They're going to be very tactical, almost surgical with that knife coming through on this game around.
You would say they've got the download?
I think they've got it. I think we're going to go, I think this game's going to be GMU pretty clean on this. They're going to get scrappy. What? Jace? Jace wasn't in that pick ban.
Jace is in the pick ban now.
I'm cool with the Jace mid, but is that kosher? Are we allowed to do that? And we're talking to the referees?
It's fine.
Referees say it's cool. Referees say it's kosher, dude. Ooh, all right then.
I mean, we did see the Cassidy ban that didn't actually get banned, so it's probably something discussed
I
on
like
the team. So
I like the Jace over Lucian. I think that is a significantly better pick in the mid lane here. I think he's going to be able to hold up to that Rumble pretty well. That changes my thoughts a little bit here, because we know Jace is going to be Jace is going to go a lot more even with Rumble in lane, 100%.
Going what?
Even. So they're going to be able to. It's not going to be that big bully that Rumble was last time onto the Cassidy early game, forcing him to roam as much as he could to clean up, which he did very well. So what I think we're going to see is Silas forcing him to get in.
All right, and with that, we will switch over to our host for a interview.
Thanks, King Fuyoshi. This is Captain Alley, and we are here at Beltway Battles, live from #Arena. I'm here with Gavin, the coach for Virginia Tech League of Legends. How great does it feel to give GMU their first L of the entire tournament? They've been undefeated until now.
It feels pretty good. I had a lot of confidence in my boys to pull this one out, so definitely a good start to the series for us.
It's definitely a big change compared to the last time we saw you face up against GMU yesterday. It feels like an entirely different team. Do you guys feel like you warmed up a little bit, kicked it up a notch?
We kind of sorted out our pick band. We were kind of experimenting a bit yesterday because the game kind of like didn't matter. We were going to play GMU anyway, so we were kind of testing a few things, see what they would do in draft. But with that data, we kind of fixed our draft last night and this morning, and I think we're in a much better position now.
Absolutely. Speaking of picks, there was a little bit of a hiccup earlier. Can you comment on that?
Oh yeah, so we just accidentally picked Lucian in the pro draft, and usually like what happens when you do that is you just tell the other team as soon as it happens, and so we just told them that it was meant to be a Jace instead, so that was it.
Glad that worked out. Before the round even started, King Fuyoshi made a prediction that whoever won the first round is going to take the entire tournament. Do you guys think you have the momentum to make that happen?
Oh, absolutely. My boys are ready to take it.
All right, that's Gavin from Virginia Tech with some bold words. As another player, Chase, was saying earlier, they are confident but not cocky, so we'll have to see what happens. This is Beltway Battles. We're going into our next round of our final match. Back to King Fuyoshi and Efish.
All right, so we saw that Jace pick. What is that going to entail for them?
That's what you're going to get. You're going to get a little bit more poke than that Kassadin is, but you're also going to have a good amount of engage too, because we know Jace can go between melee and ranged on this. So as he gets into that, he's going to have that initiation with that deep dive that he does with that. But also, don't forget about the speed gate. So you take him, you take Sivir. That's an extremely mobile comp.
Absolutely. So are we just seeing another heavily mobile picking characters off type comp that we saw in the first match?
I don't want to say yes, but yes. Yes, that's exactly what we're going to see. Same style of play out of Tech.
I don't want to say exactly what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say what I don't want to say.
I'm going to say exactly what the answer is, but I like to play devil's advocate, and I can't. It's going to be the same style of play on this one out of both teams. I think it's going to be a game of discipline this time. I think it's going to be a game of mind games out of Mason. We know they can play slower. We know they can play more macro. It's going to be a mind game from them. They're going to poke Tech. They're going to see what they got and really just kind of bait them out and find that flaw, exploit every second of it.
And is Mason's new comp going to be able to do that?
Yes, very much so. Think about the CC that's on there.
So what's so different about this comp than prior?
It's not super different. You're just going to be having things coming out. As we go into this level 1 here, going into this, it's a very slow style. We see as we're getting into the mini-map, same thing, standard level 1 out of Mason. We see Tech looking in that top jungle here. What's going to be coming out of this? That Jarvan maybe trying to bait out that Silas, see if he can get anything. He throws the flag out.
Am I going to get the early invade?
No. Hate to break your heart, but this is going to be a slow, solid game on this.
I feel disrespected by the swiftness that you denied my happiness.
I know you love your early game. I know it's one of your favorite parts about this. Scrappy, one skill fights.
It is definitely my favorite part of this game overall. It's just early game, oppression and dominance heavily coming out, heavy-handed from one or the other, and then completely setting the tone for the game in general. So
Now you, King Yoshi, I know is a huge Dota fan. Is level 1 so aggressive in Dota as well? Or is it a completely different style? I see you rolling your eyes. You can't.
yes and no. It depends on your comp. Like you can have kind of like an ADC transitive that would have a stun. So with that, you can be willing to invade on the enemy team, and it really just depends.
Okay, so we see a lot of pressure coming out of Mason down bottom on that blue side throughout this. Tech going on just a little bit throughout here. Backs up. Blue, red side. Did they not swap sides going into this game? I don't think they did. I think they played the same sides as well.
May have been a pick.
You know, I would have swapped sides if it were me.
Hey, they don't need it, you know? They got that juice.
Got that confidence going into this. We're seeing pretty standard start as we're moving our way through these. We're then going to see that Jace coming out a little bit. He's pushing Rumble back. He's getting that wave stack though. So he's trying to push him under tower. I'm looking for Roam coming up maybe after this one. Question is where is he gonna go? We see the Silas moving through. We also see a super deep ward from the Leona. That's a great pickup.
I like how Brandon King is playing this. He's taking every single opportunity that he sees that the Kennen wants to get aggressive, and it's just backing off. And then comes right back, gets some CS, and backs off again. He's not trying to take anything too cheeky, anything too advantageous.
Now, here's what I really like about Brandon as a player so far. Brandon is a phenomenal, solid, clean laner. You're not going to see anything overly scrappy about him. You're also not going to see anything tremendously too sketchy. You're going to see him clean. He's reliable. I also think this Shen pick with the TP is going to give him more map presence, because we know Shen's ultimate is essentially a TP across the map to wherever he wants to go with those characters. It's going to put him in the fight more, and that's what we need. That's what we talked about. We got a fight here over from Silas and Jace. It looks like it, or Jarvan. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of poke going through. Jarvan comes in. Kennen trying to get into the fight here too. Shen going on top of that. They're pushing him back. Down bottom here, we're seeing Leona getting things done. They back off out of that. Nothing from anybody. Just a lot of poke and a lot of people letting know that they're still here.
Looks like a lot of respect and no respect. I lied.
First blood going out onto that Kaisa. That's an easy 400 gold to take home on this. He's going to leave the Rakan alone in lane. He's going to sit there and soak up any experience he can on these. With that, also it looks like a little dance going on with Shen and Kennen. We're going to see the Sivir coming back. She's trying to be aggressive. They're going to push him back with the Rakan as they are getting into this one. It looks like they're going to take over that lane. We are then going to see the Silas coming in. No vision from Tech, but they read it like a book with Mason coming in, and the Rakan gets out of it. Smite burned on over onto that Kaisa, taking a kill, but the kill does go onto the Rakan, so minimal gold to the Sivir.
I remember now the match where Rylus played Leona, and I remember why I saw a ban for Leona. Rylus is completely changing the momentum and the feel of that bot lane. We saw in the first game it was kind of more defensive and them getting cheeky where they could. Rylus now is just, is there open wave? Cool, I'm gonna just hook you and I'm gonna harass you. You're either gonna get out of lane or you're gonna die. Pick one.
So we're seeing that vision moving down towards that bottom lane a little bit on this. Rumble just putting some poke out there, trying to help protect the Silas so that they can get the scuttle, setting up for that first Infernal Drake. So we're going to see damage coming out. We then have a relatively even top lane here. We got Kennen up by about 10 CS, but that wave just came in on this. Rumble pushing that Jace back today.
This is definitely a different game. GMU behind in gold, but I see their comp.
Kennen ulting right here onto the Shen and gets the cleanup off the backside onto this. Sorry to cut you off, Yoshi, but this is getting exciting.
Cut me off faster next time. It scared me. Why, minions? Why you do him like that? He just wanted to live. He was a humble man. He was a humble Shen.
So we see Tech pinging the Silas. They know exactly where he is on this one. They're getting a read. Tech going to push him back. Probably make a decent vision play off of this one. We then see the Silas picking up Raptors. And overall, GMU saying they want to be aggressive to start, and the Tech responding with that aggression.
This is a lot closer of an early game than it was prior, and if GMU's still going to go for this late game strat, this is just looking more and more in their favor.
It certainly is. We're going to see Kennen still getting some poke out there, cleaning up that top side. They're going for the Infernal. Is it going to be contested? Doesn't look like this. It looks like Mason's just going to put a little bit. GMU making him back off the Dragon down in the bottom here. Rumble was trying to roam. Jace jumps on him. Rakan moving in on this. Looks to engage. Backs off on the top side. And then we're going to go back neutral with a contention. Back down on that Dragon. It looks like you're going to have Tech cleaning it up. Silas there on top of it. Leona looking to engage. She gets the ult off. They have a ton of damage onto Sivir. Then they are cleaning up the Rakan right afterwards. Jace looking to get what he can, but gets out. Kennen, TP down bottom, comes into the fight. Jace still running around. We see J4 picking up the Silas. This is still a cleanup over onto the Mason side. They are going to get the final kill count onto this. They're going to move their way onto Dragon. It's a 1 for 3, 1 for 2, 1 for 2.
You sure?
No.
It was 1 for 3.
1 for 3.
Sivir died earlier and just had respawned. But that was great coming out from GMU. Now, they were down almost a K, or just about 2K actually, and now they have a slight gold lead.
A slight minimum goal lead here. We're going to see him back on top of that. We do see that Kaisa getting super gold heavy on this. Last time Sivir was kind of owning that lane, but I heard some disrespect onto the Kaisa coming from Tech in their locker room chat, but it looks like Kaisa said, I heard it as well, and I'm going to let you know it.
Absolutely. We saw the Kaisa. The Kaisa last game did completely well given the certain circumstances, and even now this Kaisa is doing fantastic. I just love to see how GMU is pinpointing what they need and emphasizing on it. We saw them get all those kills, and in a team fight it's kind of hard, especially when they're trying to run on who's going to secure those kills, but they're putting the kills right on the people that they need to and simply just vassing their lead.
As we see things moving around the map, we see a little bit of poke from everybody. We see vision control. We still have yet to see that Infernal go down. Nobody to take that Dragon yet. Looking to contest it here. But with that, we also have Rift Herald going up soon. We have a Mason contesting Dragon here. It doesn't look like Tech's going to move onto him. Rakan drifting his way towards Sivir, making her way as well. They're moving. Everybody's getting into pit on this one. J4 gets onto the Rumble. Jace looking to get something off of this. Rumble with the ult cleans up the J4. Then he's moving off the backside. Silas comes in, takes home that mid lane on that with the Dragon on top of it. They get a 2-0 onto the Jace and the J4 for these.
Now I see why they still picked Rumble, despite them getting the pick off on Rumble, a 2v1. Rumble completely turned it around, and then Silas coming in to pick it up and clean up what was left. GMU is looking strong, and clearly those head games are not working in this second match.
GMU, I told you, they said they had the read on it, and let me tell you, they are showing it here. They're giving it everything they need and then some. Getting into these fights on this one, we see they're holding that bush. They're gonna try to catch somebody off guard. It may look like they know they have the fight onto Sivir Rakan. They go with the dive. Leona gets on top of it. They back off. No question. Sivir's gonna answer back by clearing those, by throwing in, and gets absolutely nothing out of this one.
And nothing lost at all GMU side. They got them to use their flashes. They got them to use the summoner spell with a 5-minute cooldown. So now if they want to go and re-engage again, they have that opportunity. And especially if Silas were to roam bot, they could look at a potentially devastating bot.
Now, King, one thing you and I have both talked about and are very, very, very adamant is that we need to see Brandon more in these fights. Brandon, 4 assists so far, making his presence known this time around.
Absolutely, and that's what we needed to see from him. We don't need him to win the top lane. We just need him to be there for the team fight. This overall game wants to go into the late game, and with that being said, you just need to be alive.
Kennen with the solo kill on top. They then get onto the Jace, showing them that Jace wasn't the pick. Maybe they should have stuck with the Lucian on this one.
Yeah. Lucian would have had that mobility to kind of deal with the pressure that they're applying. We see that they completely are happy with the pick that they had. They didn't even change much, just like you said. So clearly it was more of a mind game, and they let Ace get too far ahead, and now
Clean disrespect over from Mason. Even score lines in CS, but not in those kill lines on these. Now, we've added, recently in the newer seasons, they've added bounties onto characters, which is a catch-up mechanic coming into this. You see, Mason worth almost 600 gold extra if you can kill that whole team. Did you go for him?
no. I don't see I understand. I completely get it. In a good team fight and good setup, sure, you want to aim for that, but I don't think you want to tunnel vision onto that, because if they do so, they could easily bait that out, see that they're fishing for that, and set up a counter game. Especially with this lineup that they have right now. Like we said, we know they want to go into that late game, and we know that top lane likes to sit top. Yade has so much.
Or Yade.
Or he should move out of top, because he has so much CC. So he really needs to be there for the team when they take those fights.
He does. It looks like they're pushing those up, which gives them some roam power down bottom. They're going to try to get some vision onto this. Actually, we see some pings. They might be going under tower. Leona marching through the house saying, this is mine. Silas goes in. Leona gets the dive. There's a cleanup on Rakan. Are they going to get the Sivir as well into this? They are. Kennen, TP down bottom, trying to get onto the Kai'Sa, then gets cleaned up with the triple kill over to the Silas. That puts him 5-1 on this one. They're giving up mid tower. They're taking bottom tier 1 for this.
That was huge. GMU is looking like GMU. This is what we've been seeing all tournament. Although they aren't as dominant in this matchup as they have been, we see a completely different team from game 1 to game 2.
I think we're seeing a more aggressive team. I don't think there's going to be too much changing play-wise other than that early game aggression. I talked to their coach, Shadow, gave me all the down low. He said Tech can't handle pressure whatsoever early game, and they've exploited it.
No, they can't see, but I just slapped myself in the forehead. Because I specifically asked Tech in a prior situation, what are you going to do about them early game? And they're like, we'll be fine. And we see
they will not be fine. As we're making a move here, we're going to see Kai'Sa making her way on up through that mid lane, trying to find some CS here. We see a launch of vision. They're going to be a contention for that dragon down bottom. It's a Mountain Drake on this. They move Jace up top side. He's going to try to get some farm because we know that Jace has a positive outcome over against that Shen. Jace up significantly on that Rumble in CS. Same thing with the Kennen. Kennen 3-1. Are we going to see something coming down here onto Dragon? We have the Kai'Sa. She's trying to get some damage out so that she can get that proc. Leona, knowing that the Kennen is the game changer, cleans it up early. Rylast, huge shout out to you for reading that one. And then they get the dragon.
And that looked terrible, VT side. They completely left Yade out there just to dry. I don't know whether it was a miscommunication or he was just overextended, but they really need to be more together than that.
They do. They're going to go ahead and get this blue as well. They're going to put that over onto the Silas. It looks like they're going to get the Krugs, or the Grump also, with this one going their way through that. They're going to make their way down mid. Do you go for vision control here? Do you start marching it down middle? What do you do at this point if you're Tech?
Really, they just need to answer back to them. They showed their weaknesses and they've exploited them. Now it's just on VT's side to respond. We've seen that they said they can't answer the early game pressure, and clearly they're exploiting that. So what can you do to really retaliate against that? Do you back off? Do you respect their space? Do you counter gank? Like, what? VT just needs to answer with something, and not having an answer isn't an answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been seeing this ever since the first game. We've talked about it inside and out. Then we got Leona diving inside onto this one. All of Tech going up mid, trying to get anything. They get one onto the Leona, and then they back off of that. That's a clean trade here. We got Rumble going into this. He's going to go. He gets Jace not quite getting anything out of that. Rumble, nothing. Rumble looking. J4 getting on top of that. Kaisa gets the dodge. She's trying to clean up any trash. You know, at this point, you can just call Enrique, Oscar the Grouch, trying to find anything that's left over on this. Diving through that dumpster.
Did you just hit me with a Sesame Street reference?
Yes?
He doesn't even exist anymore, dog.
Do we need a moment of silence? We're making our way through this one, but like I was saying earlier, this is what we need to talk about. Everybody look at Tech's jungle. There's vision all through Mason. Mason's putting it everywhere. They're cleaning everything out on this. There's nothing that Tech can do to answer to that other than start clearing out wards. Mason's handling this vision control. That's their game, and it's macro.
Absolutely. They're just completely dominating this map, and they're playing every ounce of the game exponentially well. Like, there's nothing that they're really leaving up to chance. They're making sure they're checking the wards, checking the coverage, checking the zone, checking the map, making sure no one's just sitting in jungle. If they are sitting in jungle, they will get punished for it. And one of the biggest things that I see is the difference in this match is Rylus. Rylus with Leona is petrifying.
Rylus is cleaning up with Leona. Now, here's what I want you to think about. Take a moment. 8 assists out of their 12 kills. He's there 3/4 of the time. So if there's a fight, you can most likely assume he's in. Kennan's going to come in with that. But GMU there with the answer. Cleaning up Sivir on this. Also, the Kennen on that. J4 goes in on the Rumble here. They're going to contest him a little bit. Rumble says, no way. This is my house, not your jungle on this, and pushes him back into that one on these today.
And just like that, Leona gaining 2 more assists, changing the tide of the match. 14-6, a 3K gold deficit. We saw that VT was up most of the game, so what's going on?
VT's doing their best here to stay within it. They're staying very much on top of their CS, which is great. That's a fantastic thing that they need to do to get back into this today. They need that money. They need that gold. They need to build up these items. But here's what they need to do. They need to look for those picks. They need to find somebody out solo because clearly they can't handle the team fight of Mason on this. So they need to find somebody out on their own, and it looks like they're trying to. Ace put some pressure onto Brandon King down bottom, but doesn't get anything, coming up short. You need to use that cannon through the jungle. You need to find somebody out solo.
I don't think they're going to find a dog.
They're not.
Now, one thing that I do notice that is very nice coming from GMU. The moment that they cross river is the moment that they are a unit. They do not leave each other's side. They do not get too far. Every ounce of, or every step of the way, they make sure that the team is there to deal with that pressure. They don't get caught out. They don't get sloppy. They don't risk that opportunity. And right here, as we see,
getting onto it. Leona goes for it. J4 backs up. Rumble, though, saying, no way you're getting into this fight here on the Sivir again. Smite Fong getting nothing through this. They're going to clean up the dragon and walk away with 2 mountains now and an infernal. They're moving up to that top side on this. The next question, you have to get that Baron to get back into this game. How do you do it as Tech? How do you get that Baron?
It's 2 to 3 picks at least. These guys are way ahead of them, and they need to do something about it.
I would call this team fight, but it's very one-sided going into it with GMU on this one, cleaning up absolutely everything and showing Tech that we're not in Southern Virginia anymore.
They are handing them out a clean body bag.
They said, you know what? You're in Fairfax County, boys. Blacksburg does you no good.
Chantilly.
Chantilly's Fairfax County, brother.
I don't
So we're seeing a cleanup onto this here. Then they take the Baron, handily go home. They're just going to strangle the lifeblood out of it.
Didn't you say VT needed that?
I did.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah.
they didn't get it.
I see that. They got 3 body bags and the loss of Baron. So GMU completely adapting from this first game and completely just exposing VT's weaknesses and exploiting that every step of the way. And I really don't see what VT does here to transition into a better positioning for their team.
I think VT just holds on and just waits for the opportunity to see what they find. It's clearly not going to be a team fight. It's going to be waiting for Mason to get cocky, overextend, and try to make a play that they can't. And Tech be ready to clean that up. Beyond that, I don't see this game going anywhere.
Even with that being said, if we look at the level differences, the closest person to level 2 GMU is Ace, who's only over-leveling their support. Everyone else is either that level or higher. So how do they make up for that deficit?
Just farm and keep things quiet. You have to try to get back on. You have to try to get your vision back. You have to get your jungle back. They've lost their jungle. You look at their vision placement. All they have is that tiny little sliver. As they're coming in, they're taking down that tier 2. Silas punches back and says, you better stay down on this one, as he's barking at Flower Kitty on this one. We then have Anime Lover. He's making his way through this, takes another tier 2 here, cleaning up that top side. Kennen can do absolutely nothing. And then with that, Anime says, I am the superior Yordle. Get yours out of here.
Anime Lover.
He put that jacket on for a reason, brother.
Just an interesting name is all. But Silas is showing no fear, complete precedence over this map.
Now, they are coming in with this. We get another knockup out of Rakan. Kennen looking to get the stuns for the fight that he needs. They came in. They clean up the Kennen. Here comes the J4 with the stun onto the Kai'Sa. This might be a pick here. They go off. They clean up absolutely everybody. Silas takes it off. And that's a 3-for-5 trade onto this. We're then going to see Mason push this. I'm expecting a tier 3 out of that bottom lane. Maybe even an inhibitor, with the only one coming up next is your Kennen. He's going to be moving quick. Let's see. They have the Kai'Sa. She's going to be doing heavy damage. Same thing with the Rumble. Rumble built for that magic damage, though, on this. They're taking the inhibitor here, and they're going to back out and say, this is my game.
Yikes. That was not the team fight they were looking for, or the setup they were looking for. Kennen doing massive amounts of damage, but really couldn't get any follow-up on it, so immediately got popped, and his teammates just followed.
Popped and sent back. Kennen's looking to clean up whatever trash he can on this. Absolutely nothing. This is a great, huge play for Mason on this. They took out that inhibitor. They're going to get the super minions coming through the bottom here on that. Now, your next question is, do you control mid, or do you go up the bottom and just close it out?
I think there's no point in going up bottom anymore. If you can, you guys know you can win the team fight. They know they have the pressure. They know they have the advantage. So why not push that advantage even more? They know they're not afraid of going under that tower. They do not care about that tower. They can switch it on the aggro. They're tanky. They're beefy enough to deal with that aggro. So they're just going to go get that team fight in, wait for them to explode something. Like they saw, they let Kennen run in and get separated from the rest of the group. And the moment that happened, they all collapsed in on him. They were beefy enough they're able to just tank that CC. And unless their team is right behind him to follow him into battle, he's just going to get popped and they're all going to follow behind.
Now, let's talk about this. We get the Guardian over onto the Kai'Sa. We also get another Dragon here, which means over onto that, they get that speed boost. Kai'Sa with her Guardian, now she's got that extra life. So when she dies, she comes right back to wreak even more havoc throughout this. Your Silas now has your Hourglass, working your way through that. We then are... I can't emphasize enough this Leona. 15 out of the 23 kills. If there's a fight, you know she's gonna be in it.
Absolutely. she's even initiated, I would say, if not all, more than 3/4 of those fights. And she's just doing a fantastic job. Catches anyone out. We saw her early game. She was completely dominating the bot lane and just harassing them out of lane. So we just see that all these little micro changes in their gameplay is working leaps and bounds for them.
Here's the other thing I want to talk about is if we look at that vision score, relatively close other than that Leona as well. 56 over onto that to Rakan's 44 as we're making our way through this. We can't preach Rylast enough, just completely showing off this game, showing why he was picked to be their support throughout that. Same thing with Firefly. Firefly just coming up big, cleaning up all the trash, and knowing that his job is to be that caged animal on these.
Absolutely. Playing a support is easy. Playing a support well takes
Is
forever.
hard. You are understarved. There's no fame. There's no glory in playing support because you're just the guy that sits there and stunts everybody for your team and gives them what they need. So the average person isn't watching those supports anywhere near as much as they should. Rylast being a pivotal player in this one today. They're going to get onto that Baron. Let's see if it's an easy cleanup. 3/4 down. I can't even count those numbers. That's faster than my gas tank will ever fill up.
Faster than you probably hope it'll fill up as well. But VT nowhere near. They're just going to go ahead. GMU's going to go ahead and back and set up again. There's really nothing that VT can do to stop them with this fight.
I think now that you have the Baron, we put it up middle, and then we're just going to send things down through the house on this one. They're going to be taking out that Raptors on these. He gets a little bit of a burn, lets him go. Easy gold over onto your Silas again, who is almost fully built out here. He's also got 12 stacks on that spell book.
Ooh, I love this play. Now, if you look at the map, you see Shen is going top, and Kennen backing off, doing the smart play here, but the great play from Shen is that he's pushing that advantage and taking that top lane. Kennen's there to help, but Shen is pushing lane while still being in that fight. With that ult, he can just pop in.
Silas throwing chains around. They're pushing mid down on this one. This looks like it could quite possibly be the final push here. They're going to have that tower, that siege minion clean up that tower throughout this, just keeping them poked back. Siege minion does go down, but they do have another wave coming on this. Same thing with the Shen. Top side, just using his regen, keeping people pushed back on this. They're then going to go ahead and take away that inhibitor throughout this one. They're going to move top side over here to try to take that tower as well. Without this, you got all five roaming through the base, trying to find anything that they can on GMU, pulling at scraps for this, trying to grab what is left over in the trash. Nothing. Now, with that, Mason roams bottom side, takes another inhib, 2 inhibs down with Rylast. Thank you, his name is on the screen for this, because he has been the game changer on these today. They're pushing those waves in again. They're trying to find something on this out of tech. They are starving at the lifeblood through here.
They're throwing things at the wall and hoping it'll stick. There's really nothing that VT wants to really completely commit to, because they know the moment that happens, GMU just going to crash all around them and pick them off individually.
They are throwing something with soap on the wall, trying to see if it can stick. And it's just sliding right off. Here's our team fight on here. They do get the pick on the Shen. That's his job, though, as they go. Anime Lover with the double kill on the J4. They get the Hourglass out of the Kennen. Kennen then goes down. All that's left is Rakan. They're going to clean up. There goes out the Penguins. We've got GGs across the board on this one. And the 8s over to Mason as we're taking this one out. What did I tell you, King? We got a game here.
I'm wrong, and I'm happy about that.
1-1 Mason with the answers on absolutely everything. If Tech tried to do it, they couldn't. Out of anything they tried, they read them like a book.
Well,
what do you do in the next game? Do
ban
you play?
Leona. Step 1, hit the ban. Make sure it says Leona's name. Step 2, ban something else that they play.
All right, so what's the next question? Do you keep the Kai'Sa, let the Kai'Sa through? Is that your game changer? Leona, obviously. But you can't push all your bans onto that extremely aggressive support that is Rylask.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what VT can do to adapt. And we saw that GMU exploited their weakness, so unless they're able to adapt to another adaptation, they're really just going to continue to crumble and get pushed into a corner that GMU wants them in.
I think the vision control is a little too much. If you're tech, you've got to clean that up. You've got to stay on top of it because you're letting Mason just see everything on the map with no questions asked. They're just marching around on that one. And then also with that, how do you... Anime lover on that Rumble. Clean, solid. Do you let that one through again? Do you force him to play something else? As a weeb?
As one weeb to another, you let the weeb do what he wants. But on VT's side, you should probably not do with that. But we'll see what they come up with. So with that, we will be taking a short break. But before we go on break, we'll be switching over to a quick little video we have for you. welcome back, and we are here with the final match for the day, grand finals, best of 3, taking it to game 3. GMU, that second game was real dominant. What are you expecting here?
I'm not one of those people that says I told you so, so I'm going to continue how things are going to be going with this one. Mason, I think, is going to play the same game, if I had to guess, and just do what they've been doing, man, because there was no answer from Tech for anything on that one.
So what do you think they do here? Do they go for an aggressive early game?
If I were Mason or Tech?
Tech.
So if I were Tech, what I do is I try to respond to the early game, all right? Because Mason, if you looked at that last comp, was very, very, very plateauy across the whole thing. None of them, they didn't play specifically for the late game. They knew that early game was going to be their game plan. I think if you're Tech right now, you respond with the same aggression, and you see what you can pull out early game.
Understood. I don't know what V2 does to fix this.
VT's going to have to, they're going to have to play him straight up, because the last time, as we know, Tech or Mason cleaned up any ward, so you can tricks are not going to work on this one. They're going to have to play him raw. They're going to have to play him straight up and just outclass these boys on this next game here.
Okay, with that being said, as far as bans, does GMU ban out the Evelyn again? Was that something that was causing that?
I think that's a perfect call. Keep that Evelyn out of there, because that was a great play through them. And as we know on that, that's Flower. I'd say one of Flower Kitty's better picks. I think the J4 was par. It wasn't bad by any means. It was very, very clean, but there wasn't anything about it that was like, you know what? Here I am. Not like the Evelyn. The Evelyn went through. Next question. If you are Tech, do you let the Rumble through? Do you let the Leona through? Do you let the Silas through?
Are these real questions you're asking me right now?
Where do you use your bans? Or do you have to pick into them? Does Flower Kitty answer by picking the Silas?
Silas, despite his overall pressure, and he was on a rampage, he did really well. I think out of those 3, he's the only one you can let skate by.
It's true. It's true.
I think that Rumble, we saw him play it in 2 games in a row, and despite them losing that first game, Rumble still did exceedingly well. We saw game 2. We saw him get jumped solo, pop the ganker, and then chase down the enemy and get a follow-up kill. With that, just can't do anything about that. Like, he knows how to play the character. He got ahead. He did what he needed to do in mid lane. He got those kills. He rotated perfectly when he needed to and helped his team secure many kills. So what can you really do from there?
I don't know, but we're going into the pick ban now. Let's see what happens.
Oh, wait, I know you can do.
GMU,
Ban him.
GMU blue side again?
Hey,
Tech
man.
giving it up?
Hey, bro, if anything's going to change, it is not the color.
Clearly.
I was about to say, yeah, I thought you saw something I didn't. I was like, why are your eyes so big?
No, I didn't. I'm just looking to find an answer, but they clearly couldn't find anything on this one. So, we're getting into things here. Waiting off. We see a lot of talk over there from Mason, seeing around.
So outside of the Evelyn ban, what do you really see that GMU needs to ban to make sure that that comp is successful?
GMU, if it were me, I'd run the exact same bans back. I'd run out the Kassadin. You run out the
Yasuo.
Not the Yasuo. Evelyn.
That's the one.
There we go. Right on the Evelyn. Just as that is. So Evelyn down, Tryndamere down. Lots of respect going over from both teams. Riven, again, too. They do not want Tech to have that Riven at all. Nico coming out as a second ban on this. Akali again. Making sure that Ace can't have that assassin that he needs. There it is. With the Rumble ban, we're going to have to see Mason pull out something new. They're going to probably answer back with the Shen up top. Nothing different there.
Just to note, once again, these bans and picks are coming out very quick. So this is clearly all part of their plan. They knew exactly what they were going to.
Confidence coming through on these.
Exactly.
Tech taking a little bit of time.
And just like you said, so they really can't allow that Rumble to come through. But if you're GMU, what are you substituting it with?
The Rumble? Probably some sort of control mage, I'd guess. I don't know quite anime lovers' pool,
Fun fact, that's my PSN name. Just by the way.
So, Rakan, Gragas, come through. You getting some initiate out of that jungle. I know you're not a huge fan of Gragas, but it's a solid pick.
It's not. It's not, and let me tell you why. We saw Gragas, and he does fantastic late.
He does fantastic early, though, too, with that dash. He's extremely mobile in the jungle. We know this.
If they're going to be that proactive in the early game, and we've seen that GMU
Nautilus going bottom, most likely on this one. Or is this a season 2 or season 5 Nautilus jungle? AP not jungle? I'm guessing bottom.
Don't speak that blasphemy to me. I don't even play this game like that, and I know it's blasphemy.
I'm guessing Nautilus bottom on this to replace the Leona.
Don't do it. Oh.
Yasuo mid, maybe? Is that what we're seeing coming out of this? Oh, man.
You ban one evil for an even greater evil.
Well, what do you think? You think Yasuo top?
No, Yasuo mid.
Yasuo mid. Okay.
Yasuo mid. They took Rumble.
Well, you can also flex Shen to jungle, too.
You could another Sivir pick. I think
We
VT
can both agree on this one. He needs to change it up today.
Yeah.
They ban out the Kai'Sa. Fair pick on that.
We've seen Sivir. She does well, but not enough pressure, and clearly GMU is fine with that pressure and deletes it every single time.
Very much so.
It's just.
What's our next ban today?
It just shows GMU does have that deep roster they were referring to.
Kassadin, they kept that ban. Very good pick. I think we're going to see the exact same bans out of Mason.
Oh, wow. Respect banning the Kai'Sa and Lucian.
Lucian with
so
the ban.
where are they going with their ADC on this one for GMU?
I don't know Enrique all that well, but if I had to guess, you're probably pulling out a Corki. Corki would be a decent pick on this.
Oh, and no Kennen.
No Kennen as well. Maybe
they bodied Yade. they deleted
no
everything
way.
he likes to play.
So I'm guessing maybe a Corki out of this. Definitely not a Caitlyn to handle the bulliness.
Playstyle wise, who is?
We could also see a Varus. Varus would be a decent pick. He'll get bullied bottom lane, but I don't know how he gets paid. No, never mind. I take that back. Varus is going to get manhandled.
Ezreal?
Ezreal will be a decent pick.
The only reason why I say that is based on the matches that we've seen, we see that their ADC likes to be very mobile while being able to weave in and out of the damage. I mean, it's understandable. It's very meta. And, okay, there it is.
Zaya, solid pickup.
So that's the answer to that one. And
Poppy
we've seen
topside.
Banned. We see these bans come out considering the team's choices in their picks and their favoritism and such.
Who's our jungler, though? What's your pick? Silas? Run it back? They're showing it. Let's see what we got. The breaker of chains is coming out again for Mason. As we can see here, they're hovering it. Is it a lock-in? And it is.
Oh, man. This is...
What do you answer, Tech? We're
GMU
missing...
is looking
Tech
terrifying.
missing a mid laner here. What's your answer?
Oh, we've got a comfort pick.
We know...
And
we
I can
know
say
how
that.
Ace is on his Zed. He cleaned up the other day on this one.
But what is Zed versus Yasuo? What is that?
That's going to be a clean matchup because Zed, as we know, Yasuo blocks his projectiles and builds up that armor. Zed is not projectile heavy. He throws out his Qs, but it's not the basis of it. And also with that, with the shadows outside, you can cross your Qs. So he can only block one of them if Ace, which I think knows how to play around it.
Does it work both sides?
Elaborate.
So if he throws the wind wall and stands directly in the center of it and opts to walk forward, will the two coming from behind him get blocked and the front one hit him? If he were to have to choose.
Only one would get blocked.
Only one.
So the one that's on the outside of the wall. So if you have wind wall, look at your camera. So if you have wind wall, you're B1 thing. Give me a finger. And then I'm here. One's gonna go through because he has to stand on either side of the wall. He can't just stand in it, right? So one's gonna go through and hit him. Which one? That's up to him. I don't know if that's the question you were asking. I think it was.
Yes, but I was. I know that he can't stand in the wall to get it, but I'm saying, will it go through if it comes from if this is the front of the wall?
Oh, you mean if it comes to the backside? That I
Yes.
don't know the answer to.
Yes, that's.
I'm
what I was
waiting
asking.
for somebody to run up to my window and give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I want to say no on that, so it won't go through the backside of the wall. I think the wall blocks all projectiles. If I had to guess.
Okay. And regardless of the sides. Okay.
Because
understood.
it's a big. It's got a lot of wind inside that wall.
Just like that. That's the sound it makes and everything.
I don't.
That's what's up. That's a good answer, dog. All right. So with Zed versus Yasuo, what is it? Is it a pissing contest?
No, it's gonna be. I think anime lovers gonna take this one. I think. All right, let's see here next. Let's look through those summoners.
And
Pretty
Yasuo was
standard.
super weave. Look at that. Look at that. You can't even see his mouth.
He's a samurai. All right.
A lone samurai. Edgy, dog.
A samurai that controls wind. You know any of those?
Yeah, he's right there.
All right. So, a lot of ignites coming out on both sides. They're looking to be aggressive early. They're looking to clean house on both of these.
Yeah, I know that they like Sivir, but it's really something they need to broaden their champions because Sivir is just not cutting it. There's so many other champions that they could use, and Sivir's all around okay, but is that really the pick that you want to go with?
If you ask me, no. If you ask Tech, yes.
Well, I think they'll just need to get ready for this match, and we'll see them do the best that they can and really try and transition into a better matchup than they did.
So it looks like we're going to be getting in the game here. Everybody's loading in as we can see through this one onto this. We're going to cut away to Captain Ali here for a second on this with a quick interview of the Tech coach.
Yes, yes, yes.
The Mason coach. Coach Shadow over there with that one, and Sluggo, El Presidente of Mason.
Thank you so much, you guys. This is Captain Ali. I am live at Beltway Battles at #Arena. I have the honor of being joined by Shadow, part of the GMU League of Legends esports team, and Sluggo, the president of GMU's esports club. So we have been used to GMU dominating throughout this entire tournament. In fact, this is the very first round 3 that we've reached in Beltway Battles so far. Every matchup yesterday, every series ended with 2 out of 3. It was all very decisive. So we're really excited. All the tensions here, the drama has been building to this final round. But let's go back to round 2 for a second. Shadow, what was going on with GMU? We're really used to seeing them dominate the map, and we just didn't see that from them in round 1, but we did in round 2.
So a lot of it came down to the early game vision and the early game aggression around the bot lane. And the moment the bot lane started rolling out of control, their entire team started falling apart, and we capitalized on that until the victory.
So let's talk about the 1L on GMU's record the entire tournament. What was going on there? They didn't have their coffee in the morning, just still waking up, warming up a little bit?
So a little bit was on the mid laner getting picked off in the mid lane and disrespecting the Evelyn pick. But the other thing was the bot lane kind of played a little bit too passive. There wasn't too much vision going on, giving information to the team. And just on the off talks, they were like, oh, we really need to wake up.
Well, if round 2 is any indication, they have certainly succeeded. Now, you guys on camera, you can't see this, but we are standing right in front of the Beltway Battles trophies. Sluggo, does that make being this close to the trophies make GMU want the victory even more?
Yeah, I had seen the pictures before on Discord, but seeing them in person, they look great, and I know they'll look even better when we take our squad pick after we win. Posting on Twitter, GMU_esports.
Bold words from El Presidente there. We will see who ends up holding these gorgeous trophies at the very end of round 3 of Beltway battles. Back to E-Fish and King for Yoshi.
Hey guys, I know you missed this.
Clearly, they didn't watch the first game either.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I mean, but they did watch the first game, and that's how they won the second one. Getting that downloaded and completely changing it going into the second game. So we'll see if they're able to emphasize on that transition.
We'll see how things close out. This is, though, the guaranteed last game of the day. Both of them fighting for the title on this one. We're summoning in now. Everybody's starting to pop in, getting to the front end of those gates, ready to go. Let's see what kind of level 1 we get on this one here. So they're taking off to the outside as we see.
Are we going to see an invade?
As my level 1 expert, what's your call?
Invade.
All good with Shen?
All good with Shen?
He needed a drink.
Okay. He needed a sip of water.
Standard level 1 from both of them. That Nautilus skin, though.
That's kind of fire.
That Naut skin is dope.
That Poppy kind of looking fire, too. I think this is what they were waiting for. They were waiting to bust out the best skins.
Look good, feel good, play good.
That's what they say.
Rules 101. If your team's losing, get them some fresh skins.
True. So we see the generic respect, no one going too far, no one overstepping their bounds, both playing very safe.
As we can see here, both keeping it clean, not trying to find anything outside of these, looking to keep things basic. Minions are going to be coming out here second. We see some pings over here, just kind of bopping around everywhere on these today. Gragas with that belly love.
Greg is not the pick here, bruh. But you know what? I'm eager to see if VT can prove me wrong and use that Gragas to the best of his ability.
You know, as a fellow big boy, I can respect Gragas.
Big boy player?
Just big boy.
Okay.
So we see a pretty standard play here out of the Yasuo and Zed. Nobody really taking anything out. So Silas gets that red buff. Silas would the same jungle path as he did last time, it looks like, on these. Gragas, same thing, starting off with that red. We're going to look for an early back out of both of them. I'm guessing most likely.
So with this Xayah, what are we expecting bot lane to be differently, or better, worse? What are we expecting?
I think the bot lane's going to be similar. I think you're looking for Rylas to be a big boy and just absolutely belly up, throw some big hooks, just like he did last time. He's got that knock up as well this time. Nautilus and there's with that hook that we were just talking about, pulling it in on the Rakan. Rakan going for the knock up here. Then we have Xayah just trying to get whatever poke she can. It looks like an even trade. We've got some regen coming out of both of them, popping pots to start things off on these.
All right, and you know, Rylas being very dominant last game, initiating everywhere perfectly and completely changing the bot lane. And once again, they're going to give him a hook, and Nautilus is scary, dog. And
It's hard to ban out all of the hooks in the bottom lane. It's hard to ban out all the hooks in the game at this point in general. They're everywhere. You can't get rid of them.
That is
Putting
true.
Rylast on that, we're going to see Silas contest the Greg here. Greg comes out. We're seeing a fight. Silas takes home first blood in his blue on this one. On top of this, the Shen comes down. Does he pick up the blue on that for them? I can't tell throughout this, but we've got Xayah poking everything down. She's going to pull those quivers back in, trying to clean up whatever trash she can. And Enrique backs off a little bit off of this. It looks like we get a positive trade over on the Civic.
And if we look at this bot lane, this is much more back and forth than we've seen. In either games we've seen one side being dominant or the other side being dominant. This one is, they're both having a little howdy doody give and take. Both the supports are being very key roles in getting anything started in this bot lane.
We've got the TP back from the Shen coming up here. Not looking, there we go. We've got Zed roaming out onto this, puts a little bit of damage on a Firefly, pushes him back and says, no way, I know what you're going to do. I saw this last time. Keeping him pushed back under this. We've got decent vision out of both teams. Looking at that dragon here. Shen trying to get a little bit of poke, but Brandon playing safe as per usual. He knows that Yade is out of mana, so he's not going to be doing anything too much other than basic attacks on him. Gets that Q land. It looks like we've got a duel here in the top lane.
Then we'll go ahead and transition back to bottom lane, where we see just a whole lot of poking. We actually see GMU getting ahead and actually starting to push back now.
We see that Xayah, she's there trying to clean up the trash. That gives them a little move to move around with that CS. Here we go. We're moving back up top lane. We still have that heavy regen over on the Poppy. Poppy's popped that. She's coming through on... Poppy popped that. As she's working her way through this one, we've got Zed. Then get knocked up by the Yasuo with the Gragas coming in trying to clean up whatever trash he can. He finds the Yasuo with the Ignite. They then take it home onto Ace. 1-1. We got an even scoreline today, boys.
And it looks like it was a bit of a misclick coming out from Yasuo.
No, he had no idea that that Gragas was there. If you ask me, the vision control has been significantly better on tech. We've got Poppy here trying to clean up what she can. Not a whole lot that she can see on this. We then have Silas coming in, trying to get what he can on a Zed. We know Zed has that ult. He then just pokes Silas, pushes him back a little bit. Poppy then getting whatever CS she can throughout here today. We're then going back to standard, just kind of everybody cleaning up. We got a Yasuo trying to bait out a back here, trying to get that Yade to get super excited, dive him under tower. Greg cleaning up Krugs on this. He's going to back. What's he going to buy into these?
All right, so we've seen what can happen if we let either Ace or Anime Lover run rampant. Who's scarier later game?
Scary later game between Shen and Poppy or Silas and Gragas?
Yasuo and Zed.
Not even close. So I think you have both of them as heavy assassins. Very different styles too. You've got Yasuo with the knockup, and he's going to find out whatever he can afterwards. Zed, though, can drop his ult and then just leave. We've got Gragas coming in on top of this. He then tries to take off Brandon King. Brandon King playing safe as he is for sure. Rylas throwing out another Q, saying, look, boys, this is my lane.
And with that being said, we see that even though he didn't get the hook, he's still providing massive amounts of pressure. If we look at the CS, it's not too thoroughly different, but in lane, they just can't provide any pressure. And if they do, they risk getting hooked.
Brandon goes back. Is he going to pop a TP to come back here, or is he just going to run up onto this? That's a great question. If I were him, I'd probably TP back. As he does. Right here, getting into that. Silas is still working his way through the jungle. We've got a freeze, it looks like, here down bottom. Top, Brandon is playing under tower. Safe, clean with the hook. Goes in, Rakan answers back. He then dives out. They know that they needed that little bit of damage onto there. The question is, can they keep the pressure on? Well, he's low and behind on this. There, he pops the targets on that, gets them. Then Brandon, topside, pushing onto him. Poppy with the stun. Brandon looking to get what he can onto this. He has to dive back under tower. Enrique, Rakan getting at it with Smite. We then have Yasuo with the block. He drops back. Brandon falls back behind tower on that. Poppy still putting tons of pressure onto him with the 2 kills onto that Zed here. Today, that's going to be a big pickup for them.
We saw that in the first game that the GMU's mid laner was getting oppressed and really having a tough time. And we see it here again. Do you think this will affect the end game as
I think it's
drastically
going
as
to
it did before?
affect the mid game right now, because that Zed is going to start to roam here shortly. He's got the ownership on mid lane. We got a pull here there from Nautilus. He grabs in. We've got Smite trying to answer back. He then gets knocked back with the jump and the dive, gets out of there. But Enrique, yet again, cleans up the Rakan on this.
And
we also have the Sivir not making her way out. Gragas goes out, barely scathed throughout that.
And now transitioning over to Drake.
Great pickup here. We got a Mountain Drake. It's going to make him a little bit more beefier. It's going to give him some health on that. They're cleaning up what they can. We then have Yasuo putting some pressure on Zed because he knows he's got some room to play with on here. Again, can we talk about this mini-map, King?
There's really nothing that VT can do to go along with all this pressure. Every time that GMU is going into D ward or handle their vision, they're always going in after a kill. So they're not risking it. They're not trying to be cheeky. They go in with the team. They only take over the areas that they know they're going to be in. And the moment that if they're not going to be in that area, they don't even bother going there and they don't risk it. If they do go there, at that moment, they're going in strictly just to D ward. And then at that moment,
Okay. Just double check.
they can't do anything.
So as we're moving our way through this one here, we see with with that back on this Sivir coming out. She looks like she's got her BF now. Zaya about to complete her first item going into that. We've got Dorans on both of them through this. Poppy again. Shen just starting to get beefier and beefier. He's got that cloth armor on this.
When we see in this top lane, I honestly feel like Brandon King I feel like he's never really ahead. Is that just the life of Shen?
True. He is a supportive top laner. We've got some pressure down bottom. Rakan goes in for the poke. He goes for the knockup. They know they have Gragas. They come in. They get the kill onto Enrique. With that, they also take Rylas down. They got 4 bottom. It looks like they're going to show off a little bit there on the Gragas and take home your bottom inhib today. We got total gold popping up throughout this. All the money going on to Shen, or going on to Zed. Zed still 1,200 in his pocket right now. He's got it back soon. We got a new item coming off of him.
So what do they do? How do they deal with this Zed? Ace is running rampant once again, and it's creating a huge problem for the team overall.
You have to put pressure on him as a team. You can't let him get those individual picks that he's been getting. But let me tell you, we got a game here. That's for doggone sure.
I don't know. Every time I see VT in a fight, they're significantly winning by a large margin. So what does GMU need to do to fix this Ace?
GMU needs to stay on top of their vision here throughout that, what they've been doing so far. I think a great play would be put pressure on that Zed by running 2 guys at him all the time. Exactly what they're doing right now. Silas poke backs. They pop up that Rift Herald. They find the Gragas. They knock him back. They have a collapse from Tech onto this. They're getting onto the Yasuo. They said, no way. You aren't getting out of here. The knock up onto Rakan. More poke. Enrique cleans up the trash again. Shen getting that push. Brandon says, I know I've got to do something for my team here. I'm trying to push up on this. Pushing the Poppy back, knowing that her regen's down throughout this. She's still got that ult, though, that she hasn't popped here in a moment. Trying to clean up whatever CS he can off of this. Pushing Poppy back. Poppy knows she's got to safe push off of this because she knows that bottom is down there. There's the duel right off of this. Shen with the cleanup. Brandon, disrespect all over Poppy. I think Poppy got a little excited on this and knew that they had to make a play, but couldn't.
Absolutely. We see that Poppy we saw the damage just wasn't adding up. By the end of that, he was going to lose or he was going to die. So just getting a little cheeky overall.
Yasuo putting some poke on. Zed comes in. He popped ult. Didn't seem to get what he could off of that. Then we've got Gragas coming in to clean up on this, making his way through. Tech going back. We got it back here from Zed.
And even if we look at this, we see Anime Lover's actually a level under Ace.
He is a level under Ace, but he's close on CS, so he's going to be popping up here on that today. Next one, we see Nautilus with a lot of CS. Could it be just popping that Targans over, or is it because we got that Xayah roaming?
No way to really tell.
Just watch the mini-map more. So we're making our way through
Watch
this.
The
We got
forehead.
Shen gets Shen gets the Sunfire, so does Poppy onto them. Sivir also picking up an Essence Reaver on this. Nautical changes out for that Oracle Lens.
All right, so Poppy back, looking to make a bit of a play on Brandon King possibly, or just gonna go ahead and get that harass on that tower.
Ocean Drake coming up here in 30. It seemed a big ping out of Tech for that one, so they're going to try to contest onto this. That Ocean Drake's going to give them some more regen, so that's going to be good for their sustain in lane throughout these. Again, nobody seeming to have a big foothold on this game here, both having some monsters. Got a little bit of more gold distribution over onto Tech, or over onto Mason on this one. Tech kind of funneling things into Zed here, but Zed will be a game changer later on today.
Oh, we see them popping off over there, so they're excited about something. But as we see VT finally trying to get some vision up, and Mason not exactly going there quite yet, so they won't deward it quite yet. So they may see a little bit of the map for the next 30 seconds until Mason gives a bit of a
Looks
hard
like we
push.
got a little bit of contention making their way down to this Drake. Silas doing what he can to do that. They know that Tech's trying to come in on this. You see them slowly working their way down, waiting to push off of Tech. Tech not committing just yet. Look to them have the Drake. Gragas tries to poke in what he can. He can't find anything. Poppy trying to move onto that Shen, catch him off guard, but Brandon King says, this is my lane.
Brandon King jumping on to Yade up the top. Yade is trying to walk away, deal a little bit of damage, get him to back off, but with that, they'll just say their howdy do's and back off each other.
Then we've got Rakan and Sivir making their way through there. It seems like we got a little bit of a contention. We can land another hook from Rylaf. He can't seem to miss him today. Sivir trying to get that extra poke, pushes him back a little bit, doesn't have much mana, so has to back off of this. Then we know that tower is super low down bottom. They have to protect that in order to keep this tower scored today. Then we're moving on throughout these. Backing up a little bit. Seems like we got a little bit of a stall here. Lots of pings out of Mason down bottom, trying to find the wards, trying to find the vision that Tech has left over throughout that dragon fight.
All right, so we saw VT starting to pop off, and really Zed just kind of taking over the game. We haven't seen a whole lot from him. Is he losing steam, or is he just going and farming? And will it be good for the team? And also we will see just Zaya just run down Sivir and pop her. And that's another reason why you need a different ADC. You need to be able to do something besides just run.
And farm. Sivir can farm. Let's be real.
You can farm fast, but not if you're dead.
So, she's also decent at those team fights without these. She's also decent on those team fights. On this, we're going to see Brandon King pushing out onto the Poppy, putting some pressure here. Poppy with both with that Sunfire, just getting that damage from being in proximity on this. We also see some movement down bottom. We know that they don't have that bush. With that, Poppy going in, Gragas coming on with that. Shen dives out, gets moving back. Gragas says, no way. Flower Kitty says, you abused me last time, but now you are mine. We then, moving down bottom, they're pushing the tower. Silas comes in. We also have a TP coming out of the Poppy, coming down here. They first, Rakan gets out. Then the Sivir with the spell shield. They get the Silas off of that. Coming up, turning around. Zed onto the Yasuo. Whoa, there's plays being made everywhere. Rylas is dueling the Poppy, and Poppy says, you're mine. That's an ace over onto the Tech side.
Who won that? Numbers-wise, yes, clearly they won. But really, there's no goal difference. There's no deficit. They pushed hard, and they got some TPs. They forced out some summoner spells. Who's really an advantage off of that?
Tech is. Are you kidding me? Well, that's a huge ace across the map for the whole team.
That is insane. And Poppy looking real low. But luckily has that time, has that space. They all did just die, so can kind of farm up and hope that regen will help.
The spice is coming out today on this one. Everybody put some habanero peppers in their coffee this morning. We're just coming out. We're going to see some standard moys through this. We got a couple bars on this. Now, with that Shen teleport down, Poppy, Gragas teleport down, Poppy teleport down, Sivir flashes out as well. So we know we don't have a whole lot of map movement. Flash, heal, ignite, all also down on GMU throughout these. Gragas finally gets his Zonias, and we then have Poppy with her Iceborne Gauntlet as well. So we know that she can get those slows onto top of this. Silas then makes the dive onto Rakan with the knockup. They get out of there. Rakan gets out and says, no way here. Finding out where they're going to be on this. Everybody's moving towards that top side. We've got some contention on these here. Rakan trying to clean up whatever trash that he can find there in those wards. Mason doing what Mason does, taking out the vision that's left over.
Having a fantastic micro game and completely just blinding VT. They're in advantage, but they really don't feel that advantage when they can't really move it around on the map.
They can't move without any contention. Zed taking the 1v1 against the Yasuo, thinks he has it. Yasuo, Shen makes that ult onto him for this. They are then going to back off. Zed's going to back off. He's going to portal out of that. We're then going to have Rakan clean up any of the vision that is left. They're then making their way. That's a tier 1 down. The tower count now 2 to 3. No tier 2s down yet, though. We have a pause. So I'm guessing in this time frame something happened to a player's mouse, a player's keyboard, which is a tool of the trade. You think of traditional sports, you have an athlete, their helmet breaks. That's an issue.
Things happen, and we'll just see if they are able to adjust. Will it mess up their flow? Will it have no effect? We'll quickly find out.
So we're looking to the referees. It looks like they're on the stage trying to find their way through something, picking things out, getting to the bottom of this. We're waiting for word here in the caster booth for what's going on that pause.
We get no word. They don't show us any love.
They put us in our box back here and say, you stay. It's almost like we're back in from prison. We're just we're back into the game here on this. So we're moving on outside again.
At least we have a nice box. All right, so VT looking to make that push down mid, but Silas, Firefly, providing that pressure. And they're just gonna go ahead and back off.
You say we have a nice box, but look how foamy it is. Maybe it's us, King. Maybe it's not them, it's us. They're pushing onto that Baron for this one. Mason gonna move in, trying to contest it on that. The question is, are they back off of the Baron on that? They're looking to find him. They clean up the vision. They show Tech that there is nothing you can do without us pushing down on you. Now, Tech has to make a decision. Do you defend that tier 2 tower, or do you go for that Baron? It looks like they're falling back, trying to get what they can off of this.
But it also looks like they're trying to make that trade. Zed's still at the top lane by himself.
Mason takes what they can off the tower. The tower's almost down. They're leaving it up throughout this. They then get that. They make the kill onto Poppy. They get the cleanup off of Sivir today. That is a huge pickup. Don't forget about the Gragas going down as well here.
That was a fantastic play from GMU, but VT side, Zed looking a little greedy, sitting top lane by himself while his team went back to defense.
Zed's trying to clean up whatever trash he can, and it looks like he's going to get something off in the Nautilus, which isn't an overly huge kill, but he is putting pressure onto them at that Baron, forcing them off, knowing that Zed has full health and tons of damage coming out of those claws here with 5 kills onto him today.
Ace, looking oppressive, but still needs to be a key factor. He needs to remember he can do fantastic by himself, but he can do even better with his team. His team got popped, went back to defend, and he didn't get anything from pushing top. Didn't take a tower, didn't get inhibitor, didn't even get to the T3. So what was really that mindset behind that?
The really mindset was he was trying, when Zed fell behind on that, he was trying to protect them from, he was trying to protect the Baron for his team. Because we know if Mason gets that Baron, they're going to get those powered up minions. They're then just going to shove towers down. So what he had to do was stay back, protect the Baron. It was a perfect play, if you ask me on this one.
Not going into fight or staying around Baron?
Staying around Baron. Staying protected, staying fight, because you know that they pushed out that backside. He was trying to see if they were going to commit to that Baron, because somebody's got protected. If not, they're just going to snowball. Silas then puts some more pressure onto Rakan and says, no way, this is our jungle, boys.
But he also sees and respects them, doesn't have vision there, and it's just going to back off of him.
Poppy, TP coming back up in a minute. Ocean Drake goes down to the Sivir on this. Sorry, goes down to Mason today.
Looking like they're trying to go on this Baron, but
I
just the two of
apologize.
them.
Ocean Drake coming up, did not go down.
All right, so we see GMU kind of rallied around the top jungle, and we see a few people here and there from VT side up at top jungle, but we see the Rakan coming out of base. We see the pings on Nautilus. What do they want to do here? What is VT, what is their goal?
Again, just like before, BT's looking for those picks. They have a good team fight though. So if they could just get the jump on that engage throughout this one, that's gonna be the biggest thing for them. We're then gonna go ahead and make our way through this one as we're doing. Nothing's gonna be doing a whole lot here. Silas moving his way through the bottom, cleaning out some wards. We got Shen down bottom with the Poppy in that duel. It looks like something's about to spice up here mid lane. They're pushing for that Baron. They're getting the vision set up. It looks like we might have a big Baron fight here coming up.
All right, so we see GMU side just all backing. Nothing lost, nothing gained. Just going to get some items. So they've farmed plenty, and they have the lead.
There we go. Poppy moving on to the Shen, pulling the Crux out with them. Onto that, not a whole lot getting through here on those.
Shen's going to go ahead and keep doing what he's doing. Very tanky. Just go ahead and farm.
So we're then moving through. It looks like both teams ready for that Baron push. They see them cleaning out the vision. They know. Tech knows that they have to go onto this. Poppy taking the dive onto the Shen, pushing them out a little bit, boxes them off onto those Cruxes, says they are mine. Now Shen cleaning out the CS onto that, pushing them out a little bit.
I'm just going to go ahead and back. He had been farming for quite some time, so now he can really get that time to exploit what he's gained. Now, Zed, 5-0-1. Will a death on him really change the tide of the match that much?
It will. As we could see, when they went back to that Baron that one time, Zed alone with the whole team at half health, he was pushing pressure onto them. Now Zed goes back. They got the Ignite on to the Shen. Is he going to go down on this? Nothing. Nautilus roaming down bottom throughout. Yasuo's pushed back by the Gragas. We're then going to get some pressure across the map. We're waiting for something big to happen here. They're making their way to their Baron on these.
Flower Kitty just going around making sure it's dewarded, giving their team the possibility of being able to do Baron. But the moment that he does that, they're going to go ahead and back off. Not trying to commit too much, not trying to force a fight without the full team there.
We seen GMU pushing them off of Baron again. GMU starting that Baron fight. We know Tech isn't far behind as they're coming in. Nautilus trying to box off what he can, buying time for his team to clean that up. He gets the hook. He ults onto Sivir. Yasuo with the cleanup onto the Sivir for this. Pushes him back. Still nothing off that Baron. We're waiting to see somebody make a play here. We got all five standing on top of it today.
And we see VT setting up for the retaliation. Zed is with them for this one. Will he be able to change the tide of the fight?
Gragas with the barrel, just letting them know that they're here. GMU buys another time for a fight. Huge knockup from Ace onto this. With that knockup, Ace cleans up what he can here. That's an ace over to Tech off of that play. Are they taking Baron afterwards? This is a huge turnaround from Tech off of that one. It looks like they're taking Baron.
A 3v5 completely taken over by VT side. And with that, they'll just go ahead and transition into taking this Baron. How did Zed do so much damage to all of them? Just nuked them.
That's what Zed's built for. He's now 8-0. He came in with that AoE damage. He went in and made sure that everybody knew that his presence was there on that. They're coming back here. Looks like we're going to get a big push off of Tech on this because with that, they now have those Baron. They now have that Baron. They have super minions here. They also have a 3k gold lead. What are they buying onto this? Silas gets his hourglass. We have Rakan getting redemption onto that. Zaya with her stopwatch. We then have Poppy, adaptive helmet. Poppy as well. Bramble vest going on to that.
The stars are starting to align in VT's favor. There's really GMU commanded the early game and really was able to do what they wanted, but VT adjusted well. Ace has dominated this entire game and really hasn't felt any pressure. He's playing a flawless game, 8-0-3 with a 700 gold lead. Unless he gets popped, there's really nothing that he's losing or has to get.
This is going to come down to one big team fight, and that's what it's looking like on this. Zed goes in with what he can. They pop the hourglass on that Zed. staying on top of them throughout this, getting to whatever he can find on there. The Sivir going in for the AoE damage. They take out Shen. That's a huge pickup over onto Ace for these. They then dump it back. They're going to get the Yasuo off of that. That's a 5v3. They're going to heal up as much as they can, trying to push him off the tower. This might be the game on this. With those super minions, a huge wave behind them. They're pushing it in. They take that inhibitor. They're moving on to those next set of towers. Silas trying to grab whatever he can with Firefly. Poppy goes in, says you're mine. They pick up Firefly off of that one. They also get the Nautilus. This looks like it's gonna be game here. They're tapping out onto that onto that tower. Huge applause for them as they're coming in. We see the GGs going into the game. Good game, well played, says Tech onto this. Mason going home upset on those games.
And good night. VT taking it 2-1. Completely adjusted, readapted, and they beat GMU.
Well played, Tech, coming in as the underdogs into this and showed that they are not, that this is their house.
Hashtag Arena, home of Tech.
The first ever event we have in Hashtag Arena. Tech takes it home. Only suitable that owner was a former Tech alum.
Makes sense. We'll have to review the cameras to make sure.
We'll have to review the footage on that one. I think that's what we're talking about with that ban, that pick ban in game 2.
All right, so Ace. That's it. That's all there is to it. They shut down Ace game 2. Ace did what he wanted in game 3, and they lost for it.
Ace period on this. Also, we can talk about Fong. Fong at the late game. He's been playing Sivir all tournament. I think that it was a warm up into that final because that last few kills, that was Ace as well, or that was Fong as well coming through. It just popping the W, cleaning up whatever he can on these. Same thing
I
as
disagree,
well.
but that's fine.
That's fine. Smite. Talk about Smite's play.
Okay.
As the Rakan with the knockup. If he didn't get that knockup there and set Ace up for everything.
That is fair. But a 3v5, Sivir nowhere to be found. Sivir need play a new champion. Just do that for me. But Zed, putting them in the backpack, dog. He said, come on, this way to victory. Put him in the backpack.
Ace putting them on their back for this one. It was great played all around. Mason just coming up short on that last little bit there. That was a game, though. That was a game. That was a series. Well played by both teams.
I gotta
in a
go.
2-1.
I gotta go give some handshakes to VT, man. I told him if
We
he
do.
won. I told him if he won, I would. And hey.
We do.
I talked to him last night. I was doubting him last night. I wasn't sure they were gonna be able to combat GMU's early game pressure, but they did. So
I heard a lot of talks out of them, and Mason, the heavy favorites going into it too. Tech, not a whole lot of people in their corner, but they didn't need it.
They needed one, and his name was Zed. Tell me I'm wrong. You can't say that a 3v5 Baron fight and nuking 3 people alone and then still having full health on 2 of your teammates.
Don't leave out Smite. Smite got his knockup in to open things up for him. So
Yes. In the 3v5, all 3 of them played a huge part, but Zed was that DPS. Rakan doing a fantastic job at setting up and passing him in the alley, but he still yammed on it, dog.
We can both say that was the game of League we've been waiting for.
There was
never a point. There was a never point where you said that either team had that. That was the game
Not
we've
at
been
all.
waiting for on this one.
110%. And you know what? After playing League for this entire week, watching that game, that made it worth it. That one game.
That's your summary of a week, right there.
Oh man, it was a
That
long
game.
week. It was a long week, but getting the pleasure to cast these matches made the week worth it.
It was, and it was such a pleasure to cast with you, King. Such a pro.
Hey, I appreciate you for all your help, but we're gonna get ready and move on to something else. So It's been a pleasure, my man.
It has been a pleasure. We're going to be sending it over to Captain Allie to do an interview here with the winners on this one. As they're making their way over, we also have the closing ceremonies today. So we're going to stick around. We're then going to be bringing things out. We got some nice big trophies. We've also got a little bit of a cash prize here for the boys, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
With that, cash prizes today, we're going to be
Switching over to
we're
our
gonna be
host.
switching over to Allie on this one.
Thanks, guys. Wow, what an amazing end to this incredible tournament. That was by far the most contentious and the most fiercely fought series that we've had in Beltway battles so far. Virginia Tech came out strong, took the first round, and then backed off a little bit as GMU took the lead. We weren't sure how it's going to end up, but now I am proud to announce that Virginia Tech can claim their Beltway battles trophies. Come on over, boys. You've earned it.
They are.
They're all the same. All right. We're going to leave the pocket.
Can we get on both sides?
Yeah. There you go. There you go. We might need a bigger banner for you guys, yeah? There's not enough room on the screen for all this glory that's happening right now.
Clearly not.
All right. Yeah, you guys look really good with those trophies. I gotta say, yeah. Look at those zoom in on there. A Beltway Battles logo. Champion. That's gotta be a good word to hear, right, Chase?
Yeah, it is. I'm glad we won. I'm kind of stressed. I was stressed, but now I'm feeling a little bit better. So, yeah.
There was a lot of drama and anticipation leading up to this final series. Everyone was sure that GMU would continue to dominate as they had all of yesterday throughout the tournament. They only had their first L, really to you guys, very early on today. So how do you feel about overcoming the doubters who didn't think that you could pull off this W?
Well, I'm going to say going into this event, we already knew we were going to win. I'm going to be honest, we just knew. Yesterday we were just messing around, trying out some stuff. But overall, it was a pretty easy win. They did play pretty well, but just not to our level. But overall, pretty good.
GMU, big shout out to them. They do have a lot of challengers on their team. It's a really high caliber team. How did you guys come together at the very end to combat that, Francis?
Well, we had a nice talk last night. We got together. We just had words to say to each other, like how we're going to come together against George Mason. And today you saw we had a lot more energy, a lot more communication, and clearly our teamwork was better than theirs today.
There was definitely a lot of communication. There were some raised voices. There was a lot of shouting. I heard you say a lot of "Let's go," and I guess you went. I guess you definitely went. Any more secrets to success, Ace?
I think I would say it's much of a secret, maybe just a mid difference. But we, as a team, we all played well, and we stuck to our win condition, and yeah, easy wins.
Easy wins. Well, you guys definitely were keeping us on the edge of our seat that entire time, especially as an interviewer, since I'm like, who am I going to be interviewing? Make me wait until the very last minute, you guys. He says, I knew all along. Well, I appreciate that confidence. You said earlier today that you were confident but not cocky, but with trophies in your hand, it's a lot easier to get cocky, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. These two seem to get a little bit too cocky, but I think as long as, I guess as long as we can back it up, but honestly, they played pretty well. GMU played pretty well. The games weren't like super easy, in my opinion, but it was fun. I liked it.
So as the victors, any shout outs, any people that you want to give some credit to? Or
Shout out to my boy Brown Mandarius. Good luck in Scouting Grounds, buddy.
Good luck. Yep. We all just shouting out Sam, I guess, hey, good luck at Scouting Ground. You'll do great.
Shout out to my parents who are over in the audience.
What a nice guy.
You good? Yeah. I would like to give a shout out to Gavin, y'all's coach, who's been doing a really great job. But yeah, thank you so much for everyone who's watching in the arena. Thank you to everybody who has been watching online. And any more final words to say?
I just want to give a quick shout out to our sponsor, RAI. Thank you so much for making this happen. Shout out to our coach, Jacob. And shout out to Gracie at home.
Sponsors are the lifeblood of esports, so thank you. A big shout out to our friends at Computer Upgrade Kings as well. Thank you guys for staying with us throughout this entire tournament. It's been an amazing ride. When we started yesterday, we never dreamed that we'd be seeing League of Legends played at this level here at Beltway Battles. So we'd like to thank you for all of your efforts, all of your hard work, even if you made it look really easy. Beltway Battles will be back with an Overwatch series at the end of October, and we hope you'll join us for that. But in the meantime, have a great day, and we'll see you online.